We're in the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571HC of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2-577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 6 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once the case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first order of business this morning, it's a protest hearing status case number 22 PRO 00013, Privateer 4400 LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 119655. Could our IT specialist please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Morning, board members, please stand by.
Thank you.
Sidon Johannes, your rights have been elevated. I'm unable to elevate Sidon Johannes, but I will unmute her.
Thank you.
Jonathan Bender, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Johannes, are you there? I can't see you, but are you online?
I think she's having technical difficulties because I can't unmute her or make her a panelist.
Okay. But she's in the room, is that correct?
It looks to be the case.
Ms. Johannes, can you connect us, contact us through the question and answer? I'm not quite sure what's going on since I'm told that you are online for us to figure out how to enable your equipment. All right, we're gonna, Mr. Bender, you can stay there. I'm just gonna call some other cases that don't require us to elevate the rights of any parties, and so hopefully during this period of time will be able to connect with Ms. Johannes. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00007, trade name Royal Sands Social Club, license number 119970. This case has been canceled. The board received a settlement agreement for our consideration. Then I'll call case number 21 CMP 00070, Mirror Lounge, license number 111950. This case has been canceled. The board previously approved an offer in compromise on March 23rd, 2022. See board order number 2022-124. The next case in our calendar is case number 21 CMP 00072, Mirror Lounge, license number 111950. This case has been canceled. The board previously approved an offer in compromise on March 23rd, 2022. See board order number 2022-124. The next case in our calendar is case number 21 CMP 00066, Cafe Citron, license number 60138. This case has been continued to May 4th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. This continuance was requested by the government and the respondent consented. Have we heard anything from Ms. Johannes?
She's left the room.
I just want to let the parties know that I'm going to call. I saw something in the chat regarding Good Food Markets. Yes, I will be calling that case. All right, so I have not passed that case. It's on the calendar. I will be calling the case, but I wanted to, since I called the other cases since they were canceled and we did not have to elevate the rights of any parties. So I know I'll try to see. I'll wait a couple of more minutes for Ms. Johannes to try to access the site for us to move forward. If she does not, I'll give her maybe 2 more minutes. If she's unable, I will pass that case on and then call the other case, and then we'll try to figure out how to get her to participate. What I'm going to do, Mr. Bender, I'm gonna call another case. Hold on, let's see. I'm going to call another case that. Let me call another case because it appears that the parties are there, and I will recall your case. Okay, so I'll recall your case. All right, so the next case, hopefully that I'm trying to find out. Let me see. All right, it's my understanding their IT person is trying to get her to get her back online. So let me wait a couple of minutes before I pass this case. All right, I'm going to call the other case, and hopefully she. All right, so I'm going to call another case, and hopefully Miss Johannes will be able we'll be able to connect her. So let me call. So Mr. Bender, you can stay in the room. We're going to move on, but I'll recall your case. The next case is case number 22 PRO 00009 Good Food Markets, license number 119985. Ms. Foshburn, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, the Good Food Market?
Please stand by.
Thank you.
Patricia Janifer, your rights have been elevated. Philip Sambol, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. And let's start with the licensee. Could you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Hello, my name is Philip Sambol. That's PhilipSambol. I'm the manager at Good Food Markets.
Good morning. And let's have the protestant please spell and state your name for the record, please.
Okay, my name is Patricia Janifer. That's Patricia. Last name is Janiffer. And I'm commissioner for 8D07 ANC.
Good morning, thank you. Mr. Sambo, you said you're a manager. Can you explain? You said are you in the ownership, sir? You're on mute, sir.
I apologize. Yes, I mean manager in the corporate sense. Good Food Markets is, yeah.
All right, that's fine. All right. Are there any preliminary matters in this case that needs to be brought to the board's attention, Mr. Sambo? Meaning that are there any issues that not substance, but are there any issues that you're having that the board can assist you with?
No, sir, I don't think so. We had a preliminary meeting with Commissioner Janifer and the APRA representative last month, and we're prepared to attempt to come to some sort of settlement, and are aligned with the ANC in the concerns for community safety and issues around safe and responsible alcohol sales.
All right, thank you. Ms. Jennifer, any preliminary matters, just not substantive, just issues or anything that the board can help the parties with?
I do have just one question. I was actually trying to obtain the actual application for the license. Can you all assist me with that?
You mean the application? I mean, I'm not sure what information, but please reach out to, you can reach out to our agency, reach out to Sarah Foshbaum, and whatever information that, and this is for both parties, whatever information that we can provide to you, we can provide. So you can, she's our community liaison in the agency, for the agency, and so whatever information that you, at least that type of information, you can reach out to her and she can provide you that information. I can't, so so if that's information that's normally provided, then we'll provide it. I don't know if that is something that's normally provided, but we can provide that to you. And I will also, you could also contact, I'm sorry, hold on. You could also contact Miss Imani Moreland, and both sides can do that. Miss Moreland, her phone number is 202-442-6942, and she can provide you, because she'll be in contact with both parties through this process. So Imani Moreland at 202-442-6942. Okay. I'm sorry. All right, hold on a minute. It's my art. If you need records, also let me. And I don't have the information, the phone number for our records manager, but our records manager is Mr. Lamont Mahone. He's our records manager. So if you call the general number for the agency and just ask for our records manager, Mr. Lamont Mahone, he will be able to provide you whatever records you need for this case. Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. This matter then is scheduled for a protest hearing on May 4th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. All right, now that we have scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct you about because the board's practices under the COVID restrictions have changed. And although, under the COVID restrictions, that's what brought a lot of these changes toward the operation of the agency. As you know, the board hearings are conducted virtually, so it is more important than ever that protest hearings are focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. Following this hearing, you will receive an email from ABRA Legal Assistant Imani Moreland that will include a copy of a protest information form PIP and a copy of the exhibit form, as well as specific instruction for the hearing. You are required to complete and submit the PIP and exhibit forms at least 7 days before the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your form 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents need to be submitted to ABRA Legal and to the opposing parties. Please know that these documents are greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point on the hearing. Each side is also limited to no more than 5 witnesses and will only have 60 minutes to present your case. This includes all direct and cross-examination. The board does not intend to hear testimony in matters that are not relevant to these issues that are being protested. Are there any questions by the party?
No.
We thank you greatly for your cooperation. If you have any questions at any time leading up to the hearing, please do not hesitate to contact Ms. Moreland at 202-442-6942. And the phone number for Mr. Lamont Mahoney, his phone number is 202-407-7975. So our records officer, Lamont Mahoney, his phone number is 202-407-7975. He'll be able to provide the parties with specific records that are being requested. The board supports settlement if this matter can be settled. We do support the parties moving towards settling this matter. But if not, if the matter cannot be settled, then we'll see you at a protest hearing on May 4th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. All right? Thank you very much and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to recall case number 22 PRO 00013 Privateer 4400 LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 119655. We do have Mr. Bender already here, and I believe that Ms. Johannes. Okay, thank you. All right, let's have the parties introduce themselves for the record. Let's start with the representative of the licensee.
Hi, good morning. Sidon Johannes on behalf of the licensee, and that's SIDONYOHANNES.
Good morning, Ms. Johannes. Mr. Bender, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Jonathan Bender, JONATHANBENDER, and I'm here representing ANC 3E.
All right, good morning. Are there any preliminary matters that the parties would like us to address? Ms. Johannes?
No, not at this time.
Mr. Bender?
I don't know if this is something that the board could play a role in, but we've just had a sort of slow process with settlement discussions. The parties are involved with settlement, but it's taken a long time to get responses on things, and just if the board could, that this could be taken as seriously as what other commitments our other opposing party has.
Thank you, Mr. Bender.
I would recommend that we move forward with this matter, and we can initially we were doing just having settlement discussions outside of mediation, but I think a mediation needs to now be set.
All right, I was not aware, so will the agency if mediation has not been scheduled, because this matter is scheduled for protest hearing on May 4th. If mediation has not been scheduled, I will ensure that the agency schedules a mediation session in due course. The board supports settlements because, as I've basically stated, if this matter can be settled, at least the parties can mutually agree on the terms of, because it's a new license, so the parties can um, could mutually agree on whether or not this license will be granted and what the terms are. What the terms are. I will. The board will suggest and nudge both parties to be as responsive as possible to these matters. And I'm not saying that the other side, and I'm not saying, Mr. Bender, that they have not been responsive because I don't know that,
Understood.
but I'm just stating that for the record, we would like the parties to be responsive as ever. And also because this is a new license, so therefore we are gonna have, if this matter is not settled, we are gonna have a protest hearing on May 4th, because for new license, we have a timeline that we have to move forward with. So we are gonna move forward, and so the parties, if the parties believe that this matter can be settled prior to the hearing, then we support that, and we support the parties to do whatever that they can to ensure that there's conversation. And if this matter can be settled, it will be settled. If it cannot be settled, then we'll have a hearing on May 4th, 2022. As I stated before, if a mediation has not been scheduled, we will, the agency will schedule a mediation session forthwith. So I'll ensure that if one has not been done, we will schedule one forthwith. And
Just for the record, to be clear, that a mediation was set, but upon request from the parties, it was moved, or sort of we're awaiting a new date due to the parties' intentions to just settle outside of the mediation. So that was upon our request. So one was set, but now I think that one should be reset.
all
in
right,
order to
all
facilitate
right.
the session.
Well, the mediation session was scheduled by the board for March 24th. And
Right.
as I guess as you stated, Ms. Johannes, you had stated that you had asked to change that. So the agency will schedule another mediation session. And I guess from the record, once the agent sets another mediation session, will both parties attend?
Yes.
Ms. Johannes?
Yeah.
All right, fine. So we will schedule one in forthwith, and so the dates will be provided, and we'll provide a date. Hopefully that works for both parties, but we will schedule one forthwith, and both parties have now confirmed on the record that they will attend the next mediation session that's scheduled by the board. All right, thank you. All right.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, just
Yes,
with regard to the
Mr. Bender.
scheduling, will somebody reach out to us about dates or?
Yes, Mr. Bender.
But I mean,
Sam,
before they schedule, and because I'm going to be away next week.
all right. I'm not sure if Ms. Laverne. I know the mediations are held by. I'm sorry, convened by Laverne Fletcher.
Mhm.
But if there are dates that are not workable for you, please reach out to the agency. I will make sure that the agency reach out to both parties and try to come up with a mutual agreeable date prior to scheduling, because I know that because of scheduling conflicts. But I will inform the agency to reach out to the parties before they schedule the date. And so
Thank you,
both
Mr.
parties would be all right. So yeah, we'll let Ms. Fletcher, we'll let her know that she should reach out to the parties to get dates prior to doing that. And all right. And so that's basically where we are. So as I stated before, this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on May 4th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Ms. Fletcher will contact both parties to schedule to schedule the next mediation. Now, are there any questions that anyone has?
No, no questions.
I just read the instructions regarding protest hearings. Do the parties need me to review that again?
No.
No.
All right. Again, thank you very much for your participation this morning. We will schedule mediation, and the board supports settlement agreement. If this matter is always not settled, we will have a protest hearing on May 4th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. All right. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
All right,
Commissioners.
thank you. Mr. Yonis, I'm not sure if we're going to call an afternoon case for you. I'm trying to get some clarification whether or not I was told there's a case that you have here in the afternoon that we were trying to move, and I don't know if that was confirmed.
With me or with
With you. But I guess if you don't know, then I assume we're not moving the case. We're not moving the afternoon case from we're not moving the case from the afternoon to this morning. Hold on, please. All right.
if the chairman wants to give me a few minutes, we can.
I don't know if we've contacted the government. I don't know if the government had. I don't know. I do not know. I thought that the parties had agreed to move the case from this afternoon to this morning, but if you're not aware of that, then we will have this case in the afternoon. Okay, that's fine. All right, thank you very much. But I'm gonna read the agenda. I'm gonna now read the agenda, and so the parties, if they believe that they can move the afternoon case to this morning, then the board would be open to doing that. Okay?
Great, thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right, so let's now do our agenda. So that's the end of our, that is the end of our morning. Just want to make sure I've called the cases that were on our morning agenda, our morning calendar. Okay, those, we're now at the end of our morning calendar. So since we're at the end of our morning calendar, now let's now do our legal agenda. All right, the first case in our legal agenda is a review of the district's consent motion for continuance dated March 31st, 2022 in case number 21 CMP 00066 Cafe Citron, license number 060138. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2 on our legal agenda is a review of a respondent's consent motion for continuance dated March 30th, 2022 in case number 21 CMP 00007 MK Lounge and Restaurant, license number 088787. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3 on our legal agenda is a review of a letter from respondent informing the ABC Board of Compliance dated March 24th, 2022 in case number 22-251-00007. Trade name Cloud Lounge Restaurant and Bar, license number 093572. This is just an FYI for the board. The next case on our calendar is a review of a settlement agreement. On our legal agenda. Review of a settlement agreement dated March 3rd, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1B and to be determined, license number 120179. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to number 5 on our legal agenda. Number 5 on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated February 25th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1C and Yerevan, Yerevan, license number 120217. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6, review of a settlement agreement dated March 30th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission HC and Spar Liquor, license number 105207. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis, seconds.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 7, review of a settlement agreement dated March 30th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6D and Farmbird, license number 120165. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett, seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 8, review of a settlement agreement dated March 31st, 2022 between a group of 5 or more individuals and the Royal Sands Social Club, license number 119970. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis, seconds.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. On the motion, Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis agrees.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda, it's a review to request safekeeping of license. This is the Roberts Law Group PLLC, license number 083728. I make a motion that we extend this request we grant this request through September 30th, 2022. Is there a second?
Mr.
Ed
Short,
Grandis, seconds.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. On the motion, Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review a request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Le Grand Restaurant, license number 109012. I make a motion that we have a fact finding hearing. Is there a request? Is there a second? I'm sorry.
Ms. Crockett, seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for St. Arnold's Muscle Bar, Cleveland Park, license number 088441. I make a motion that we have a fact finding. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Vagabond, formerly Rebellion, license number 120426. I make a motion that we grant this request through September 30th, 2022. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5. Review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for to be determined, formerly JG 2325 18th Street LLC, license number 116507. I make a motion that we grant this request through September 30th, 2022. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Santa Rosa Taqueria, license number 089622. I make a motion that we grant this request through September 30th, 2022. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 7, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Marvin, license number 076166. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2022. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 8, review architectural floor plan for new Class B full-service grocery store. This is for Foxtrot, license number 120198. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 8, review application for transfer of ownership of license. This is for Columbia Care, license number 117373. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda is a review request for a temporary operating retail permit. This is for Death and Company license number 120938. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review request to reduce the total occupancy load of the establishment from 708 to 199. This is for Imperfecto, license number 117839. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review application for transfer of location to 2046 West Virginia Avenue Northeast. This is for Holistic Remedies license. It's a medical cannabis cultivation center, license number 117369. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr.
Edward
Short,
Grandis.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our second supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our second supplemental licensing agenda is a request to review application to extend safekeeping of license along with recently ratified lease for the property in question. The board requested a fact finding the hearing on March 30th, 2022. This is for to be determined, formerly Sterling-Gunson LLC, license number 111806. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined before. The first licensee is Boulangie Christophe, Boulangerie License number again is 1041291. The second licensee is Bangkok Thai Dining, license number 091333. The licensee requested cancellation. I therefore make a motion that we cancel both licenses based on the request by the licensees to cancel their license. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to the board's temporary one-day substantial change docket. There are 10 requests on this docket. I am going to read the names, the type of license that's been requested, the license number, and then at the end of the list, I'll make a motion that the ABC board approve these requests. The first request, a request made from Melanie Casanova. This is for a one-day license class F. This is for baby shower on March 9th, 2022. I'm sorry, April 9th, 2022. License number is 1209628. Attendees, 2 security guards. Number 2, a request from Mary Lesher, a one-day license class F. This is a reception for the National Society of the Colonial Dames of America and Dunbarton House Museum. The date of the event is May 19th, 2022. The license number is 120950. 100 attendees, 3 security guards. Another request, number 3, the request from Mary Lesher, Lesher, a one-day license class F, a reception again for the National Society of the Colonial Dames Dames of America and Dumbarton House Museum. This is on April 21st, 2022. License number is 120949, 100 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 4, a request from David Tornquist, a one-day license class F. This is for DC Shadow Ultimate Inc. Event is April 16th, 2022. The license number is 120966, 250 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 5 is another request from David Tornquist, a one-day license class F for the DC Shadow Ultimate Inc. Date is May 15th, 2022. The license number is 120967, 250 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 6, another request from David Tornquist, one-day license class F for DC Shadow Ultimate Inc. This is for June 5th, 2022. License number is 120968, 250 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 7, a request from Mark Oxley, a one-day license class F, a reception for Outdoor Illumination Inc. May 5th, 2022. The license number is 120975, 80 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 8, a request from Rebecca E. Long, a one-day license class G, a wedding on May 14th, 2022. License number is 120964, 130 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 9, a request from La Famosa LLC, a one-day substantial change. It's to offer live entertainment from 2 to 6. This is on May 21st, 2022. The license number for La Famosa is 115846. The substantial license number is 22SC00629. And number 10 is a request from DC Bra Brewing LLC, a one-day substantial change. This is their 11th year anniversary substantial change to extend service and consumption into the adjacent parking lot on their property. This is for April 30th, 2022. The license number is 085083. Substantial change number 22SC0040. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board grants all these requests. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Now we move to the board's license administrative docket. On the board's license administrative docket, there are 21 applicants. I'm going to read all the 21 names. I will also read their license number, and I'll also read the class category. And at the end of the list, I will ask that ABC Board approves these requests. The first request, a request from Studio 52, license number 115069, their retailer C Tavern, change of hours application. Number 2, a request from Breakthrough Beverage, license number 060518, wholesaler A, Grandson Loans application, inside retail window cling. Number 3, a request from La Chomaine, license number 000850, their retailer C restaurant, change of officer application to add Patrick R. Moulet as a shareholder. Number 4, a request from AB Liquors, license number 117666, retailer A liquor store, change of officer application to add Napoleon B. Fishay, FeshehayE. Number 5, a request from Charles E. Smith Center, license number 001070, their retailer CX multipurpose facility, change of officer application to add Mark S. Wrighton as director, WRIGHTON. Number 9, a request from Fanner Trading. The spelling is PFANNER Trading, license number 114093. Wholesaler B, letter of request for an off-site storage permit. Number 7, a request from Logan Circle Liquors, license number 086950, retailer A liquor store, transfer to new location. Application, the new address is 919 F Street Northwest. Number 8, a request from Residence Inn DuPont Circle, license number 089510, retailer C, hotel upstream transfer of ownership application. Number 9, a request from Residence Inn DuPont Circle, license number 110450, retailer B, 25% upstream transfer of ownership application. Number 10, a request from Zoka and Crush by Zoka, license number 119693, retailer C restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 11, Rainbow Market Beer and Wine, Grocery Market, license number 118468, retailer B, full service grocery store, new ABC application. Number 12, Whiskey Shop DC, license number 120535, retailer A, internet, new ABC license application. Number 13, Whiskey Shop DC, license number 120535, retailer A, internet, letter of request for an auction permit. Number 14, Puttery DC, license number 120510, retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 15, Chop Smith, license number 115588, retailer D restaurant stock transfer application. Number 16, Allah, license number 097698, retailer C restaurant stock transfer application. Number 17, Musan Farron and Brand, license number 119225, retailer A, internet, new ABC license application. Number 18, the mansion on O Street, license number 096704, caterer's license, change of officer application to add Tracy Halliday, Halliday, as secretary. Number 19, the Madison Hotel, license number 120944, retailer B, 25% transfer with the application. Number 20, the Madison Hotel, license number 120945, retailer C, hotel transfer with sale application. Number 21, Ocean Lounge, license number 114106, retailer C Tavern, letter of request for an expansion to first, second floors and basement, total occupancy increase from 75 to 310. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approve these requests. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. All right, we have now concluded our agenda. My understanding that we're gonna call a case, move up a case. I'm gonna call case number 21-251-00018, Mirror Lounge, license number 111950. This matter was scheduled for this afternoon at 1:30, but I believe that the parties have agreed to move this case to this time. So Ms. Foshburn, can you please elevate the rights of the government in this case? I see that the licensees is already online, so can you please elevate the rights, I believe, of Mr. Anton Williams, who is the licensee?
This has been accomplished.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the parties for this matter was scheduled for on our afternoon calendar for 1:30, but I was informed that the parties wanted to address this case earlier this morning. So let's have the parties introduce themselves for the record, starting with the government.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. My name is Antoine Williams on behalf of the district this morning.
Good morning, Mr. Williams. Ms. Johannes, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Sidon Johannes, behalf of the licensee, and that's SIDONYOHANNES.
Good morning. Mr. Williams, this matter was scheduled for a full show cause hearing this afternoon. Do we have a show cause hearing, or are there any preliminary matters?
Chairperson, Ms. Sedone has informed me this morning that she's willing to accept an OIC compromise. So we've agreed for an OIC regarding the matter before the board this morning. I can read that into the record for you.
Yes, please. What are the terms of the OIC, please?
Okay. The terms of the OIC are it's a $1,000 fine within 120 days, or the establishment's license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Ms. Johannes, it's my understanding that there is an offer in compromise, and the offer in compromise that there is a fine of $1,000 to be paid within 120 days. If the fine is not paid within 120 days, the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Is this your understanding of the offer in compromise?
Yes, it is.
Is your client aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to a hearing?
Yes.
Is your client also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to appeal this matter?
Yes.
With that said, I make a motion that the offer in compromise of a fine of $1,000 to be paid within 120 days. If the fine has not been paid within 120 days, the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. You're on mute, Mr. Grandis.
I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. I would like to thank the parties for agreeing to move this matter up from this afternoon to this morning, and also for agreeing to an offer in compromise. Thank you very much. That's been approved, and have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
The board has now dispensed with its morning calendar. The board will now be in recess until 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Good morning, and thank you very much. We are on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. The board has 5 other members with us this afternoon. The 5 other members are Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 6 members in attendance this afternoon, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get on the way with this afternoon's calendar, I would like to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of this hearing is understood by everyone. I believe there are 6 cases scheduled for this afternoon on this afternoon's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the right for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. All right. The first case that's on our afternoon calendar is case number 21 CMP 00007, MK Lounge and Restaurant, license number 88787. This case has been continued to May 4th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. This continuance was requested by the government, and the respondent they conceded. Agreed to the case. The next case that's on our calendar, we moved that case, which was case number 21-251-00018. We'd moved that case to the morning, so we have already disposed of the case on our morning calendar. And we also have case number 22 PRO 00006, Axum Restaurant, license number 119716. This hearing has been rescheduled to April 20th, 22 at 1:30 p.m. So there are only 2 cases left on our calendar for this afternoon. For the first case, I'm now calling the protest hearing, case number 22 PRO 00004, Lydell, license number 119890. This is an application for a new license. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee, its witnesses, the board witness, and the protestant and her witnesses for this case, please.
Please stand by. Stephen O'Brien, your rights have been elevated. Manal Mahmood, your rights have been elevated. Christopher Condon, your rights have been elevated. Daniel Goodman, your rights have been elevated. Tiffany Brown, your rights have been elevated. And Ashley Robinson, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Foshman. I'm writing the name. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like the parties to introduce themselves for the record. Let's start with the representative of the licensee.
Good afternoon, Stephen O'Brien for the licensee. I'm accompanied by my colleague, Manal Mahmood. Do you want spellings, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I need all parties to spell and state the name for the record, please.
Okay, my first name is spelled Stephen. Last name is O''B''Brien.
Good afternoon. First name Manal, Manalle. Last name Mahmood, Mahmoud.
Good afternoon. Mr. O'Brien, if this matter goes to a hearing, you wish to call in witnesses. Who are the witnesses that you have are online, please?
We have 2 witnesses whose rights have been elevated. One is Daniel Goodwin, and the second is Ashley Robinson.
So could we have Mr. Goodman, could you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship, please?
Yes, hello. Daniel Goodman here, spelling first name Daniel, last name Goodman, Goodman, and I am Director of Real Estate with Lidl US with the applicant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Robinson, can you please spell and say your name for the record, please?
My name is Ashley Robinson. It's ASHLEYROBINSON. And I am the district manager for the upcoming Skyline store.
Thank you. ANC?
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Tiffany L. Brown, Commissioner for 7B02. Also, I am the chair of 7B. My name is spelled Tiffany, middle initial L, last name Brown.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Do you have any witnesses you plan to call this afternoon, Ms. Brown?
No, sir.
Okay. The board's witness, can we have the board's representative, please? The board's witness, please spell and state his name for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Christopher Condon, Condon's last name. My first name is Christopher, Christopher, and I'm an investigator for the Alcohol Beverage Regulation Administration.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. All right, this is a protest hearing that we're having this afternoon. And so prior to starting the hearing, are there any preliminary matters? We start with the applicant.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm going to make an oral motion to dismiss the protest pursuant to 23 DCMR 1722.10. That's 1722.10. Notwithstanding adequate notice and without good cause, the protestant failed to file a protest information form or exhibit forms. For that reason, and as provided in section 1722.10, the protest is subject to dismissal.
Ms. Brown, any response?
I'm not sure what the applicant's attorney expected me to bring. I don't have any witnesses and I don't have any exhibits.
No, his motion is that we should dismiss because he did not file.
I object to that. I object to dismissing.
He had asked that we dismiss your protest because you did not file a PIP. So the response is that why didn't you file a PIP 7 days prior to the hearing, as was required by, as was requested by, as had formed both parties at the pre-hearing conference.
Right. And I was under the impression that you had to file if you were going to present any exhibits or witnesses, correct? And I believe I asked Abra if I needed to list myself as a witness because I was coming as the protestant. And I was told no, that I was already down for appearing at the hearing.
Mr. Brand.
May we know who at Abra told Ms. Brown that?
Sure. Give me a moment. Martha Jennings.
So you're saying that Ms. Brown, you're saying the general counsel informed you that because you're not call in any witnesses that you did not have to do a PIP. You could just show up as.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
All right. Any other comment you'd wish to make, Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, but what I understand Commissioner Brown to be saying is, notwithstanding, she intends to testify herself. Do I understand Ms. Brown correctly?
I think I heard that.
Okay, well, she has, I would suggest that the board consult with Ms. Jenkins about this. I mean, we diligently, in every case, adhere to the board's requirements regarding the filing of a PIP and exhibit forms. And at the status hearing this case, the chair, as always, advised the parties of it. And then letters come out to the parties. And I'm aware of no exception that a party need not submit a protest information form if they intend to testify themselves. But I think probably the board needs to consult with Ms. Jenkins about this.
I mean, I think one of the reasons why we have the PIP, I mean, I think 1722.7 states that the PIP and exhibit the PIP and exhibit form and an attachment shall be served on all parties on the board of the General Counsel prior to the hearing. And I believe and 1722.5 states that the board may exclude at the hearing any witness or exhibits not disclosed on the PIP or the exhibit form if the board finds that the opposing party has been prejudiced by the failure to disclose, or if there has been a known failure to disclose. Now, Mr. O'Brien, you've stated that, and I think that Ms. Brown has stated that she's the only witness that will be testifying here today. So can you tell us how is it that you have been, that if the board was to rule that Ms. Brown can testify, how is it that how is your client being prejudiced? If Ms. Brown, there are no documents, Ms. Brown is the person who's testifying. How, because the 1722.5 states the board may exclude at the hearing any witness or exhibits not disclosed in the PIP or the exhibit form if the board finds that the opposing party has been prejudiced by the failure to disclose, or if there has been a knowing failure to disclose.
We are prejudiced by having had to punch in the dark in preparation for this hearing because we had no PIF from the ANC to rely upon.
And so you didn't think that the applicant, I'm sorry, that the protestant itself would testify, or that the protestant would not another witness. I guess from what I'm hearing, if the protestant had shown up here today to say that there's another member, or if there's another member of the public to testify, I guess in my view, then I could say that maybe the arguments could be shown that this person would be prejudiced. But at the same time, prior to making a ruling on that, under Title 23, Chapter 16, 1612.5 states that the applicant shall call its witnesses to give testimony and present evidence regarding the appropriateness of the establishment as set forth in Section 400. So the regulation states that the applicant has to prove to the board that that the applicant itself has to prove to the board that the granting of this license is actually appropriate for the area. So it's not a matter of right that the board is going to grant the license. I do not believe, in my view, I do not believe that the applicant has shown that it would be prejudiced to have this one witness testify, because the witness who's testifying is a party. And I believe that the protestant, I'm sorry, that the applicant is on notice that if you have a protest hearing, that the party would be testifying. And so what I would suggest to the board is that the board deny this motion, because I don't see how the applicant, I'm sorry, how the applicant can prove that it has been prejudiced because the protestant, who's a party to this litigation is going to testify today, and also because the regulations require that the applicant prove to the board that the application, the granting of this license, is appropriate for the area. So that's yes, Mr. O'Brien.
Two observations. Ms. Brown is not the protestant.
I'm sorry?
Ms. Brown is not the protestant.
It's my understanding that Ms. Brown is the chair of the ANC. It's my understanding, at least the information that was presented to the board when the ANC protested this license, that the letter from the ANC states that, the letter from the ANC stated that, and I got this information in preparing for this case and reviewing the case report that was done by the board agent, I'm sorry, the board's investigator who's a witness today, that the letter, at least the letter that was provided to the agency, stated that Ms. Brown is the spokesperson for the ANC.
That's correct, but sir, that doesn't make Ms. Brown a party. The ANC is a party, Ms. Brown.
The ANC is the party, and the letter states that Ms. Brown is the spokesperson for the ANC. At least that's what the letter that was stated, that's in the case report that was provided by Mr. Condon. If I'm incorrect, I'm trying to speak up.
No, I'm not saying you're incorrect about that.
Okay.
I'm simply saying that Ms. Brown, the individual, is not a party, and what the ANC now purports to do is call Ms. Brown as a witness without having listed her in the protest information form. The second observation I would make is if a protest is dismissed, then the case is uncontested and it is deemed appropriate, and thus we need not go forward with a protest hearing. The board does not conduct a hearing in every single application. And I don't have the statutory reference, but without a pending protest, an application is deemed appropriate.
So, Mr. Brown, but you're asking the board to. I know that we can always, you can always provide procedural, we can always make procedural arguments. The procedural argument, it's my understanding that the ANC was at the roll call, and so the ANC was granted stand-in. The ANC was also, and it's my understanding that Ms. Brown was a representative of the ANC at the roll call. I believe, if I remember correctly, that Ms. Brown, on behalf of the ANC, was at the status hearing, and so therefore there was no issue with providing stand-in to the ANC. But I believe that you're now stating that we should dismiss the ANC or Ms. Brown because Ms. Brown did not provide a PIP. But based on what my reading here, it says that we do have a protest hearing today. And at least my reading of the statute says that irrespective whether or not the ANC whether or not it's being contested by the ANC, there's no reason for us not to have a protest hearing today. And the statute, the regulations, that 1612 says that the board present its evidence, if any, and then the applicant needs to present evidence. It says 1612.5 says applicant shall call its witnesses to give testimony and present evidence regarding the appropriateness of the establishment as set forth. And so after the applicant has presented its case, then the protestant would present its case. So, I mean, I think that a motion would probably be more appropriate after the protestant, I'm sorry, after the board and the applicant presents its case, because the protestant doesn't have to do anything at this juncture. The protestant is here. The protestant is here. The agency presents its case. The applicant presents its case, and even if the protestant had submitted documents and witnesses, the protestants could state after the case is presented, I'm not gonna present an evidence, so therefore I want the board to make a determination on the application, on what the testimony and evidence that was made by the board and by the applicant. And the protestant could say at the end of all of that, that I'm not gonna call any documents and witnesses. And so I don't see how, and that's what, I don't see the difference there, sir.
Well, the difference would be if the motion, the instant motion to dismiss were to be granted, there no longer is a protestant, there no longer is a protest, in which case there would be nothing to go forward on. But I understand the chair's inclination, it seems, to deny the motion to dismiss, to deny this motion to dismiss. And if that's the case, if this motion to dismiss is denied, then yes, we must proceed to hearing.
Are there any questions on this issue by the board members?
Mr. Chair, I don't have any questions. I'd just like to
Yes, Mr. Short, go ahead.
clarify for the record that I am a member of the community of 7B. I've lived there for over 33 years, and that will have no bearing on my decision-making when it comes to this particular case. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Short. And I had also disclosed to the parties at the show cause status hearing that I also live in this community. I was at one point, I was on the ANC. I left the ANC 4 years ago, and I did work on the ANC as an ANC member with Ms. Brown. So I did disclose all of that information at the show cause status hearing to the protest status hearing to the parties. And I believe that my living in this community or also being familiar with Ms. Brown both professionally and socially because she's a neighbor, that does not impact whatever decision that I would make regarding this matter. So that I had disclosed at the show cause, the protest hearing status. I did disclose that. But are there any questions by anyone else on any board member regarding this issue or any other representation that anyone else wished to make?
The applicant has, both the chair and Chief Short have disclosed grounds for one to question, but we choose not to question. We're perfectly satisfied that both the chair and Chief Short can be objective and fair to both parties in this matter.
Thank you for that representation, Mr. O'Brien. As I said before, it was important enough for, at least for myself, to have disclosed that early as the first time this was brought to the board's attention. I did disclose to both parties my familiarity and relationship to this area. But as stated, DC is a very small, although there are over 600,000-700,000 people here, DC is still a very small city state, that it's unlikely that people that as you move forward that you're not going to know individuals in some capacity. But I would, as I said before, I do not believe that the applicant would be prejudiced by allowing Ms. Brown to testify, because Ms. Brown was identified as the ANC representative, and she was identified by the letter from the ANC to the board that she would be the spokesperson for the ANC. So I don't believe that the applicant will anyway be And then anyway, and also the purpose of the PIP is to ensure that there are no surprises, that the parties are on notice who will be called as witnesses and testified. And also, just as a matter of record, it's discretionary by the board if the board would grant, even if Ms. Brown had submitted a late PIP, it would be discretionary by the board to make a determination whether or not the other side would be prejudiced by allowing a late PIP that was not supplied 7 days in advance. So I therefore make a motion to the board to deny this, the motion by the applicant. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. So therefore, the board has denied the motion. But based on the discussion that was heard, let me ask a question to see if there's a way we can shorten this, that whether or not we need to actually go through an elongated protest hearing. I need to find out from the parties. Is the ANC denying? Is the ANC against granting this license? Ms. Brown.
No, the ANC is not against granting this license.
All right, fine. So can we both agree that the license will be granted? Is there consensus? Are the parties in agreement that the license will be granted, that the agency will grant the license?
Applicant's agreement.
All right. So is the ANC then protesting this license because they're asking for conditions on the license?
Yes, we're asking to put in place a settlement agreement.
Well, it can be a settlement agreement, Ms. Brown. So you'd have to, where we are today, is that if you want to put testimony on why the board should grant this license with conditions, then you would have to provide us the conditions and a justification for the conditions. And I will ask, and then the applicant would put testimony and evidence on why the board should grant this license without any conditions. So, I mean, that's how we can have this hearing in the sense that we can have a truncated process where the licensee can put testimony and evidence on why conditions should not be granted, why conditions should not be placed on the license, that the license should be issued unconditionally, and then the ANC can present evidence whether or not what the conditions should be, and the board will make a determination at the end whether or not the license will be granted with conditions or without conditions. Would that work for the parties? That basically we could bypass the presentation of the board's witness, and Mr. O'Brien, you can call your witnesses to testify why the license should be granted without conditions, and Ms. Brown will provide evidence to say why the license should be granted with conditions.
I don't know how much that truncates the proceedings, Mr. Chair.
We're not going to have I'm sorry, go ahead.
An alternative suggestion
Yes, sir.
is the board hears from its investigator.
Yes, sir.
There's only one issue here: is peace, order, and quiet. There's also the protest letter mentioned trash, but trash is a peace, order, and quiet issue. Is the board hear from the investigator? I believe after reading the investigator's report, his testimony will be to the effect that although he can't observe anything directly because there's no store in operation, that he is not aware of any reason to believe this application would adversely affect peace, order, and quiet. Now, that I believe is enough for the board to proceed on, to hear the protest and say, why not? That would truncate things. I mean, I prepared our witnesses, we're prepared to go forward, but we could rest on the investigator's testimony that he is aware of nothing that would impair peace, order, and quiet, and then put, I think, the ball in the lap of Commissioner Brown, where it really belongs, to say what the problem is here.
I don't disagree with you. The only position I'm saying, the board's agent is not making a recommendation. The board's agent is just, at least the board's agent position is presenting what we're seeing. So the board's agent is not making conclusions. So I don't want it to be that the board's agent is concluding that this establishment is appropriate for the area. That is not the role of the agent. The agent is going to say, this is my investigation and this is what I saw, and then it's up to the board to determine if it's appropriate. And so both parties can ask questions of the board agent, but I just want to make sure that the board is not going to adopt the conclusions to say the agent stated that it's appropriate. So the board has to make its own independent judgment based on what's heard today, whether or not that's appropriate. So as I said before, the agent can testify about its findings and we can have cross-examination. And if both parties agree that once cross-examination is done, if they don't want to present their case, then if they think that's sufficient for the board to make a determination, if there's agreement there, I'll adopt that, but I'm not going to tell parties how not to do it. Or if the parties want to present their case the way they envisioned, they can do that. I'm just suggesting if this makes it shorter, but I'm not telling anyone how is it that they should present their case.
I would suggest, Mr. Chair, that you probably should hear from your investigator.
Right. Okay, we'll hear from our investigator, and then once the investigator presents its case, then we'll see where we are. So basically what we'll do, the process then is that we'll have an opening statement from the applicant, an opening statement from the ANC, and once we have the opening statement, then the board will call the board's witness and see where we go there. All right, so does the applicant wish to make an opening statement?
Very briefly, Mr. Chair. The evidence will show, we'll only go back a step. Skyland has been a source of concern for the community and the DC government for decades. And I hearken back to when Walmart pulled what I think can fairly be described as a bait and switch on the city and left Skyland as it was. The evidence will show that the city government aggressively encouraged, recruited Lidl to open this store. The evidence will show this is not the typical location for a Lidl store. But the request of the city, they're going forward with it. I will say, as I said in my protest information form, that the impression we had up to a point has been that Lidl is being fully welcomed. And it's disappointing to find out that there's a protest of its ABC license. That's my opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to kind of echo some of the things that Mr. O'Brien said. Skyland has been an issue, but it's been an issue longer than since Walmart has pulled out. It's been an issue for the 25 years that I've lived in this community. And Lidl is welcomed here. And we would love to see Lidl here. But we would like to see Lidl here and operate to sell beer, wine, and spirits under certain conditions. We want to make sure that our community is maintained in such a way that there is not going to be the perception of loitering, the perception of trash, and that peace, order, and quiet will remain in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the board will call its first witness, Mr. Christopher Condon.
Sure. So I was assigned the protest investigation
Yes, sir. Let me ask, okay, can you please spell and say your name for the record and your role today, sir, and where you're employed?
Sure. My name is Christopher Condon, Christopher. Last name is Condon, Condon, and I'm an investigator with ABRA, and that entails me conducting inspections and investigations of ABC establishments within the District of Columbia.
Good afternoon, sir. All right,
Good
so
afternoon.
how are you familiar with this?
Mr. Chair, Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
yes, Mr.
I
Bryan.
do think you need to swear the witness.
Oh, I apologize. I'm looking for the report. Thank you. Mr. Condon, can you please raise your right hand, please?
Sure,
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. I'm here trying to get the report so I can look at the report to follow, and I apologize. All right, so Mr. Condon, can you tell us how you're familiar with this protest, sir?
I'm familiar with this as I was assigned the protest investigation of Lidl U.S. Operations LLC, trading as Lidl.
And did you have an opportunity to speak to parties in the case, sir?
I did. So on Monday, March 14th, 2022, approximately 10:48 in the morning, I telephonically interviewed Miss Tiffany Brown. She's the chairperson of ANC 7B. Ms. Brown said that they were close to signing a settlement agreement, but at the 11th hour, if you will, the applicant's attorney had issues with the proposed hours that was in the settlement agreement. Ms. Brown stated that those hours that were granted in the proposed settlement agreement were the hours that the applicant applied for in the initial application, so she wasn't sure why that was a problem with the attorney, and that basically they wouldn't sign the proposed settlement agreement. Ms. Brown stated that there is no formal protest issue with having Lidl be a licensed establishment in the city, but they want all ABC establishments within ANC 7B to have a settlement agreement and to be governed by it. So she said that's more of a formality to have a settlement agreement. She also stated that the ANC is willing to accommodate whatever hours that the applicant is willing to or wants, I should say. On Thursday, March 17th, 2022, at approximately 6:45 p.m., Mr. Stephen O'Brien provided me a written document via email that provided a summary of what the applicant's stance was on this protest. In the report, you can see the exact cut and paste of what Mr. O'Brien provided me, but to give a verbal summary of it, basically, Mr. O'Brien says the applicant is disheartened with this meritless protest and that Lidl has 150 plus stores in the eastern portion of the United States, and that they sell about 80% private label brand products, and that selling alcohol is would help them financially stay afloat. And overall, they feel that this is not a complete protest in regards to that. They also said having this grocery store would not diminish any real property values or cause any issues with the peace, order, and quiet within the neighborhood. Lidl is going to be located in an MU7B zone, which is a mixed-use zone intended for medium-density mixed-use development. In my report, you can see the exact breakdown pulled from the zoning website in regards to details from that. There's one ABC establishment within 1,200 feet of Lidl. It's Safeway, and that's a grocery B store, so they sell beer and wine. That's within 1,200 feet. In regards to parking, I'm not sure exactly the parking situation that Lidl is going to have, but on Town Center Drive, there's 2-hour parking 7 days a week between 8 a.m. and 10 p.m. on both sides. I don't know, like I said, if Lidl's going to have a parking lot, but there is street parking in front for 2 hours paid. Bus stops and subway, there's 5 bus stops within 400 feet of Lidl, and they're serviced by the 70, 79, 90, 92, and 96 routes. And the nearest metro station is on Naylor Road, which is about 1.3 miles away from where the proposed establishment is going to be. There's no recreation centers, public libraries, or daycare centers within 400 feet of the establishment, and Stanton Elementary School is located within 400 feet at 2701 Naylor Road Southeast, and I have an exhibit with a photograph of the school. The surrounding area consists of mainly commercial areas with an apartment building across the street, which is called the Skyline Apartments. There's also the Skyline Town Center shopping mall across the street as well, where the proposed location is going to be. There's a Starbucks south of where the proposed location is going to be, and below the apartment building is a roaming rooster as well as a CVS. And Town Center Drive and Naylor Road intersect Alabama Avenue Southeast. The building exterior the building's fully under construction. I'm not aware of what it's going to look like, as well as the interior. It's fully cleared area, and I don't know what it's going to look like. The current proposed hours of operation are 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., 7 days a week, as well as those are the hours of sale as well. So from March 14th through March 27th, 2022, I visited the location on 6 times. I didn't see any issues with noise or anything like that. I included in there that no trash was in the vicinity, as in the letter, Ms. Brown stated trash was in there. But I didn't see any issues with noise. I didn't see a lot of foot traffic or vehicle traffic at all on Town Center Drive. It was actually extremely quiet every one of the times that I monitored the location. So no issues in regards to the formal protest issue of peace, order, and quiet. Calls for service from March 14th, 2021 until March 14th, 2022. There were no calls for service at the address, no police calls for service or anything like that. There's no records of noise complaints with ABRA, as there is no license there, and there's no settlement agreement and no security plan in place as well. And of course, there's no investigative history, as this is a initial application. Mr. Anderson, do you want me to go through the exhibits? What they are?
Was going to have you do that, but since we're not going to have you upload your reports, why don't you physically tell us what the exhibits are, and just describe them for the record? What exhibits are attached to your report?
Sure. So Exhibit 1 is a copy of the protest letter from the ANC. Exhibit 2 is...
I'm sorry, Mr. O'Brien, can you please mute your telephone, please, sir?
I apologize.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Condon.
Sure. Exhibit 2 is a copy of the zoning information. Exhibit 3 is a copy of 1,200-foot zone around the establishment. Exhibit 4 is a copy of the 400-foot zone around the establishment. Exhibit 5 is the photograph of the Stanton Elementary School. Exhibit 6 is a photograph of a 2-hour parking sign directly in front of the establishment. Exhibit 7 is a photograph of a parking lot directly adjacent to the proposed location of the establishment. And Exhibit 8 and 9 are both photographs of what the establishment looks like currently at the location. Exhibit 10 is a photograph of Starbucks along Town Center Drive. Exhibit 11 is a photograph of a 2-hour parking sign across the street on Town Center Drive from the establishment. Exhibit 12 is a photograph of what the apartment building looks like across the street from the establishment. Exhibit 13 is a photograph facing north down Town Center Drive. Exhibit 14 is a photograph facing south down Town Center Drive. Exhibit 15 is a photograph facing the front of what the establishment is going to be. There's a currently fenced-in location. And Exhibit 16 is a photograph in front of the establishment as well, from the side.
Is that it?
That's it, yes. Yep.
I just have a couple of questions for you, Mr. Condon. What type
Sure.
of license is this licensee requesting?
It's a retail Class A license.
And are there? I'm in reviewing your report. You stated it says that there's only in the 1,200-foot area. There's only one of the liquor license. Is that correct?
That is correct. Safeway, correct.
And what type of license do they have?
They have a grocery B license.
What's the difference between if you're aware, a B and an A license for a grocery store?
So a B grocery is they have a requirement to sell grocery store items. A retail A has no requirement to sell any grocery items. And a B, of course, is beer and wine, and A is liquor. I'm sorry, spirits, beer and wine.
Okay. Thanks. I don't recall. What type of parking, if any, did you observe around the area?
So I observed just street parking. As stated, I'm not sure if Lidl's going to have a parking lot. There is an empty parking lot that I have in my exhibits adjacent to the proposed location, but I'm not sure if that's going to be used for Lidl or another establishment or another retail area. So from what I noticed was just the street parking right now.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions. Any questions by any other board member?
Mr.
Go
Chair.
ahead, Mr. Short. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Short.
I just wanted to ask Mr. Condon, what hours again are operations would they be able to sell alcohol if granted this license?
8 a.m. to 9 p.m., 7 days a week, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. O'Brien.
Investigator Condon, I realize you were handicapped here because there's not a business to monitor. But based on your assessment of the application itself and of the neighborhood surrounding the location for the Lidl store, did you perceive any grounds whatsoever for fearing or concluding the possibility of the potential or disruption of peace, order, and quiet emanating from this store when completed?
So from my 6 visits, I saw no issues as it relates to an adverse impact on peace, order, and quiet.
Thank you. That's my question, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Brown, any questions for the license, for the investigator?
Yes, I do have a question. So within the 1,200 feet, did you notice at any other establishment where there may have been loitering?
I was not monitoring any other location other than the proposed location.
Than a proposed location? Okay, you noted that Stanton Elementary School was close to the applicant.
That's correct, yes. Within 400 feet.
Within 400 feet. So within 400 feet, there's also a gas station that's within 7B. Did you notice anything there?
I was not monitoring the gas station, so I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board member, before I dismiss this witness, does the board have any other additional questions for its witness? All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Condon, for your testimony. You're free to go. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
At this stage, it's now for the applicant to present its case. So what do you want to do, Mr. O'Brien?
Present our case.
Who's your first witness?
I would like to call Daniel Goodman as witness.
Mr. Goodman, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so Daniel Goodman, again, DanielGoodman, Director of Real Estate with Lidl US. I oversee Lidl's expansion for new store locations in the District of Columbia and the state of Maryland is my territory. And I'm here to give some background on the history of the Skyland development, how it came to be that Lidl is entering this location, which of course we are very excited about in the community.
Mr. Goodman, I'll be asking you questions.
Okay.
And if you'd respond to those questions, please.
Good. Let's do it. Even better.
Okay. How many Lidl stores are there in the United States?
Approximately 170 total as of today.
Okay, and you say as of today. To what extent is Lidl expanding its stores in the United States?
At this point, very rapidly. We've got various stores under construction, including this one. We've got others that are in the development process, whether that's in for permitting or in design. We have goals of opening many more stores in the future across the eastern coast of the U.S. at this point.
All right. To date, what would be the typical location of a Lidl store?
Yeah, most of our stores to this point are in more suburban markets. A lot of that is driven by the size of store that we prefer and the deal structure and kind of what our customer base has proven to be have an appetite for us previously. Yeah, typically, if you look at most of our stores, it's more suburban, relatively new as we move closer into major metropolis centers.
Okay, I think we could all agree that the Skyland site is not suburban. How did it come about that Lidl decided to open a store, Skyland?
Yeah, so some history on how we got to this point. We received outreach starting originally from DC Economic Partnership. Of course, and this has been stated previously during this meeting, but Skyland has been a point of focus for the District of Columbia government and city council, mayor's office to try to bring a new full service grocer to this location. And so around early 2018 is when it started with DC Economic Partnership reaching out to us. And then over the next year and a half or year plus, various meetings with DC Economic Partnership, DC Deputy Mayor of Planning and Economic Development's office, recruiting us and hoping that we would want to come to this location. So that's really how it came to be. Kind of back to the markets we were studying and focusing on around that time, being more suburban, and we were approached and introduced via the DC government to the landlord, who the landlord partners here, Rappaport Companies and WC Smith, and that turned into where we are today.
How aggressive was DC in recruiting Lidl to Skyland?
I would say very, just in the sense that, again, with the history and the real desire by the community and the government to have this happen, a full service grocer come here. The recruitment was very strong. Many meetings at Deputy Mayor Planning Economic Development's office, with and without the landlord, meetings at over multiple years, including the big public announcement in 2019 at the ICSE Recon conference together. So I would say very strong.
In a typical Lidl store, what percentage of alcohols, and I realize this is an estimate, no one's going to hold you to it, but what percentage of sales at a typical Lidl store are from alcoholic beverages?
An estimate for that is really less than 10% is a confident estimate if you look across the board.
Okay. Would you, not you personally, would Lidl have continued to explore this opportunity if sale of alcoholic beverages was not a possibility?
No.
Will Lidl open this? Would Lidl open this? Well, I'm going to take that back. If it's only 10%, then why is it so important that you have alcoholic beverages?
So it's really about, first of all, being a full service grocer, right? And across the street from us is a Safeway that is a full service grocer, including alcohol. And so it's really not just to make the additional revenue directly from alcohol sales. It's to ensure that people choose to come to us for their full grocery shopping experience, and that we're as convenient as the Safeway experience, because if we're not, and they're looking for a one-stop shop, we believe, and evidence points to this in our own experience, that people will choose to go to Safeway, for example, instead. So it's really more than just the sales of alcohol themselves. It's the being a full service, convenient, one-stop experience. So therefore, really all sales ultimately, to an extent, hinge on this.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Goodman.
Okay.
Can I ask? I need everyone to mute their telephone, their phone lines, with the exception of the witness and the attorney who is speaking. Those are the only two phone lines that should be unmuted. All right. Okay. So that's your last question, Mr. O'Brien?
That was my last question, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Ms. Brown.
Thank you. Mr. Goodman, you said that Lidl has 107 stores in the in the US?
100 and I think you said 107, but 170, 170.
170. How many of those stores sell alcohol?
I do not know the exact answer to that, but I'll say I believe everywhere that we are allowed to. So for example, in the state of Maryland, where it's state law for no alcohol, we do not there, but everywhere else that allows it, we do.
But no exact number. I just wanted to also make a point of clarity. Safeway only sells beer and wine. They do not sell alcohol. And can you remind me again what your response was about if Lidl was not able to sell beer, wine, and alcohol, it would not come to this location? Can you answer that? Mr. O'Brien had asked you that question, but
Yeah, sure. I
if
can
it's less
answer
than
that question.
10% of the sales, then why is there such an urgency to sell it?
Okay, yes. To reiterate what I said before, it's really not just about those specific sales. It's allowing us to be a full service, one-stop grocery option, just like Safeway is in this market, and to remain competitive. So we believe that if we're unable to sell alcohol, a lot of people would have good reason to not come to us at all for even the non-alcohol items that they shop for, because they're able to go across the street to buy everything without having to go to two different places. So it's much more than just those sales themselves. It's to remain competitive as a whole and be a full one-stop offering for the community.
Okay, I have another question for you. So Lidl is not a very large store when you look at it, and it does not offer, it has some offerings, but I would not necessarily call it a full service grocery store. It has fruits, it has vegetables, but most people that shop at Lidl also shop someplace else. And so I'm just trying to figure out how the sale of alcohol would, or not being able to sell alcohol would make you less competitive when most people have to finish up shopping someplace else. In your stores. Now, let's be clear, the community is welcoming Lidl. We want a Lidl in our community, but Lidl, like some other stores that are like that, people typically shop there and shop somewhere else.
Mr. Chair,
What exactly is the question?
Mr. Goodman, hold on, please. Yes,
I'm going to object to the form of the question. It presumes matters not in evidence regarding the size of Lidl's store and its product offerings.
All right. Well, Ms. Brown, can you rephrase your question? Maybe you want to break it up and ask specific questions. Maybe you could ask about the size, but reformat your question and ask him that.
Okay, Mr. Goodman, what is the approximate square footage of your store? A typical Lidl store.
Typically, plus or minus 30,000 square feet.
And if you were to compare that to, say, a Safeway store that's across the street, how would you compare the two sizes?
In my experience, Safeway has a wide range of square footages, typically bigger than 30,000 square feet, but you know, I wouldn't know necessarily what their average is.
Okay, so is it fair to say that the Lidl that's being built at Skyland is half the size of Safeway?
I don't know if it's half. I would say it's smaller than the one across the street, but I honestly didn't come prepared with their exact square footage. I don't know if it's half.
I don't know their exact footage either.
Yeah, I don't have it off the top of my head.
But it is fair to say that Lidl is a smaller grocery store and does not offer the same amount of products as other bigger grocery stores, retail stores.
It's just such a wide range. I mean, yeah, there's certainly other grocers that offer more unique products than we do, and there's other grocers that we provide more unique products than.
Okay. I don't have any more questions for Mr. Goodman. Thank you.
All right. Right, you have a question, Mr. Short?
Yes, if I could, I guess good afternoon, Mr. Goodman.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Goodman, are you familiar with the Lidl store at 17th and H Streets, Northeast Washington, D.C.?
The Lidl store at 17th and H?
Yes.
No.
Okay, well, there is a Lidl's there and it's been there for a while. And it's directly across the street from a Safeway and the shopping center across from it.
It's not a Lidl, Mr. Short.
It's
a different.
I do believe I know what he's talking about.
Okay,
but
I'm
it's not a
mistaken.
Lidl.
I'm mistaken. Forgive me. I thought it was the Lidl's. But anyway, are you familiar with that store in that neighborhood?
I believe I know which one you're talking about. Yes.
And it's been there for 20 years or better, or coming up on 20 years?
This is a competitor's store, and I'm not sure exactly when it opened, but I don't think it's been that long, but it's not very new.
Well, I'm asking this question because of the previous questioner, the ANC commissioner. And basically what I find is I found myself in that competitor store with a senior, one of my adopted mothers. And apparently a lot of seniors like shopping there. So is Lidl similar to that store? Because the prices they are, I think, a lot, typically just a little lower than Safeways. And I guess the question I want to ask you is, what are Lidl's prices compared to Safeway's prices when a lot of seniors shop there?
Yeah, sure. Compared to Safeway, we are known, and we've done comparisons of our own that have been published before, but much, much more affordable than Safeway. Our mission statement is to offer high quality products at low prices, and typically we have, in any market that we're in, on average, the lowest prices. I mean, that may not be true across the board, but typically, certainly much lower than Safeway.
Well, in my direct community, which is in 7B, and I've been there for better than 30, coming up on 35 years, I know that most of my neighbors are seniors like myself. And I do know a lot of them look for the prices to compare. And so I think it would, I'm just going to ask, would a Lidl's in competition with a Safeway provide seniors with a better pricing, in your opinion?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay, and you say the store hours will be between 8 a.m. and 9 p.m. every day?
That's what we submitted on our application, yes.
Okay, and I guess the last question I'm going to ask is, and I'll make a statement previous to this, but are you familiar with the history of Hillcrest at all, with the community that the store lies in? Are you familiar with John Wilkes Booth?
Yeah, I don't, not sure that I'm prepared to talk details, but a little bit.
I'll forget that question. But the street I live on, Branch Avenue, is the street that he drove through. And at that time, that was a suburb of Washington, of downtown Washington, D.C. And so it has a suburban kind of taste to it, the neighborhood. And so would you think that would be a minus or a plus for Lidl?
Whether this neighborhood is suburban, is that what you're asking?
Well, no, that's not suburban. Do you think that the character of the neighborhood that Lidl, this proposed Lidl is going into, is going to be an asset for the community? That is the question I'm asking.
Sure. Absolutely. We feel that our product offering and what we offer, both product wise and jobs wise, is going to be an asset for this community. That's why we're excited to come.
Thank you for your testimony. That's all I have of you today. Mr. Chair, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Short. I have some questions for you, Mr. Goodman, and based on the presentation that was made earlier this day, the ANC, there's an agreement, at least from the ANC, that the license will be granted. So I guess that's the agreement that the parties came to at the beginning of this hearing. So the license will be granted. So my question though is, you have applied for an A license. What is an A license, sir?
My understanding, and similar to what was stated earlier by the board's witness, is an A license allows a business to sell spirits, wine, and beer alongside the full grocery product offering.
Now, do you know whether or not the Safeway across the street is allowed to sell spirits, sir?
My understanding, again, from the testimony that I heard earlier, is that they have a B license allowing them to sell beer and wine, but not spirits. And in my experience, having been in that store, that's what they sell.
Now, are you aware that at least currently in the District of Columbia, only 2 supermarkets are allowed to sell spirits in DC, and that's one Safeway and Costco? Are you aware of that?
I'm not, and I mean, maybe Steven or someone else can help with some information, but I am not sure that that's the answer or not. I do at least know of a new one coming that has an A license.
I knew what, sir? I knew what coming. You
A
said
new grocer.
what?
So
What grocery is that, sir? Are you aware? What grocery is that?
my understanding is the Wegmans on Wisconsin Avenue has an A license. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
But
And just to clarify, I don't know the total number, and if you're saying that because you know, then great, but I don't know if that there's only 2 or not. I don't know the answer to that.
I guess the question then, why did you know why this particular supermarket, why did they apply for an A rather than the typical B that's requested, that's usually applied for supermarkets?
I'll just say for us as a company, the decision to apply for an A is our goal from the beginning has been to offer as full of an offering as we can. We do believe, contrary to questions I was asked earlier, that we are a full service grocer offering. And we do have spirits in our line of products that we sell and would like to sell when we can. And really, it's we'd like to offer as much as we can to the community.
And when you said that you have over about 160 stores, so do you know in the 160 stores that in the inventory, do you know approximately how many of those stores are able to sell spirits?
I don't know the answer to that.
All right. Thank you. All right. Any other questions by any other board members? Ms. Brown, do you have any redirect based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No, thank you.
You have the final word, Mr. O'Brien, any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Goodman. Thank you for your testimony. All right, Mr. O'Brien, do you have another witness?
I do, but I feel compelled to represent that our firm does represent Wegmans. And Wegmans does have approval of a Class A license. I don't think I could remain silent about that when I have firsthand knowledge of that.
All right, I don't know that, Mr. Lord, that's fine. I appreciate your representation, but I don't know. I don't know. That's not relevant. But thank you for the representation, but it's not relevant currently for this hearing because the board will grant this A license based on the representation that were made earlier at the beginning of this hearing. The board will grant this A license to Lidell. The only reason, the exercise that we're going through here is based on the evidence presented, is for the board to make a determination whether or not this license will be granted without restrictions, or will there be evidence or testimony presented today that will convince the board to grant restrictions, and that whatever decision is made by the board will be made based on what's presented today. Okay, just what's presented on the record today. All right. So go ahead. You have another witness, Mr. Robinson.
I do. Ashley Robinson, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. O'Brien. I'm sorry, Ms. Robinson. Can you please raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Go ahead, sir.
All right. Ms. Robinson, how are you employed?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
How are you employed?
I've been with Lidl as the district manager for 6 years now, well, almost 6 years in May.
All right. And what relationship do you have to the store we're discussing today at Skyland?
I am the district manager for this upcoming store and will be responsible for opening the store with the store manager and the team.
All right. How long have you been with Lidl?
As mentioned, 6 years in May. I've started as a district manager trainee 6 years ago, trained overseas in Ireland for 9 months, came back, helped to open up some of our first 15 stores in the Virginia area first, Southern Virginia, and even some in North Carolina. Also worked in HQ on some projects temporarily that really streamlined around our processes and optimizing our processes, and then moved into the Maryland area about a year and a half ago after running many Virginia stores for about 2.5 years in my 6 years with us.
You heard testimony from the previous witness that Lidl offers better prices perhaps than some other grocers. In your experience, is that correct?
Absolutely. As a customer, as well as an employee, I shop at Lidl as my primary focus or primary grocery store. We do have a wider range. I do think that we, though, scale our products. So instead of selling 12 different types of peanut butter, we will provide you 2 of our Lidl branded peanut butters, and then maybe 2 of your favorite or nationally known brands. So we do have a assortment that definitely accommodates a full shop for our customer.
Okay. If one shops regularly at Lidl, does one still have to go to another grocery store for other products?
Not often. I mean, in any given situation, there are things that customers are going to look for in any grocery store, right? So from my experience, yeah, there may be something unique that I have to go to, but most of our customers of the stores that I currently have chosen to come here over others because our prices are so good, but also we offer many of the things that they want in their normal grocery shop.
All right. You mentioned Lidl brand peanut butter.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what's called private label?
Yes. So Lidl is known, as I think I heard earlier today, Lidl is known, our business model, we pride ourselves in being, as Daniel even mentioned, selling our products high quality at low prices. And the reason we're able to provide high quality products are because they are Lidl branded. So we are able to control the quality while keeping the prices down on our products.
Do you have a sense of what percentage of the products Lidl offers are indeed Lidl private label?
I would say I don't have an exact number, but as previously mentioned, I would confirm that we're at 80-20, so 80% private label, 20% national brand in our stores.
All right. I'm going to ask Mr. Chair if we can upload an exhibit.
Ms. Foshman, can you please give Mr. O'Brien the ability to
Actually, Ms. Mahmoud.
Ms. Foshman, can you please give Ms. Mahmoud the ability to share her screen, please? I noticed you've been having some internet connection, Ms. Mahmoud, so I'm not sure. Okay, all right, good.
All right.
Go ahead, Mr. O'Brien.
Okay. If we can label this perhaps.
Hold on. Ms. Mahmoud, you need to mute your phone. I'm not sure if you're in the same exact location with Mr. O'Brien.
We are.
All right, so let me see. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, may we label what's on the screen Exhibit 1?
All right.
Okay. Ms. Robinson, can you tell us what Exhibit 1 is?
Yep. This is what we call the Visio, or the layout of the upcoming store, Skyland store.
Okay, where would the store entrance be?
On my screen, your video is currently covering it, but it's right towards the front of the store where you may see the checkouts in the front. So that's where the entrance is. So where your mouse is, you would have to go all the way down to the bottom left corner.
Okay. And I see what looks like one portion highlighted in yellow. Do you see that?
I do.
And what does that yellow represent?
That will be where our beer and wine will be placed. That's where we'll be merchandising those products.
Okay, is that in the front of the store or in the back of the store?
That's the back half of the store.
You don't mean to suggest that it's the back, that beer and wine are taking up half the back store,
No,
half the store?
where the yellow is highlighted, it would be that section right there. So not the whole store. It's just where the yellow is highlighted.
Okay, so if one is coming in the door of the store, entering the store, can one see beer and wine from there?
No, they will not be able to. They will only be able to see it as they're walking the building.
How does Lidl monitor for underage? Meaning to preclude underage sales.
Okay, so first and foremost, during onboarding of our employees, they do go through a presentation that does include health and safety topics and compliance topics. One of those compliance topics is the sale of alcohol, where we review, the three illegal sales of alcohol, including underage, third party, as well as visibly intoxicated. They also go through another module. Our employees also go through another module on the computer within their first week of training to cover that. Once they are trained on that, they are allowed to be on the register. And we also train them to look out for, obviously, visible age differences. So we call that our Challenge 40 policy. So they are required, all employees are required to ask customers for qualified identification if they look or appear to be under the age of 40. There's also a prompt on the register when the employee scans the alcohol, they'll prompt them to ask them if the customer looks under the age of 40. They're to choose yes or no. And then once they choose that, if they choose yes, they look under the age of 40, they are then to put in the date of birth that they see they verify the identification first with the customer, and then type in the date that appears onto the license.
All right, I'm going to ask Ms. Mahmood if she still has the ability to put on the screen what I'm going to ask the chair label as exhibit number 2. Can you tell the board what exhibit number 2 is, Ms. Robinson?
Yep. This is we have a number of handbooks and SOPs, obviously. This is our checkout SOP or handbook that our employees are responsible for reviewing anytime they need any additional information or when they are to start or enter the business with us. And on this page that's displaying right here, it is showing exactly what I just discussed, where they have the option of saying if the customer is over 40 or under 40 and what happens from that step.
All right, and then I'd ask Ms. Mahmood to put exhibit number 3 on the screen. And I'm going to ask Ms. Robinson to identify exhibit number 3.
Yes, so this is a piece of marketing that we use to advertise, or not, maybe not, that's not the right word, but to also allow the customers to understand what our Challenge 40 process process is. So it normally is put right on top of the registers. So it's on right on the pole that where the light that shows what number checkout it is. It's right there. So when the customer is on the checkout, they see what our expectations are in terms of Challenge 40.
All right, Ms. Mahmood, take down the exhibits, please. Ms. Robinson, are you aware that at this location in the District of Columbia in Ward 7, the sale of single beers is prohibited?
Yes.
And how does Lidl, how will Lidl enforce that policy?
Well, from my previous experience working in Virginia, where we had sold alcohol, we don't sell any 6-packs as singles. So all of those products come as a 6-pack. If a customer comes to register with a 6-pack, our employees are fully aware, or one unit from that 6-pack, our employees fully aware that we do not sell them as singles, because we don't even sell those type of items as singles. As previously mentioned, our assortment is very streamlined. So when we have all of our employees are fully aware of what we sell and know that we aren't to sell any item without it. In the event that we were to find something on the floor that's missing one of the 6-packs, in that case, we would take that off the floor and put it in our waste area to be disposed of through our policy and process.
How often would the aisle on which alcoholic beverages are offered be monitored by store personnel?
Well, our supervisors are responsible for doing figure 8s throughout the store daily. We have a number of managers in our building that are going to be trained and fully aware of the process and policies. So our managers are responsible for surveying all areas of the building, specifically areas where we have high value items.
Are you aware of the requirement in the District of Columbia that an alcoholic beverage control board licensed manager be present at all times alcoholic beverages are offered for sale?
Yes.
And how will you ensure that requirement is enforced?
We've already partnered with our training and development department on what that process looks like in terms of training our employees and ensuring that they do get the license. Additionally, once we do open, we will have managers, no less than 2 managers in our building at all times to support that.
By 2 managers, do you mean 2 DC ABC licensed managers?
Correct. All managers will be licensed in our store.
What measures will be taken to maintain cleanliness and discourage litter outside the store in the parking areas?
Well, as a part of our normal operating procedures, our employees are, we assign an employee in rotation throughout their shift to go out and do what we call a litter pick. So while they're out normally doing a litter pick, they're also responsible for collecting carts and obviously, like I said, trash. So that's done on a as needed basis, but it's also completed. That task is also completed specifically right before we open and then after closing. So that is how we normally monitor litter in the store or outside of the store. In terms,
I'm sorry, I can understand that the parking lot is clean when you open the store in the morning, but it seems to me by the end of the day, the parking lot could be full of litter.
Right. So as I mentioned, we also send them out as needed. So carts are something that we do on an hourly basis. So when they go out to get the carts, they also are looking for trash and are responsible for bringing a trash bag out with them and a litter pick tool to pick up the litter in the parking lot.
And that's hourly?
And it's hourly.
How about trash as opposed to litter?
Yeah. Well, trash, if that's defined by like cardboard or boxes, we obviously, if that is found outside, we also take that with us as a part of the litter pick. And we will bring the boxes inside, and we do have a baler in all of our locations that bales the boxes, and anything that after the baler is full, we wrap that up and we send it back to our distribution center where they process that. We also, obviously, in most of the locations I've had experience with, we also have trash corral in the parking lot that is locked up at night and can only be opened with a lock pad. Our logistics department normally arranges about a month and a half to 2 months prior to opening I normally get communication from our logistics department on what days our trash will be picked up from our local trash facility. And then that's how we know when they're coming to pick up on a weekly basis. In the event that it gets full, which I haven't had that experience in the past, but in the event that it gets full, our employees also have the option of, gathering all of that up as well and putting it in on a pallet or in a box in our store and sending it back to our regional distribution center and labeling it so that they can dispose of it in the regional distribution center as well.
All right. You mentioned that an employee goes out hourly to attend to the carts in the parking lot. How does Lidl discourage patrons from taking carts beyond the parking lot? In other words, taking carts home. What does Lidl do to discourage that?
Well, in some of our locations, we have something called the gatekeeper cart containment. It's something that is affiliated with a company called Gatekeeper, where the carts will lock once they leave a certain perimeter. Also, once they leave the register at a certain point, if it hasn't gone through a till. All of our carts, it can only be deactivated if you use a remote, because the wheels will lock until we deactivate it with a remote. And management has access to that remote, and they always have that on their shift so that they can go out into the parking lot or onto the sales floor to unlock the cart. That is something right now that we can't, that is still pending due to construction. We have to finalize the review of the property. So I can't commit to that today, but that is some of the options we've had in the past in our previous and some of our previous stores.
Okay, that reminds me, what's the projected opening date for this store?
September 28th, 2020.
All right, how will Lidl address potential loitering in the vicinity of the store or inside the store for that matter?
Speaking from my experience in stores that I've had responsibility over, we've dealt with in the past people who may be loitering or panhandlers in the store. As managers, it's our responsibility, in which we've all been a part of it, myself is included. If reported by a customer, if we observe it ourselves, we do ask the customer or the panhandler or loiterer to leave the building. And if we don't have success with them listening in our first attempt, we do go back to them and say, if you don't abide by what we're asking for, we will call the local authorities. We have called the local authorities before, and that's where we take it to that next step. If there's anything that happens outside of that in terms of, if it gets aggressive or abusive or threatening behavior happens throughout that process, we do have a banning notice policy that allows us to ban that particular loiterer or panhandler from our building in that event.
Ban for how long?
I'm sorry?
Ban for how long?
I'm not sure of the actual, but to my knowledge, it's banned forever, as long as we haven't lifted that banning notice on our side.
Okay. I'm going to presume that this store is going to have both full and part-time employees. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you estimate the number of employees that will be on your weekly payroll? Or maybe it's bi-weekly. Now, but yep. I understand that that's a different question than how many employees will be inside the store working at a particular moment.
Yes.
But the question I'm asking is, how many jobs is this store going to provide, both full and part-time?
Our estimated hiring quota, and that includes full and part-time, including management in that total, will be anywhere between 35 to 50, to be honest with you. We really, with Lidl, we obviously hire and staff our stores based off of the projected volume. But for us at this point in time, it's projecting anywhere between 35 to 50 on my side for that store, and that's including management.
Okay, and How are those employees being recruited?
We have multiple ways. So it's our responsibility to open up what we call requisition. And we open that requisition up through our talent department that's in-house. That talent department then posts on our website and a number of different search engines, including Indeed.com. We've also, personally and myself, me and the store manager recently met with the director of the Skyland Workforce Center. When we got to learn a little bit more about what they do within the community and what their main focus is and their main objectives in their organization. And we have arranged to have interviews actually hosted there this week. Next week, sorry, next Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And then we also arranged some dates in the month of June to recruit and hire some walk-in interviews as well for our store associate candidates.
Okay, what's the hierarchy within the store? The lowest level employee, what's that employee's title?
Store associate, then it goes to store supervisor, then store assistant store manager, then store manager, and then myself.
What opportunities are there for career advancement at Lidl?
I would say an exorbitant amount. I've had a number of employees that have under even my jurisdiction that have had the opportunity to be promoted within. I've had store associates, especially if they want a career at Lidl and people who are looking for a career. I've had store associates that have been promoted to store supervisors that have been promoted to ASM and upward. There's one employee that I can think of that I hired almost 3 years ago, almost 3 or 4 years ago, who started as a store associate, went to supervisor, and now has progressed into a more regional role as an IT IT specialist. So it's only logical for us at the rate that we're expanding, as Daniel mentioned earlier. It's only logical for us to be able to provide more career opportunities to employees in our community in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you. I had a few questions, actually more than a few. How many stores, Ms. Robinson, do you currently manage?
Currently, I have 2, not including Skyland. So ones that are open would be Columbia and Bowie at this moment in time.
And of those stores that you manage, how many of them sell alcohol?
They're both in Maryland, so they do not sell alcohol, either one.
How many stores have you been the district manager over that actually have sold alcohol?
Yep. I was the district manager over the Fairfax location in Virginia. I was the district manager over the Ashburn location on Broadland. I was also the district manager of the Manassas location, the first Manassas location, which is on not Liberia, I cannot recall the exact address, but in Manassas. I had oversaw the Dumfries store that also sold alcohol. The majority of my career was in Virginia. So it's only more recently in the last year and a half that I've been working in Maryland.
Okay. And those stores I want to make sure that I'm correct. In the state of Virginia, Commonwealth of Virginia, they can only sell beer and wine. So they did not sell spirits, correct?
Did not sell spirits. Nope, just beer and wine.
What brands of beer, wine, and spirits is the store proposing to sell? The Lidl brand?
I'm not positive of the assortment quite yet, since we're so far out from the opening date. But if you want me to speak to what my experience is, most of our label is private label in Virginia. So we are, again, private label company. So most of it is private label, but we do sell some brands that national brands such as Budweiser at the time when I was working there, Coors Light, so on and so forth.
Okay. You said something about that you all don't sell singles, and that in your store, and that the employees knows. What do you know if something comes up to put it in the waste? I guess you all mark it off. What do you all do, or what is the policy and plan to do to make sure that nothing is unbundled? What kind of monitoring will be provided in this store at Skyland?
Sure. So we have a process, what we call decarding. As you know, or may not know, Lidl, obviously one of our lean operational tasks or operational mottos is we are known for presenting our products in boxes. So we sell our products in the case that it came in. As the customer purchases the products out of the cases, we do what we call decarding, which is we take the box from the shelf, the empty box from the shelf, or the box that's almost empty from the shelf, and we place whatever 2 units that are left in there on top of the other box behind it. In many cases, when we're doing decarding, that's when we do see many things like reshops and the issue that you just brought up of seeing items that may be not in its full case, right? So in that moment, we remove it from the store, and that's when we normally see it. I think with alcohol, it's definitely a high priority for us in any store. So from our side, our managers are aware when they see certain issues in terms of packages that aren't 100% complete. In any case, regardless of whether it's alcohol or not, they know to remove it. And that's a part of our training with all employees from start to finish.
Thank you for that. But to further my question, how often are those aisles monitored? More than the figure 8 that you spoke of, that particular aisle where the beer, wine, and spirits are sold, those 1 or 2 aisles or whatever, how often will they be monitored?
I'm not sure if I understand your question, because it would be hourly. As mentioned before, we would be monitoring hourly either way, doing figure 8s, and those figure 8s do include walking every aisle. So, I mean, when I say figure 8s, I guess that's a retail jargon that I've used in the past. Figure 8s may not be possible in a store that doesn't allow you to do an actual figure 8. But typically what that means is walking up and down the aisles every hour. Our store is our people are constantly on the floor due to the fact that we do a lot of the work during the day. So that monitoring is happening through their walks every day, but it's also as a needed basis to ensure that our products are being protected, as well as getting the job done and keeping the store clean on a regular basis. It's a part of our 4+1 pillars.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I heard you correct when you said about you all's prompting if someone appears to be, I guess, younger than 40. It's not Lidl's policy to ask for positive ID for everyone they sell beer, wine, and spirits to.
Our policy is if they appear under the age of 40, that they are to ask for identification. That would be my answer for that one. Yeah.
So I think what you're saying is that no, it is not Lidl's policy to ask for ID for everyone that appears before them.
No, it's challenge 40, which is anybody under the age of 40 that appears to be under the age of 40. Or if there's any, shadow of a doubt in that case.
2 minutes. I want to go back to the litter. So you said something about the carts are, at first you said the carts are picked up hourly, and at that time they do litter picks when they do the carts. And then I think you stated that it's as needed. And it's hourly carts and then litter as needed, or is it hourly carts, hourly litter?
It's the same. So typically when the employee goes out, they'll typically go get the carts first because that's more of the heavy intensive task. And once they've gotten all the carts out of the parking lot or in the corral, they'll do their litter pick in the same motion.
One of the issues with in the protest is peace, order, and noise, quiet, and litter. And so I guess, litter is, carts are big for Lidl, but litter is big for those of us in the community, to making sure that the establishment does not have anything around it. I have a few more questions about the employees. How many employees are proposed to be full-time?
We have, from our side, it's really based off of what we would like in our stores. I try to aim for 50-50 split because in those cases we want people to have full-time opportunities. But we've had success in both sides of having more of a part-time opportunity, because as a company, we offer full benefits to all employees, whether they're full-time or part-time.
So the exact number is just half.
50-50 split. Yep.
How many employees have been hired at this location? How
We're
many
currently
full-time?
we're only currently in the supervisor phase of hiring. So right now we have hired 2 and we haven't onboarded them yet, but the store manager has already been identified for this store, as well as the assistant store manager has also been identified for this store.
When you say identified, that means that they do or do not. Yeah.
No, they work for Lidl and they've been working for Lidl. Both are one of my more tenured employees from my district.
I think that's it for my questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions? Yes, Mr. Short.
Thank you. Ms. Robinson, thank you for your testimony so far. 2 issues I'd like to hit on, or I'd like to question you regarding. Are any of the stores, or have you worked at any stores that have a trash compactor dedicated for your store?
In terms of general trash and outside of cardboard?
Yeah, well, cardboard, because basically in the district, all stores that sell cardboard, they're required to break the cardboard down and do some other things.
We have what we call a baler that only is used for cardboard, though. It comes in terms of general trash outside of cardboard. Again, as mentioned, we normally arrange with our logistics department 2 times a week, roughly, or as in most cases, they assign 2 times a week for someone to come and pick up our trash out of the trash corral that's normally located in the parking lot.
Okay, but have you ever considered a trash compactor, or have any of Lidl's stores out of the 170 that you mentioned or coming have a trash compactor?
I'm not, again, from cardboard, yes, we have a baler in the store and we compact boxes. From general litter, I guess you can say, I can't speak to that. I don't work in that department that handles the control over making sure that is in the store. That would be more on the side of our procurement and facilities department.
Okay, all right. Now that's fair. Parking. That question came up, or the issue came up briefly. How many parking spaces does the store have, and how will parking be controlled?
Yeah, so parking spaces, from the 2-pager I received from our facilities department, we have 225 parking spaces that are projected for this location. How we control parking. So for grand opening, normally that's when we expect, I've opened up now, I think 5 or 6 stores in the past 6 years that I've worked with the company. Normally what we do see is we have an outside company that we hire that controls the parking for grand opening, because that's normally when we have the influx of customers. We have a number of customers that are in our building at that time due to the excitement of a grand opening store. So normally we have someone in the parking lot that's controlling, or number of people in the parking lot. I can't give you an exact number, but I've seen in some of my grand openings 3 or 4 people in the parking lot just controlling traffic in correct directions. Sometimes, depending on the location, we've had police patrol that were there based off of the influx of how many customers we have. And that's how we control it during grand opening times. When our grand opening phase kind of dies down, we don't necessarily need control of parking and from my experience, in our parking lots. So that would be something, if we did experience any issues after grand opening phase kind of dissipates, then we can address that at that point in time, I would believe.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Grinders.
Thank you. Mr. O'Brien, thank you for being here today. May I ask Ms. Robinson some questions directly, or should I ask them through you?
You need to ask Ms. Robinson the questions directly, Mr. Grinders.
Okay. Ms. Robinson, thank you for your expert testimony and about how the grocery stores you work at function. You may have addressed this, but I may have missed the details. Did you all address security at the store?
At this point in time, we have been in discussion with the department that's responsible for securing security within our building. We do have other locations within our, within our region that do have security. So yes, we've discussed it, but it hasn't been solidified as of yet because we're too far out from grand opening.
So you're saying some other of your stores that perhaps
Locations within our, my stores, but locations within in our region overall. So
in your region.
yes, so may not
you
be
would
within my district.
So you would be able to work with those experts who already provide security for your store and other locations to help advise you. Is that what y'all been doing or will be doing?
That's the hope and that's the expectation. But again, since we're so far out in grand opening, some of the details of that has not been solidified as of yet.
Just know it's a very big part of the equation.
Understood.
Okay.
Understood.
Have you all discussed cameras at that location?
All of our Lidl stores do have cameras that do have a very wide scope of surveillance in parking lot as well as throughout our aisles. I'm no technician, but I know that they are, from viewing CCTV footage in the past for some other issues in my stores, they are pretty much a 360 camera angle. So you're able to see from one camera up and down any given aisle within our stores.
Are you familiar with that in DC that there are no laws against loitering?
I'm not familiar with that.
I would recommend that your security people who work with other stores study the parameters of individuals in front of your store, in front of your doorways. DC does not have an anti-loitering. Now, there are laws, and your attorney perhaps can help you with this after the hearing, but there are laws that help to move people along who are incommoding or blocking or being belligerent. But we need to be very careful that we respect everyone, and that I think if you don't, if your company doesn't have experience with DC, that they need to incorporate that in working out security issues for you all.
Okay.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Can you explain to me again, if it's already been explained, why you're going for an A license and not a B license?
That Daniel had explained that. I'm not the one that applied for that license. That's not my scope or my area of the business.
Okay, then I'll direct that to Daniel in a minute then. Will you be with this store after the grand opening period, or is that sort of your function with this company that you handle what you're doing now through the grand opening period?
I will be with the store. From what I know, I will be with the store until grand opening as well, unless some opportunity comes my way. Want to make me the CEO? Yeah, sure. But if some other opportunity comes my way, I will be with the store when it grand opens.
We like ambition.
Yeah.
We like the point is this your job after the store opens? Or do
Yeah.
you...
I've been with I've opened so many stores at this point, I may have forgotten one. I also opened a store last December, Brooklyn Park, Maryland, and that was my store for over a year. I tend to, I have the most experience in these areas. So in terms of grand opening, so I am always been a resource, but every time I've opened it, I've always been the lead DM and with the expectation of me staying in that store and being the DM and leading that team.
Thank you.
But the store manager there also, she's permanent always. And she's worked with us for over a year. A resident close by to the community. The ASM is there. So we're familiar with that area, and we're familiar with, they're excited to be around and be able to present to you guys our new store.
One of your stores just opened up in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. So I'm a bit familiar with the concept, but I have to say I was bewildered my first time going in.
Okay.
I wasn't sure if I was at a Safeway or a Costco or something in between. Do you understand my point?
Yes.
Do other people? Okay.
Yes.
So I'm glad I can make someone laugh doing it. I think you must understand what my
I understand.
uncertainty was when I walked in. But seriously, when it comes to branding, you know, there are these, you know, Safeways, and then they all have these Whole Foods. They're different brandings. So how would you, in your corporation, who do you all are compatible or competitive? Where do you all fit?
I think we're most, I mean, as a diehard Lidl employee, I think we aren't competing with anyone at this rate. But I think we're most likely compared to as Aldi, mainly because our business model is streamlined just like them. We believe in having a lean, you know, operation. We believe in everything being efficient and accurate down to our normal operating processes. And I mean, from an aesthetic point of view, we totally believe that we totally believe that our branding and our merchandising is streamlined as well. So you'll notice again, they also merchandise in boxes as well, and you know, have a
so when you say the boxes, that's what I've experienced. Is that sort of like a Costco element, and then there are other individual elements where you can just pick up one item instead of a box?
No, it's everything's sold individually. But you know, if you do go to a Safeway, everything's hand stacked on the shelf. So the employees are physically taking everything out of a bigger box that doesn't have a presentation look to it, and placing it on the shelf. Where we don't, our employees, they take it straight off the pallet. They take a top off, they put the whole box on the shelf, and then the customers shop one by one.
And that helps keep costs down, I would imagine?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, you've been very helpful, but Mr. Chairman, may I ask?
Unfortunately, no, Mr. Grandis. Mr. Goodman is no longer a witness, so we've all lost our opportunity.
I'm fine. Thank you. And thank you all.
Welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions by the board members? I hear none. Ms. Brown, any follow-up based on the question that the board asked?
Yeah, I did have an additional question. It was about the trash. How often did you say the trash would be taken out?
From the actual trash corral, typically with any other store that I've opened, it's 2 times a week. But it's arranged prior to grand open from our logistics department with the local trash facility.
Okay. And the trash is going to be enclosed? Is that?
It's always enclosed and with a lock pad on it that only the store team and the trash pickup people will know.
And so with the trash, do you know when it's scheduled to be, when is the proposed scheduling to be picked up?
I do not know the proposed scheduling for that yet.
Thank you.
That's it, Ms. Brown?
Yeah, that's it. I'm just sitting here watching them build a Lidl outside my door.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brian, any questions based on the questions that were asked by the board?
Yes. Ms. Robinson, would you describe what a baler is, B-A-L-E-R?
A baler is essentially a compactor that we only use for cardboard.
And what does it do?
It without using the word baler in it, it compacts the cardboard. And you know, because we have so much cardboard in our stores that we use from our boxes that we merchandise our products in, it compacts all the cardboard up to about, I would say, a large wooden pallet. And then we wire it before we bale it. We have to wire. We have to, when it gets full, we have to wire it. That wire compresses it all together and contains it. We put it on a pallet and then we send it back to our RDC for them to dispose of accordingly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. All right. Do you rest, Mr. Bryan?
Yes, we rest, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bryan, do you also want to move your document into evidence?
Yes, thank you. Numbers 1, 2, and 3 were identified and we ask that they be admitted.
Any objection, Ms. Brown?
No objection.
So exhibit 1, 2, and 3 are now part of the record without objection. Do you arrest Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Brown, do you plan to testify, or how do you plan to?
Well, at this point, in the protest, I believe you said that we are not at a point where we can do a settlement agreement. So I would like to say on part of it.
No, hold on. Tell me what you're trying to do, because if you're going to testify, I need to swear you in. So that's are you just asking a question?
So maybe I just wanted to put out some conditions for approval of this.
All right. Well, then I'm going to swear you in, and then if you're going to you need to tell why. So do you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Now, there are two ways. Okay. So this is your presentation. So, all right, go ahead, ma'am. And then Mr. O'Brien will be subjected to cross-examine you on what you're presenting.
So based upon what was said today, I would like to have the license approved with certain conditions. That one, that Lidl come up with a security plan for the store, and specifically how they plan to secure and ensure that the beer, wine, and spirits are monitored by electronic surveillance and by human monitoring. Okay, you want me to go on? Also, that they post signs that say no loitering. Also, that there is a ABC manager on duty at all times in the store, or whenever beer, wine, and spirits are sold. That they won't sell to minors. That they ask for positive ID for everyone that purchases beer, wine, or spirit. That they don't sell single, they said that they don't sell single items, but that they don't sell single items of alcohol or wine or spirits, whatever. And that they only sell alcohol during their business hours, which was placed on their application. And so that was from 8 to 9, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. That they keep a record if MPD is called to their store. That they keep the store in the outer perimeter in a clean and in good repair, so that there is no trash in the front of their store, that there's no trash on the parking lot and within 100 feet. That they don't sell to minors, and that they post that also. They said they post up their 40 sign, but that is also posted that they don't sell to minors. And I think that is about it.
Mr. O'Brien, I'm sorry, you done, Ms. Brown?
I'm done.
Any questions, Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, Commissioner Brown, what is your concern with the business hours of the store?
Can I ask a question, because I'm confused? The posted hours on the placard, is that 8 to 9? Is that 8 a.m. to 9 p.m.?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't understand why. That's why I thought, is there an issue? Are there hours outside that's been discussed? I'm just trying to find out, because I'd heard, at least in the, and I'm apologize to do that, but I'd read in the case report that was presented by our investigator, there was an issue. So the only hours that were placarded were from 8 a.m. to to 9 p.m. That's the those are the hours of operation for the store, and those are the hours of operation for sales and service, and those are the hours that this board will issue today when the license is issued. Since we have agreed to issue the license, those are the placarded hours, and those are the hours that the license will state. So, okay. But if there's something else that the board is missing, go ahead, Mr. O'Brien.
Well, Commissioner Brown, you don't have a problem with greater hours for Lidl, do you?
So the issue with the hours,
What? I'm sorry. Hold on. This is a protest hearing, and the protest hearing that we have is for what was placarded. What was placarded is for a Class A license for sales and service from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. We should not be, and that is what the ABC board will be issuing a license, a Class A license for 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. I do not understand why within this hearing we're speaking about greater hours, because there are no greater hours. I mean, if the licensee is asking to amend its application, then that's another process. I mean, that's not something that we're going to do here. Then the licensee would have to apply for a substantial change to change its hours. But this protest hearing will address the issues that are placarded. And what was placarded is 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. So
There will be.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Chair, there will be forthcoming an application to change those hours.
Then that is, I'm sorry, then of course, once this license is granted, then the licensee has to come back and apply for substantial change, and that's subjected to a protest. So,
Mr. Chair, if I may, not all changes of hours are subject to protest.
well, I'm just saying the board will have to make a determination if we believe that this is something that the community needs to be notified of. So we have to make a determination. So the board, once the application is made, then the board would have to make the determination. But it's just one of the reasons why I always tell parties to try to settle matters, because these are things that can be addressed at mediation or a settlement agreement, and then the parties could have determined whether or not they want expanded hours and whether or not. But I don't know. But I'm just saying though, those are issues that are beyond this protest hearing, and the board will not address those whether or not expanded hours, because the placarding said 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and we are, unless there is an official amendment that was filed by the licensee to the agency, we are unable to address this here. And as you said, Mr. Bryan, you're going to ask for a change of hours, then the board would then have to make a determination whether or not we believe this is a substantial change that we need to inform the community, or whether or not the board, as a matter of course, will approve that. So I'm just going to say I'm not going to allow that question, because we can't have that discussion at this protest hearing.
Mr. Chair, I'm trying to respect the board's desire, and I'm using the chair's word, to truncate proceedings.
But Mr. Brown, it's not a matter of truncated. You are aware, sir, the hours that's on the placard, we can only address the hours on the placard. I'm not trying to truncate. The hours on the placard are from 8 to 9. We cannot, because the community has not been unnoticed that expanded hours are being requested. So this is not a matter of me truncating. This is a matter of me saying that there's been no request by you at this hearing that you're asking for extended hours. Now that we're here and I'm not, I have no position on the extended hours. All I'm stating is that this hearing is on what was placarded. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying the hearing is on what was placarded, and what was placarded is 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. That's all I'm saying, nothing else, sir. But if you want to ask a question, go ahead and ask it. Go ahead and ask it, sir.
Mr. Chair, the investigative report, the investigator's interview of Commissioner Brown recites in the last sentence. Ms. Brown stated that the ANC is willing to accommodate the hours changes the applicant wants. I'm reading from the investigative report. So my question to Commissioner Brown is, would Commissioner Brown object to a change of hours to open at 7 a.m. instead of 8 a.m. and to remain open until 10 p.m. instead of 9 p.m.?
So it's getting ready to get a little loud in my house. So we would not object if there was a change on the placard. The issue with the whole, with what we've been going through, even with mediation, was that the settlement agreement, we were agreeing to what was on the placard. We said that's fine. The applicant failed to ask for all the hours in which they could sell beer, wine, and spirits. Most other businesses, they put every hour. They do from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m., even though they're not open during that time. And I said, as a representative of the ANC, that the hours for our settlement agreement had to be what was on the placard. But no, we would not disagree to hours being changed, but we did what was on the placard. We want Lidl in our community. We are happy to have another full-time grocery store, but we are unwilling to just let things go willy-nilly based on what the applicant applied for. They applied for the hours of 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. And not putting that in the settlement agreement was not going to be an option for us. We were going to agree to the hours in which was stated. And that's what I said at mediation, and that's what I'm saying right now.
But if am I correct that if the applicant, that is legal, applied to the board to add an hour in the morning and an hour in the evening, that you would not have any objection to that?
I would not have an objection as the ANC representative, as long as the other conditions of the license were put in place also. The no loitering signs, the partnering with security, not selling single items, asking for positive ID from everyone, the litter piece with making sure the outside of the store and within 100 feet. Yeah, no, we would not object to that. But if the license is issued with conditions, then no, we would not object to them coming back and asking, the applicant coming back and asking for expanded hours.
All right.
Because the applicant amend its application.
Let's put the hours aside now, if we may. What is your evidentiary foundation for asking for each one of these conditions to be attached to the license?
ANC 7B would like to have all licensees to be under a settlement agreement. The evidence, one thing was with Ms. Robinson said that they don't have the security in place, and that they had she was not aware of the loitering law or no loitering law, and that there does not seem to be a security plan in place. Based on what Ms. Robinson said about not IDing everyone, that's a problem.
What's the evidentiary foundation for believing that failure to ID everyone is a problem?
Based on what she said, if someone appears to be under 40, I think that we need to make sure to ensure that no one is buying beer, wine, or spirits, that they're the proper person. The way we do that to ensure that nothing is being sold to minors is that we ID everyone.
Okay. You've met me in person, Commissioner, and we can see each other on the screen. Would you expect that Lidl should have to ID me with my advanced appearance if I walked
If
in
they
the store?
have to ID me, then they have to ID you.
And what is your evidentiary foundation for the need for such a requirement?
Is it not the law that everyone has to be at least 21? And the way that you know someone is at least 21 is by IDing them. That is your proof.
Well, are you simply asking that Lidl comply with the law?
I am. And how does Lidl expect to verify ages? To legally.
Okay, but let me try it a bit differently. What is the evidentiary foundation for your belief that Lidl's policy of checking everyone who appears to be under 40 is insufficient?
Because they do not check ID of everyone that they sell beer, wine, and spirit to. They have not checked or verified the date of birth. The way you verify the date of birth is through a positive identification.
But you would agree, would you not, that there's no doubt in the world that I, O'Brien, am older than 21?
I don't know that to be the case, not without a positive ID.
Is not the problem here, you said a moment ago, Commissioner, that it's your, I'm not sure what the word, I don't want to put words in your mouth, that it's not the problem that there's no settlement agreement. Is that the issue?
The issue is that ANC 7B would like all licensees within our commission to be under a settlement agreement.
All right. And is that really the essence of the grounds for your protest, that there's not a settlement agreement?
The grounds for the protest is peace, order, noise, quiet, and litter.
What evidence do you have to suggest that Lidl will have an adverse impact on peace, order, and quiet in the neighborhood?
The sale of alcohol in the community can adversely affect the peace, order, noise, and quiet of a community, given that there is no security in place and no security plan, based upon what Ms. Robinson said.
And what would a security plan say?
I'm not really sure because I don't work in retail, but what I guess you would have to ask Lidl what their typical security plan would be in place. But not having a plan at all is not a good thing.
Well, I suggest that the board could not simply order a security plan. It would have to say what the plan would provide. And I'm asking you what your evidentiary foundation for any requirement of a security plan would be.
So I would like for there to be a sign that says no loitering at minimum, that there is a plan to deal with loitering from a security plan.
When you say you like,
that
we're not dealing here. I'm sorry.
Now, when we look at security and securing the beer, wine, and spirit, that it is done by human monitoring and also by electronic surveillance, that could be something inside of a security plan.
But what is your evidentiary foundation for saying that that is necessary in this instance?
I guess if we look back at some of the board's reports on the grocery store across the street, that could be evident for a fact. I did not bring that to present. So if you look back at what's public from the board, their results from investigations, then that would be fact. The investigator said that he did not notice anything when he walked over, when he looked at Stanton, which is the elementary school, but it would be hard to miss the people loitering around the gas station. You would have to have your eyes closed not to see that driving around in front of Stanton. The gas station is right across from there.
Okay. Are you, would you agree that any conditions imposed by the board on this license would have to be based on substantial evidence of record in this case? That we're not dealing here with simply lifting or checking items on a menu. That any condition imposed, there has to be evidence that it's necessary, not merely a desire. I'm sorry if that was an imperfect question, but do you understand that, Commissioner?
Somewhat, but in the same way that Lido is asking to operate in our community, its current location makes it seem as though there's not a grocery store in this immediate community, and that would not be true. So the fact that
would you say that again? I didn't catch that.
I said the fact that Lido is coming to operate right across the street from where there's another grocery store can make the assumption that there is no grocery store, that there is not a need, because there's a grocery store right across the street. So why are we building another one right here? So if you're saying evidentiary fact, why is Lido coming? We don't need a grocery store right across the street. That Lido is offering us more of the same, because it is a grocery store. It's a full service grocery store. We have a full service grocery store. So when you're saying evidentiary fact, it's evident that we have a grocery store, that there is a retailer right across the street that's providing the same service. But Lido is coming to offer us more choices. So is it evidentiary fact that Lido has more choices? There's no evidence of that, because the store is not built. Just like there's no evidence that there's no peace, order, noise, and litter issues, because it's not there.
Commissioner Brown, I understood you to say a few minutes ago that Lido was welcome in the neighborhood.
Lido is welcome in the neighborhood, but you're making it, what you're questioning is making it seem as though that there will be no issues. There will be issues. It's a store, it's retail, they're people. There will be issues. They are welcomed in the community.
And I understood you say you don't object to the granting of the license.
I don't object to the granting of the license without conditions.
And by conditions, you mean the conditions that you have identified?
The conditions that I have identified.
Okay. I'm going to ask you one more time.
Scale down from, go ahead.
I'm going to ask you again whether you've got evidentiary support for the need for any of these conditions that you identified.
I guess my answer to that is the same evidentiary reporting or evidence that Lido is needed. So the same basis in which Lido is needed is the same basis, it's the same evidentiary fact that I have. Lido is coming right across the street from where there is another grocery store. So it's the same premise.
Thank you, Commissioner. Those are my questions, Mr.
Thank you,
Chair.
Mr. O'Brien. I have no question of myself.
Any questions by the board members? None, no questions. Normally I would, but I don't see any reason. All right. So do you rest, Ms. Brown?
Say again. I'm sorry.
Do you rest? That's the presentation of your case?
That's the presentation, yes.
All right, Mr. O'Brien, do you wish to make a closing?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm just trying to organize my thoughts here in some coherent manner, Mr. Chair.
No, hold on, Mr. Brown. We can take a 5-minute break if you want. If the party's want, we can take a 5-minute break.
I don't need it.
Okay, all right, fine. Go ahead, sir. All right.
In response to a couple questions or observations by board members, Board Member Grandis mentioned DC's that there is no really anti-loitering law. We're dealing here in this instance with private property as opposed to the public street. And I do suggest with respect that the owner or the lessee of private property is entitled to discourage loitering on the property and to have loiterers removed by the police if necessary. That's the distinction, public property versus private property. The chair asked about the Class A application. I already did mention Wegmans, but I'd like to invite the board's attention to the council's passing on second reading yesterday of the Reopen DC Act, which at the behest of Councilmember Gray of Ward 7 contains an explicit provision to attract supermarkets to Ward 7 with the promise of eligibility for a Class A license and indeed a second Class A license elsewhere in the city. Now, I know the mayor hasn't signed it yet, at least I'm not aware that she signed it during the course of today, Wednesday, but I think we all anticipate the mayor is going to sign it. So it is the stated policy. It will be very, very shortly, the stated policy that Class A supermarkets holding Class A stores, Class A licenses in Ward 7 and Ward 8 are encouraged. Conditions attached to a license have to be supported by, and the term is substantial evidence of record. The board, with respect, cannot simply pin the tail, the condition tail, on the donkey. There has to be a reason why a particular condition is required. And the board's orders typically say, for instance, we grant the license, but we find, based on the evidence, the following is required. There is no evidence that any condition attached to this, that could be attached to this license, is required. The the protestant ANC is the one asking for conditions. It was incumbent upon the applicant, the protestant ANC, to say why this condition is necessary, why this other condition is necessary. And it's not a case of simply selecting items from a menu and saying, oh, this would be nice, why don't we stick this condition on? It's got to be supported by evidence of record. Now, to use just one example, I'm not going to go down Commissioner Brown's laundry list, but a good example is the issue of ID. Commissioner Brown demands a condition that everyone, including the obviously tired O'Brien, be carded. Right? Whereas you have a testimony and exhibits of the licensee's attention to and aggressive enforcement of the ban on selling minors to alcohol. Now, Commissioner Brown necessarily has to say that that's not good enough. If you look 40 or under, we're going to card you, but if you look over 40, don't worry about it. It was incumbent upon her to introduce evidence why that wasn't sufficient. Not an opinion, evidence. And there is no evidence, and there's no substantial evidence of record to impose any of the conditions that she enumerated, several of which are required by law anyway, such as policing the area for trash and litter. That's DC Code 25-725. Not selling to minors. Well, that's what the law already provides. I don't think the board is in the business of issuing conditions that essentially say, oh, by the way, you have to obey the law. I think that's all pretty well understood by everyone in the community, in the licensee community. So requirements of law are not grounds for conditions. But, and at the risk of repeating myself more than once, any condition the board might contemplate has to be supported by evidence of record. And there's no evidence supporting any one of these conditions. For that reason, Mr. Chair, we ask that the license be granted as filed.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Ms. Brown?
Mr. Anderson? We too, at the ANC, we believe that the license should be granted, however, with conditions. Everyone knows that everyone should follow the law, but based upon the testimony of Ms. Robinson with the storage practices, with Lidl's practices, it does not ensure that the law is being closely followed. Just if someone looks under a certain age, we have to verify ages, and we do that by asking for a positive ID. And I don't think that's too much to ask. The settlement agreement we had attempted to do did with some things kind of did enumerate what the law already says. The issue was the hours. And since the applicant failed to put down all the hours that they could possibly sell alcohol, that's why we're here today. So I ask that the board grant the license with the conditions outlined. There's no evidence to say that Lidl is going to be a great partner in the community. We just hope that they would. And if we have a document that we can hold Lidl accountable to, we can show them this is what you all said that you agreed to when you came into this community. The law that he referenced has not gone into effect yet. It is not signed by the mayor. So until such time, it is not the law. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Brown. All right. Hold on, please. The record is now closed, and I need normally ask the parties, will the parties file objections of, I'm not even gonna ask it because that's not, I normally ask, well, I have to ask, do the parties wish to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law? I don't think that's necessary here because the parties are not objecting to the granting of the license, so I believe that that's not necessary here. But I believe that the parties will agree to, based on the evidence and testimony provided here today, the board will make a decision to issue the license and whether or not there will be conditions imposed or not, because that's all. As was presented at the beginning of this hearing, both parties agreed to the granting of the license, and both parties agreed to the granting of the license for the hours that were placarded, which is from 8 a.m. till 9 p.m. All right, but so the board will issue a decision. I believe, well, it's less than 90 days because it's a new license. So the board will issue a decision within the next 90 days on whether or not conditions, if any, will be imposed on this license. Then the board will make its decision based on what was presented in evidence today. All right, so let me bring closure to this case then. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 22 PRO 00004, Lydell, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575 B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 22 PRO 00004, Lydell, for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575 B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it's been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree as it appears that the motion has passed. I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. I want to thank everyone for their active participation today for this hearing. Thank you very much. The board will issue a decision granting, as I stated, for granting this license with or without conditions shortly. Have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We have one more case that we've been going for a while. So what I'm going to ask, we're going to be off the record for 10 minutes. The board members I don't want anyone to leave. We're just off the record for 10 minutes. It's 4:06. At 4:15, I'm sorry. At 4:15, we will call our next case. So please do not log off. Just you can mute your microphone and turn your camera off, but we'll come back on the record at 4:15. We are back on the record. All right, our next case is case number 22-251-00006, Martha's Market, license number 116862, the summary suspension hearing. Ms. Fossman, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Please stand by. Richard Bianco, your rights have been elevated. Walter Adams, your rights have been elevated. Chris Southcott, your rights have been elevated. Mark Ruiz, your rights have been elevated. Sergeant Greg Morrison, your rights have been elevated. Officer Timothy Bland, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. It's a summary suspension hearing, so let me have the parties introduce themselves for the record. Let's start with the government.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I'm Walter Adams, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Walter Adams, and I represent the District of Columbia.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Adams. Now, if this case goes to a hearing, this goes to a hearing, do you have any witnesses that you plan to present today? If you do, for those witnesses, call their name, and then I would like the witness to just identify themselves by a spelling of their name, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The anticipated witnesses for this case are Sergeant Greg Morrison, Officer Timothy Bland, and ABRA investigator Mark Ruiz.
All right. So is Sergeant Morrison? Can you spell and state his name for the record, please?
And I think he's there.
I see him on my screen. Well, what about Officer Bland? Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Sorry, I was on mute. Greg, G-R-E-G, Morrison, M-O-R-R-I-S-O-N.
All right, thank you. Officer Bland.
Hi,
I'm sorry, Officer Bland. Lieutenant Martin, can you please put yourself back on mute, please? Please mute yourself, sir. Thank you. Go ahead.
Officer Timothy Bland, T-I-M-O-T-H-Y, last name B-L-A-N-D.
Mr. Ruiz.
Yes, Mark, M-A-R-K, Ruiz, R-U-I-Z.
Thank you. Mr. Bianco, can you please spell and state your name for the record, your relationship, and who do you have with you today, sir?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Richard Bianco. My last name is spelled B-I-A-N-C-O, and I am counsel for the respondent in this case. With me, I have the owner of the establishment. His name is Antone Fontaille, and I'm going to have him introduce himself and spell his name for the record.
My name is Antone, and the last name is Fontaille.
Can you spell your first and last name, please, sir?
Sure. First name is A-N-T-E-N-E-H, and the last name is Fontaille, F-A-N-T-A-Y-E.
Good afternoon, sir. Is that the extent of your witnesses, sir, Mr. Bianco, if we're going to hearing today?
That's correct.
All right. This is a summary suspension hearing.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman, just one matter. I'm not sure if we introduced, I have co-counsel, the district has co-counsel in this case, and that's Christopher Southcott. If I just want to make sure that he's able to introduce himself in the record.
That is up to you, Mr. Adams. You did not do that. So I remember I asked you to start with you and let me know who's with you. So go ahead, Mr. Southcott. This is not me. This is Mr. Adams. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman, or not morning, afternoon, Chairman, and fellow members of the board. I am Chris Southcott, also from the OAG's office.
Can you please spell and state your
My first name, Chris, last name, Southcott.
Thank you. All right, so this is a summer suspension hearing, and we're supposed to have a hearing today. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there is a preliminary matter in the case. Probably is not what you want in terms of OIC. About an hour ago, around 3 o'clock, Mr. Bianco he filed with the board a list of proposed stipulations of fact that were presented, and I'll allow my colleague, Mr. Southcott, to have any further discussion of those stipulations of fact.
Well, I don't have a copy. At least well, you know what, let me not. I apologize. Let me not say that. I think I was told that it was uploaded. So I need to see. Or hold on a minute, please. All right. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Would you like me to read these proposed stipulations of fact into the record?
Yes, please read them to the record, please. Yes.
Okay. 1, Scion Market LLC, TA Martha's Market, the licensee has.
Hold on a minute, please. Do we need to have the witnesses testify? Do we need to have Lieutenant Morrison Lieutenant Morrison and Officer Bland? Are we going to need them to testify, and also do we need to have the investigator testify today?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we believe that there are additional facts outside of the stipulations.
All right.
That should be on record.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Southcott. Okay.
Okay, so 1, Scion Market LLC, TA Martha's Market, licensee, has a Class B retail grocery license to sell alcoholic beverages issued by the District of Columbia Alcohol Beverage Control Board, the board. 2, the licensee's registered business address is 2400 Minnesota Ave, Southeast, Washington, D.C. 20020. 3, the licensee operates a small market with a sealed-off booth area and several aisles. 4, the licensee's establishment sells merchandise, including loose rolling papers, single plastic sandwich bags, and digital pocket weight scales. 5, the licensee's establishment also sells individual loose cigarettes from an open pack of cigarettes. 6, on March 4th, 2022, at approximately 6:11 p.m., an adult male, the victim, was shot in the leg during an attempted armed robbery in the licensee's establishment. 7, the robbery occurred during the licensee's hours of operation. 8, the owner was not present during the robbery. 9, the only employee present during the robbery was a clerk inside the booth. 10, the clerk is not an ABC manager licensed by the board. 11, during the attempted robbery, the clerk reached into a cubbyhole, took out a black plastic bag with a pistol, and held it. 12, after the shooting, the assailants fled the establishment, and the clerk opened the booth door and handed the pistol to the victim. 13, the victim left the establishment with the pistol he received from the clerk to pursue the assailants and then returned to the establishment with the pistol. 14, After the victim returned to the establishment, the clerk helped the victim into the store's booth area. 15. The victim placed a wad of cash on a counter inside the booth that was later found by the Metropolitan Police Department, MPD. 16. The pistol was found in a box inside the booth. 17. Before the robbery, the victim had a digital scale, cash, an open container of plastic bags, and a plastic bag containing a green leafy substance. 18. The victim entered the booth twice and conversed with the clerk before the robbery. 19. At one point, the victim placed his items on the counter. 20. Before the attempted robbery, the victim entered the booth and stashed a black plastic bag with a semi-automatic pistol in a cubbyhole inside the booth. 21. The pistol remained in the same location until the clerk retrieved the pistol during the attempted robbery. 22. Beginning at approximately 6:07 p.m., the victim engaged in at least 3 hand-to-hand transactions with individuals in the establishment. 23. During the transactions, the victim weighed materials on a digital pocket scale, placed them in a plastic sandwich bag, and exchanged the items for cash. 24. On prior dates, the owner was not present at the establishment. 25. MPD officers arrived at the scene shortly after the attempted robbery. 26. MPD officers reviewed security footage of the attempted robbery and searched the establishment. 27. In the search, MPD officers found the pistol the clerk passed to the victim hidden in a cardboard box inside the booth. 28. In the search, MPD officers found narcotics containing 7, 247, and 925 opiate blue stamped 30 m pills of the prescription drug oxycodone hydrochloride, 5 items of a rock-like white substance, 2 bottles of the prescription drug promethazine, a common ingredient in the drug known as lean, and a clear plastic bag containing a green leafy substance similar in appearance to marijuana. 29. The establishment has no license to sell or distribute the items found by MPD. 30. On March 13th, 2022, at approximately 8:10 p.m., ABRA investigator Mark Ruiz inspected the establishment and spoke with the owner. 31. The owner admitted to leaving the establishment on March 4th, 2022, at approximately 2:30 p.m., so the store clerk was the only employee. 32. The owner admitted knowing the clerk had no ABC manager's license. 33. The owner admitted knowing it was illegal to sell individual cigarettes and said he only did so in the evenings. 34. When asked about selling individual rolling papers, open plastic bags, and the digital pocket weight scales, the owner admitted that he sells what the community buys. 35. The licensee's store clerk produced a pistol from a concealed location in a secured booth of the establishment and handed the pistol to a shooting victim in the establishment. 36. The licensee failed to have an ABC manager or owner present during licensed hours of sale. Those are the stipulated facts.
Thank you. And so, Mr. Bianco, are those are the stipulated facts that both parties are in agreement with?
Yes, sir, they are. And we actually signed the submitted stipulation indicating our agreement. My only ask at this point is I realize some testimony is going to go forward, is that hopefully it won't be repetitive of what we've stipulated to.
Well, maybe the government can let us know where we are. I mean, why we're here today, and what is it that the board is been asked to do. It's my understanding because the summer suspension, this is a summer suspension hearing, so at least as far as I know that an incident occurred, the chief of police, I'm sorry, no, not the police, not the chief of police. I believe that the board, the board issued a summary suspension hearing on this establishment, I'm sorry, the board closed this establishment. And this establishment has been closed based on, I think, a case report that was provided to the board. And so where are we now? What's the purpose of this hearing today, and where are we going? So maybe the government can just bring us, just let us know where we are and what the board should expect to occur today.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This hearing is based upon the board's suspension of the license to sell alcoholic beverages to this market. And the reason that we're here today is essentially what the board's finding is that the establishment presents and really from quite shocking facts, as was read in the stipulations, presents an imminent danger to safety and health of the district. And quite frankly, the facts that are present in this case are unique. We're not just talking about a single violent incident, which is here, but we're also are talking about a method of conduct by agents of the establishment to distribute and essentially use the establishment to distribute illegal narcotics to people within the community, and quite frankly, as a result, create a potential danger or almost foreseeable danger to those who are there. So the reason we're here is that, well, clearly after the district and the board issued the notice, the respondent asked for a hearing and that they're entitled to a hearing, and the respondent waived the normal I apologize, I believe a 2 business day requirement that is in place. But the reason that we're not in a posture to merely allow or to propose that the license be provided back to the establishment is essentially is that our district's position is that there's no way that there can be insurance that this licensee can operate in a safe manner based upon the information that and findings that were made at the time. So as a result, in the end, what we'll be asking for is that the board will keep this license in indefinite suspension until the board takes further actions through the show cause proceedings.
So is there a show cause scheduled on this case?
No, nothing has been referred at this point. I assume that's because of this license has remained in a suspended status. So nothing has been referred to the Office of the Attorney General. So the district will be asking for such a referral to be made at the end of today's hearing.
And I'm not sure about this, Mr. Adams, but I'm not sure if the board legally, if we can indefinitely suspend a licensee. I'm not sure. I believe that, and I could be incorrect, that the board would have to make a definitive position. I'm not sure if the board can say we're gonna indefinitely suspend an establishment. I don't know that, but anyway, but I'm just want to say that. But if that's so, the board will consider. But I'm not sure if the board has any legal authority to keep an establishment in indefinite suspension. There has to be some conditions, but I don't know. All right.
And for Mr. Chairman, for the board members, we've been through this before. This may be one of the more serious instances in a while, but in the case of Lavelle Inc. And other cases that have gone before the board, the board has issued indefinite suspensions until there's been a show cause proceeding in which the board determines an ultimate punishment. So that in the cases where we've had where license revocations have occurred from after a summary suspension, those licenses remain suspended until the board issued their final decision.
All right, thank you, Mr. Adams, for that.
No problem.
I said before, I stated I don't know, but I just put it out there. Okay. And Mr. Bianco.
Yes, sir. I'd be glad to quickly lay out our case before moving forward. Mr. Adams is correct. We're here based on our request for a summary suspension hearing. And I think it's important to note right up front, the legal standard is not about a sanction today, and I think the board understands that very well. It's about whether or not this establishment can reopen or should stay closed because it is a, quote, imminent danger to health and safety of the public. We're not hiding from the circumstances here. They are bad. We don't dispute that at all. We're not going to quarrel with the specific facts. There is a comprehensive stipulation of facts here because we know what happened. We've seen the videos. We've shared the videos with MPD. The actions of this particular clerk were inexcusable and dangerous. And we're not going to try to deny that. So our case is really this. The owner wasn't aware of what this particular employee was doing or how he was complicit with apparent criminals. My client, the owner of the establishment, wasn't part of what was going on between this clerk and this and the victim in this case. He certainly didn't condone it, definitely did not profit from it. When he found out about it, he took appropriate action. And we think what needs to be the focus here, or at least what the focus of our case is going to be, is that with remedial actions, specific remedial actions that we're proposing, we think the store can safely reopen. Specifically, our case comes down to 7 remedial actions that we think should allow this store to reopen safely. Number 1, background checks before hiring. This is something that my client has put into place. Since this incident, he has learned his lesson to not hire siblings or friends of friends, to just believe people that you may trust does not necessarily mean that their siblings are trustworthy as well. Number 2, written rules and regulations specifically geared towards safety. And then number 3, training protocols or training on those rules, regulations, and security protocols. Number 4, and we think this is a critical one and where the owner really went wrong here, is frequent checks of the video feeds inside the store at regular intervals. I think what the evidence will show today from my client is that he sort of sporadically or infrequently checked his security feed of what was going on at the store during the hours that he was not personally present. And I think it's important to understand that he was not personally present during any of these alleged instances of conduct. Number 5 is something that they have already done, which is adding 2 additional cameras to the store. And I think the important thing, there's 2 important things about these new cameras that were added. One, they have an audible alarm in case something is happening that the folks around the store need to be alerted to. And number 2, the landlord or owner of the property has access to the video feeds in these 2 new cameras, and that will serve as an additional pair of eyes about what is going on in and around the store. The 6th thing is a measure that has already been taken, which is additional no loitering or no standing signs outside of the store. That has been something that has been problematic historically at this location, which I believe has been a liquor store for more than 20 years. And then finally, open communications with MPD and the ANC, as well as the Office of the Attorney General, who is extremely concerned in this case about what happened here. And I can tell the board that I've personally been in touch with them, trying to work on measures that would give everybody a level of comfort with this store reopening. My client in this case is not a frequent flyer. This isn't one of the problem establishments that has been before you week after week after week. This is an establishment that has a clean operating history. Their investigative history consists of one warning, and that's it from 2021. So what our ask at the end of the day is going to be that you not judge them by this incident, but by their clean conduct over the past 4 years that Mr. Fontaine has been operating this establishment. Thank you.
And Mr. Bianco, I just want to clarify for the record, the ABC board only has authority over the sale and the sale of alcoholic beverages. So our summary suspension hearing, our summary suspension, the only thing it did was that it prevented the establishment from selling alcohol. We have no authority over the establishment operation. So therefore they can operate and sell any other product. They just cannot sell alcoholic beverage. Are we on the same page?
Absolutely, sir. Yes.
All right. Now, because you had said to allow them to open, and I know that they should be open because all our authority extend to I would love if we had the authority just to shut you down, but we don't have that authority. All we can do is to prevent you from selling alcohol. That's the extent of our authority. All right.
Understood. And I am not seeking a judicial extension of the board's authority, but thank you for clarifying.
All right. Thank you. So we have had the stipulation of facts. So what is it? What additional facts? So I guess I'm just trying to find out what additional facts or what is it that the government has presented? What is it that the government is now presenting to the board?
Yes. Mr. Mark,
we can start. So just a proffer, and then we'll let the government present its case.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think in terms of a proffer that we're making here, in terms of testimony, in terms of from the MPD, want to provide a little bit of circumstances of number one, time prior to the actual shooting in terms of knowledge of how things were operating with the establishment prior to March 4th, as well as to provide additional context in terms of not so much what was found, which is already known, but locations and the context for why NPD looked and how they classified this establishment based upon what they found, and also providing the context of conversations with the owner at the time of immediately after the instance. And also we proper having at least an ABRA witness to provide to the board, introduce the report that was prepared by the investigator. And again, also to discuss any forms of conversations or any context about the investigation and how it's interpreted, and context regarding items sold at the establishment, as well as it to the extent that the board would permit or prefer, at least put on the record some of the video evidence that we believe is material in this matter.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Adams. As you said, the board is the one who imposed the summary suspension. You're asking the board to continue this indefinite suspension, and I think Mr. Bianco is basically saying that there is really no need with the imposition of the terms and conditions that he is proposing, that the board should lift the indefinite suspension and allow them to operate immediately. So it's now clear to the board what it is that you're doing. So, all right, fine, sir. Call your first witness, then, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The district would like to call Sergeant Greg Morrison as his first witness.
Sergeant Morrison, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Your witness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Sergeant Morrison, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sergeant Greg Morrison, GregMorrison.
And you are employed by the Metropolitan, first of all, you're employed by District of Columbia government,
Yes.
and you're with the Metropolitan Police Department.
Yep.
And your current rank is sergeant within the department, correct?
Yes. Yep.
And Sergeant Morrison, how long have you been employed with MPD?
It'll be about 8 years now.
Okay. And where are you currently assigned?
The 6th district out of the substation.
And where's the substation located?
It's 2701 Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast.
And working at the substation, do you cover any particular patrol service areas?
Yeah, so we cover 605, 6 and 7. I'm particularly assigned to PSA 607.
And your assignment with PSA 607, I assume that as being a sergeant that you supervise other police officers in their assignments, correct?
I do, yeah.
And as part of and can you briefly describe your current position?
So yeah, I'm an evening sergeant in Sector 2, generally supervising from 8 to 20 officers per shift. Today we have, I think, 20, and we are responsible for patrolling and enforcing laws in DC, and in particular in PSA 607.
And today we're talking.
Mr. Adams, hold on. Sergeant, is it possible for you to mute your radio? Because we have a court reporter.
Okay, yeah, I'm the only official today down here, so I'll try to do my best to turn it down. Yep, sorry.
Yeah, because we have a court reporter, and so who's trying to pick up everything that's been said today, and there's interference. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Sergeant. Today we're talking about the establishment or a place called Martha's Market. Are you familiar with that place?
Yes, I am.
And is that within PSA 607?
It is.
And before we get to Martha's Market, as part of your role, have you investigated shootings in the past?
Yes.
And have you been trained in how to investigate shootings?
Yes, I have.
And you've been trained in how to, or have you been trained, or have you conducted investigations to search for narcotics and other similar materials?
Yes.
Is that part of your training as well?
It is part of our training.
So I'm going to turn your attention to Martha's Market. You are aware that there was a shooting on March 4th at about 6 p.m. at Martha's Market. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Now, prior to that incident, have you or any of the officers for 6th District had any experiences with Martha's Market?
Yeah, we've been in the market numerous times in the past, not for particular calls, but per se, but for just doing what we would call a business check.
And can you describe what's happened during these business checks?
We went in for a business check. We were met with several individuals inside who were very uncomfortable with our presence, which is unusual. When we go into a business, normally we will greet the clerks and customers, and we're generally not skulking around. We're just there to hang out. It gives a lot of residents a safe peace of mind knowing there's police there. We were asked by a clerk, what were we doing there? I advised we were doing a business check. He stated to me that we were loitering and he wanted us out of his business, to which I said, we're not going to leave right now. And we had officers continue to do business checks there for several weeks after that, and were met with the same kind of resistance to us just being present in the store.
Were you and your officers given any reason for the resistance that you described?
No, it just was very apparent that we were not wanted in the store.
And prior to the shooting, had you made any calls for any incidents at Martha's Market?
On the midnight tour, which is not the shift I work, there were some officers that had pulled up to Martha's Market, and there were two gentlemen they described as running into the store, but when they saw the officers, they turned, ran into a car and fled. When the officers went in, they met with one of the clerks who said that some people had come in an attempt to rob him, and he believed they were returning to complete the robbery. There wasn't a call made to the police. The officers just happened to pull up at the time that this car was there.
And at some point, you did have a conversation with the establishment, the store's owner, Mr. Fonte. Is that correct?
On March 4th, I did, yes.
And prior to your conversation on March 4th, had you ever met the owner of the establishment?
No, I'd never met the owner.
Now I'm going to turn to March 4th. Now, as I stated, we know that there was a shooting that occurred at the store. Did you respond to the establishment on March 4th?
Yes.
And I guess I'll do this, and I don't want to keep it very long, but can you first describe what was your role and responsibility in responding to the establishment that day?
So I was the first official on the scene. So our first thing is to make sure any victims that are shot are receive proper aid. I think when I got there, he was already being seen to by the fire department, and then making the crime scene safe. The crime scene was interior to the store, so we just sealed that off. I was met with Officer Bland, who advised that he had a Mr. Threat, Stefan Threat, who worked in the store. At the time, we were under the impression that he was a witness, and he was kept in the store to the back corner, and just told to remain there. We were going to have detectives come, and he would be interviewed. And then we were attempting to get a hold of the owner to have him respond so we can access the camera footage.
And we said that a couple questions from what you said. You mentioned a name, Mr. Threat, and you state that he was an employee or clerk for the store, correct?
Yes.
And when you state that he was moved to the back of the store, can you describe that for the board? Is that moving away from the booth?
Yeah, so when you enter the front door to the right, if you go straight to the right corner, that's where the booth's located. Mr. Threat was, when you open the door, he was all the way in the back. If you think of the front door as the front, he was in the back left corner of the store, just sort of there. I told Officer Bland, there's a few more officers there, Valentine and previous, I just keep an eye on him, but I understand we have a lot going on. We have to look for evidence and make sure the crime scene's safe, but someone try and keep an eye on him as best they could, which I understood would not be 100%. At the time, we didn't have the manpower to manage everything at the time. We had officers coming into the scene as it was ongoing.
And I guess I ask you this question: what in general did you observe when you arrived?
So we came in immediately to Mr. Threat was in the back. He was clearly agitated, which I attributed to adrenaline from being present to a shooting. To the right where the booth is, there was blood on the floor outside the booth, and then blood inside the booth. There was one shell casing that we located and recovered outside the booth. And then on the back, on the wall by the booth, there's refrigerators where they have cold beverages. The glass had been shot and shattered, and some of the bottles behind that had been struck by a bullet.
And once you have seen where the shell casing was and the damage, did you conduct a search of the store?
Yeah, so we continue to search for more shell casings. When we got access to the booth, by the time Mr. Anthony was present and was showing us the video of what happened, that's when we started to search the actual booth itself. Prior to seeing the video, we were unaware of what that booth might have contained, but looking at the video, it showed Mr. Threat retrieving the pistol, and that's when we began to search the booth. The first thing I found was a black plastic bag which had a series of narcotics in it, to include the blue pills that you mentioned. There was and 2 balls of promethazine inside. There was a large amount of cash. The booth is completely sealed off by perspex, and to pass items and money between customers and the clerk, there's like a rotunda thing. So right on the other side of that, on the inside of the booth, there was a large amount of cash, which Officer Bland counted to the amount of $1,610.
And in terms of the pills, and it was stipulated that it was oxycodone
Chloride.
Chloride. I apologize. And you identify those?
Yeah, we identified them off of drugs.com. I have their site up here. It's drugs.com, and then there's a tab for pill identifier. When you go on there, you just type in, so each pill has a marking on it. In this case, I had M, which looks like the Metro Transit M with a board around it. Another side had the number 30. So it asks you what identifiers are on it, then it asks you the color and then the shape of the pill. And based on that, it gives you an identifier to the drug, which came back as oxycodone hydrochloride, 30 milligram strength pills.
And
that site, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, sorry.
But that site's commonly how we identify pills that are recovered.
And you know, to your knowledge, is hydrocodone or oxycodone, I apologize for messing up the name, but oxycodone, is that known to be an opioid?
It is. It's a Schedule II controlled substance.
And you state, and how was it packaged?
It was packaged inside, so in the black plastic bag, it was bundled in a white clear baggie, tied off at the end. After searching the booth, we conducted a search of the remainder of the store, which I started immediately where Mr. Threat had been sequestered, for a better word. And I found an additional bag, clear plastic bag with the same pills in it. In the corner, they had stacked up pallets of sodas, I think sodas or Gatorade, and the top pallet was open with some of the bottles missing. I looked in that pallet and there was an additional bag of the oxycodone pills there.
And you're saying that Mr. Threat was in the vicinity of that?
He was.
All right, just moving things along a bit. Were there other materials that you found within the booth?
There was. The pistol was located. So inside the booth, there was a large open-topped cardboard box that had items for sale, like potato chips and such. The pistol was found in the bottom of that box, pointing upwards, the barrel pointing up. And that was recovered, and it turned out to be a Glock 48.
And getting back to the plastic bag, you mentioned that there was the pills, there's promethazine. Was there anything else that found within that bag?
So there was, and that was based off of the video, because when I looked in the bag, looking at the video, the subject that was shot, Mr. Barbette, was pulled into the booth by Mr. Threat. At some point during them being in the booth, it appears that Mr. Threat's attempting to call someone on FaceTime. I don't know who that was. Mr. Barbette leans forward into the bag and retrieves another clear bag with a white substance in it. He's transported to the hospital. The officers at the hospital called me to say that he's very adamant that he gets his socks. The nurse retrieved the socks and found a white bag with white rock-like substance consistent with crack cocaine.
And was there a baby bottle or anything found in the?
I'm sorry, there was.
Mhm.
So in addition to the promethazine bottle, there was a baby bottle. So the type of bottle you would feed milk to a baby, which is a typical way of serving promethazine to customers.
So, I want to ask you about one substance, and almost done. During the search, did MPD find any, I guess, non-prescription marijuana within the establishment?
Yeah, there was marijuana found on the outside of the booth, along with a scale.
And when you say scale, are you saying like a digital scale?
A small digital black scale, yeah.
And first of all, how do you know that it was marijuana? Or let me back up. Have you in the past have you identified marijuana as MPD officer?
It tested to be marijuana.
Oh, okay, sorry. Well, there you go. So after you conduct the search, and I believe you said that you at some point you said that Mr. Anthony was at the establishment, correct?
Yeah, he came to the establishment. Someone called him, I'm not sure, but he did come to the establishment, and he helped with pulling up the video system, which was in a locked room within the booth that only he had access to.
And how long did it take for him to arrive?
Um,
To your recollection.
It took some time. It might have taken, I mean, I wouldn't want to guess. It took more than half an hour, it felt, to get there, which, I mean, would make sense if he's at home, to be called and come into work.
And so, did you have any conversations with Mr. Anthony while you were there?
I did. So we started to talk. My lieutenant asked me to speak with him to try and get some of his assistance with dealing with what we perceived as the drug activity going on in the store. During our conversation, he noted to me, he was of the opinion that Mr. Threat wasn't necessarily involved, but maybe just helping a friend or was intimidated. And he advised me that he had observed in the past, watching the camera footage, someone pass a gun to Mr. Threat. This is months prior to March 4th. And he said that he addressed it with him and said, "Do not do that again. I do not want to see you holding a gun for one of your friends or one of these guys in the neighborhood."
And your understanding that indeed that Mr. Threat actually did have a gun in the booth prior to March 4th, correct?
Yes.
One other question. Did the owner assist? Was he able, or sorry, was he knowledgeable of his security camera system?
He was very knowledgeable of the security camera system. He was very helpful.
And do you know whether or not he had remote access to the system?
I don't know.
And in terms of resolution, is the resolution clear or is it cloudy for his security system?
Is it clear as in how to use it?
Or not so much how you use it in terms of actual display. Are you able to make out
It's probably
details?
one of the best camera systems I've seen, to include going into like other convenience stores, grocery stores, gas stations, apartment buildings. It's probably better than the camera system in this police station.
Yeah, interesting. One last question. In terms of your experience with other establishments. Had you, based upon what you found on March 4th, is that similar to any findings that you've had in other similar convenience stores
No,
in the 6th District? Okay.
no.
All right. I have no further questions for Sergeant Morrison.
Mr. Bianco.
Yeah, Sergeant Morrison, I'm going to have a few questions for you. I want to go back to when you were testifying about the business check or business checks. When were those done?
They started probably February or January. An officer had said to me they were concerned about some of the people that were in front of the store, and they thought it might be beneficial to conduct business checks.
Okay. And when these business checks, how many were there, if you remember?
Well, I've got no clue how many there were.
Okay. And did you do these business checks personally, or were they done by officers within your employ?
I did a couple, either alone or with other officers, and I directed officers throughout their shift to stop in at Martha's Market just to check in with staff, go in, just be present, and then move on, which they do throughout the PSA.
Okay. And so I want to focus on the couple that you did personally, rather than what was reported to you. So the ones that you did, when were those 2 or 3 conducted?
I would hazard a guess sometime in February, maybe in January.
Okay. And you described the clerk who was present as uncomfortable with you being there, right?
Yes.
And do you know who that clerk was that you describe in that manner?
At one point, I believe Mr. Threat was working, but on other occasions, there's been a couple other people, sometimes from within the booth, sometimes outside of the booth. And to be honest, some of the people that were uncomfortable with us may not even have worked there, but there was a hanging out going on in the store that it sometimes was hard to differentiate between an employee and a customer or a person just hanging out.
Is finding that type of scene when you walk into a liquor store, is that something that's common in your experience?
The resistance to us being there or just people hanging out?
People hanging out.
No, you'll often go into liquor stores and there are people just hanging out.
Okay. And I believe that you testified that prior to March 4th, you had never met Mr. Fantaye. Is that correct?
No, I had not.
So it's fair to say that he wasn't among the uncomfortable individuals present in the store when the checks were done?
No, not at all.
Okay. And I think you may have mentioned this at the tail end of your testimony, but I just want to make sure I had it correct, that it was your testimony that the owner was fully cooperative and provided you all of the information you requested.
Yeah, he was very cooperative. He was very helpful.
Okay. I want to drill down for just a second or a couple of questions on the issue of the discovery of marijuana. I don't know if this was your testimony or if this is how Mr. Adams phrased it, but the sentiment was that whether you found non-prescription marijuana. Is there a way that you would be able to determine if marijuana found is prescription or not?
I didn't add the prescription, non-prescription portion. I've never seen a marijuana prescription, but I would presume someone would have to produce a prescription, but the actual substance doesn't look any different as to whether it's prescribed or non-prescribed.
Okay, thank you. And then I want to talk about this notion of Mr. Threat having someone passed him a gun previously. So I want to talk about that aspect of your testimony for just a second. Your knowledge of prior instances came from my client?
Yes, he's the one that told me.
Okay. And did he specifically say when it was that happened?
He didn't give a date. I believe he said it was several months prior to the day of the shooting.
Okay. do you happen to know how many months Mr. Threat had been employed at the establishment?
No clue.
Okay. And did he specifically mention Mr. Threat by name as the employee having received the gun?
He mentioned, well, he did. I don't believe he used his name, but he was referencing the person that was working the day of the shooting.
Okay. How was he referencing him in that manner?
He was saying like he had, Mr. Fonte was saying he'd observed him having a gun passed to him. Mr. Fonte advised me that he believed that Mr. Threat was doing it out of fear or out of just being coerced into accepting this gun. And Mr. Fonte said he addressed it and said, you need to not have a gun in my establishment again. And I believe he was of the impression that that was the end of it.
Great. Thank you very much, Sergeant. I appreciate your testimony.
Yes, sir.
I just have one question I want to ask you, Sergeant. Have you had any conversations? I know that you stated that the first time you met the owner was, I think, on the 4th. Did any of your officers ever mention to you that they had contact with the owner and he was resistant to the presence of the police in the establishment?
No. In fact, most of the officers I work with, none of us had met Mr. Fonte prior to March 4th.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. All right. Any questions by any of the board members? Go ahead,
Mr. Chair, I just had a question.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for your service, Sergeant Morrison.
Thanks for the on-field promotion.
Okay. In that general vicinity of this store, 2400 Minnesota Avenue, on a scale of 1 to 5, with 5 being the highest, how would you, as a professional, trained sergeant with the MPD, grade it as far as drug infestation for drug addicts in the area, from 1 to 5? Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for your service, Sergeant.
I think any other questions by any other board members?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
All right. Mr. Adams.
Mr. Grandis, you need to ask the questions of Lieutenant Morrison.
I think it's Sergeant.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I apologize. Mr. Short promoted you and I demoted you. I do apologize.
That's okay.
All right, Mr. Grandis, you're supposed to ask questions of Sergeant Morrison.
The information and testimony you have provided the record today, did that come off a written report that was generated about the March 4th incident?
A lot of it did. As far as the actual particulars you're talking about, I mentioned the gun maker model, that's in the report. The quantities of narcotics is in the report. The dollar amount is in the report.
Do you have a copy of that report?
Yes, I can send a PDF copy to you.
Well, not to me.
Okay.
Perhaps you can give it to the government, and the government, if
The
chairman
government,
says it's,
I provided a copy to the government.
You have?
Yes, sir.
Well, then, Mr. Chairman, I request that report be made part of this record.
That's not. I don't know. I don't know if it's already in the. I don't know if it's already in the.
I didn't see it
as one of the documents disclosed, but I can't.
This testimony came off of this report, sir.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What, Mr. Adams?
A quick question, if you don't mind the interjection to the members' questions. Sergeant Morrison, we say report was an incident report. Is that a public report? Or was it a non-public report? Just want to make sure.
I believe portions of it are internal, but the majority of it is public record. Anyone can walk into any police station and ask for a printout of this report.
All right. I mean, if it's okay, I mean, we do have, I do have a report from Mr. Moore, from Sergeant Morrison, and if Mr. Bianco doesn't object, I'm more than happy to add it to the record.
Are we talking about the report that is marked Exhibit 3 to the investigative report? If that's the case, I have no objection.
No, sir. I think Exhibit 3, isn't that our investigator's report?
No,
No,
Exhibit.
no, he said that, what, all right. What report are you asking for, Mr. Grandis?
The information, the testimony that Sergeant Morrison provided the record today came from a report that he also had written based on this, I guess it's March 4th incident. And I just want, as we get our investigators report as part of the record, I just would like to see the report that has the information that he has testified to be made part of this.
All right, let me.
Exhibit 2 of.
All right, that's what I was about to look at.
Of the case report.
Just to let you know that it's not. This is actually it's not part of the investigative report that was.
I didn't see it.
This is a completely different report. I think it might need to have some redactions, but what I can do if the board will permit is I can forward it to the an investigator, and or we can find a process by which we can.
All right, hold on.
Apologize.
All right, before we're gonna allow any of the documents in the record, first and foremost, Mr. Adams would have to provide that to Mr. Bianco.
Yes.
And
okay.
Mr. Bianco would, and then if Mr. Bianco objects to it, because also there were documents and witnesses disclosed for this hearing, and I know that when we have summary suspension hearings, then I'm not quite sure if there's a specific time when documents have to be disclosed. So I don't know right now if I can demand that any specific document be made a part of this record, because Mr. Bianco has the right to object. Mr. Bianco can say, I'm going to object to the introduction of this record for whatever reason, and so I cannot ask that the document be made part of the record, because I don't know what the document is, and I'm not sure if neither Mr. Bianco. I'm not sure if Mr. Bianca is even aware of the document that we're discussing right now, because I'm not sure if he has seen it. So let's just put a pause on that document at this juncture. And if at some point during the hearing, if this document is available and it can be shared with Mr. Bianco for him to review it, and then someone can make a formal motion to make this a part of the record, okay?
And I support the attorney Bianco getting a copy of this before it is submitted. I agree with that. I just thought I was hearing testimony that had been written in this report as a recollection. And I just thought that like our investigators' reports generally made part of these records, I would like to see MPD in this particular situation, at least be presented to all sides, and if agreed, be made part of the record. Moving forward, Sergeant, may I ask a question, or are you on the phone? You're busy.
I'm sorry, I'm listening to the radio. I'm available for question.
You are. Thank you. You said that you had made some stops at this particular market before the incident. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
And how many I think you did say a number of times, roughly how many times had you viewed it before this incident? Going inside.
Going inside personally,
just roughly.
To 2, 3, maybe 3 times.
And roughly what time range would that have been?
It's all going to be in the evening, so anywhere between 5 p.m. to 9 p.m., 8 p.m., somewhere in the evening.
And what time was the shooting?
The shooting, because the report, it was somewhere around 6 p.m.-ish.
Okay. So in these few situations where you did a business call, did you see customers in the market? Were people buying products other than the drugs?
There were often people outside, sort of hanging out, and maybe one or two people inside. I didn't see anyone actively buying drugs in my presence.
No, I was joking about that, but I mean, did you see this market actually having people come in to really buy the products that are on display?
It didn't look like it to me. Not to say that people aren't going in there and buying the products. But no.
Unfortunately, I'm not very familiar with this area, so I apologize, but I'm assuming you are. How close would a similar market, not the drug part of it, the legal side, how close would another market like this be to that
The
establishment?
next closest one that's in the 2400 block of Minnesota Avenue, and there's one in the 2200 block of Minnesota Avenue. So you can see the next closest one.
Did you ever during your shifts, did you ever go into that one as a business contact?
Yes. Yeah.
And did you see the same kind of activity at that one, 2 blocks away?
Yes.
So,
Just very similar activity.
okay. Okay. And have there been any incidents like this one at that particular market as well?
There have been 2 or 3 homicides.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
sir.
That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. Any other questions by any board members? Mr. Bianco, any redirect based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No, sir.
Mr. Adams, any redirect? Sir, any redirect?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, very briefly. During cross-examination, you were asked about how you would distinguish prescription marijuana from non-prescription marijuana, Sergeant Morrison. To your recollection, how was what was tested and found to be marijuana, how was it packaged?
It was in a plastic bag.
And
so it was loose and packaged to be. It was set up to be distributed. It was in like a plastic bag.
Okay. And you said clear plastic bag?
Clear plastic bag, no markings to suggest what I would assume prescription marijuana would have, but I've never seen prescription marijuana.
And you were asked about, and just to make sure that you were asked about another establishment and similar activity. I just want to make sure, based upon what you saw at March 4th, is the other place, did the activity occur inside the establishment or outside?
Outside.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Sergeant, thank you very much for your testimony today. You're free to go to take care of the business of the residents of the District of Columbia, sir. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman,
do you have another witness?
We do just a bit of administrative business. We also had called Officer Bland. I know we've been trying to communicate with him. I think based upon our prior stipulations and the information that was provided by Sergeant Morrison, I don't believe that we're going to need Officers Bland's testimony, but I just want at this moment to thank him for his time and patience, and we will process any paperwork that we need for him.
Officer Bland, you have been such an excellent witness that they are afraid to even have you testify today. Just your presence was enough that the folks decide that you don't want to touch you. But thank you very much, sir, for your service to the resident District of Columbia, and thank you for being here today. You are free to go, sir.
You guys have a good one.
Thank you. Take care.
And I'll turn this over to Mr. Southcott.
Mr. Southcott, do you have another witness you wish to call, sir?
Yes. At this point, the government would like to call ABRA investigator Mark Ruiz.
All right, hold on before we call Mr. Ruiz. I just want to remind everyone, I need everyone's phone on mute with the exception of Mr. Southcott and Mr. Ruiz. All right, so Mr. Ruiz, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You're a witness, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Ruiz.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your name for the record?
Yes. My name, first name's Mark, M-A-R-K. Last name's Ruiz, R-U-I-Z.
And Mr. Ruiz, you are an APRA investigator, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how long have you worked in that position?
Just reached 3 years.
What are your duties in that position?
To investigate and inspect licensed APRA establishments located within the District of Columbia.
And as part of your duties, you conduct investigations, is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you familiar with the establishment known as Martha's Market?
I am.
How did you become, how are you familiar with Martha's Market?
I was assigned investigation after for a fact-finding request from MPD.
And in the course of your investigation, that centered around the March 4th incident, correct?
That's correct.
In the course of your investigation, what materials did you review?
I reviewed the fact-finding letter, 2 CCN MPD reports of the incident, and surveillance video from the establishment.
Based on the materials that you reviewed, you completed a report, correct?
That's correct.
And that report is the report that has been entered in into the record as the case report. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Also, as part of your investigation, you conducted an inspection at the establishment, correct?
I did.
Could you, without going into exhaustive detail, because a lot of facts are stipulated on the record, could you describe how that inspection went down when you conducted it on March 13th, I believe?
Correct, yes. So on March 13th, I visited the establishment for the course of my investigation, one to conduct a regulatory inspection and to meet with the owner and view surveillance video, during of which time conducted the RI, no violations from the particular regulatory inspection was noted. During the course of my visit, things were observed.
Could you describe some of the things that you observed?
So during the inspection of the facility, one, upon my arrival to the establishment, there were individual that exited the establishment and conducted a hand-to-hand transaction in front of me before I got out my vehicle. After they cleared, I then entered the establishment, asked the owner, after identifying myself who I was, what that individual was here, because a little suspicious activity with outside his establishment. Later learned that he was purchasing a single sale cigarette from the establishment. At that time, I alerted the owner to notify him that, selling single sale cigarettes within the District of Columbia was an illegal activity, but illegal business practice for him. He noted it and only referred to as conduct that's done in the evenings, and due to the community, the customers that purchase from him it makes it more affordable for them. Continuing on.
If I can just interject for just a second, a lot of these this description is in your investigative report, is it not?
It is.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to just ensure that we're getting that in. So I'd like to introduce that investigative report and make sure it gets entered into evidence.
No objection.
By operation of law, it is it's a matter of our it is a matter of our court records. So of the board's records are automatically a part of the record. So, but thank you.
Thank you. Did you? I would like to refer to a exhibit contained within the investigative report, if I may. And to do so, I'd like to be able to share my screen.
Ms. Foster, can you give Mr. Southcott the ability to share his screen, please?
Thank you. Is there a way to just share a specific window?
That I don't know.
I believe it should be whatever you have up on a screen.
Okay. Well,
It's
I can,
active.
yeah, I can close some other documents and share this screen.
Mr. Salka, I think there is a way to share an individual window, but I don't know where it is, but I think there's a drop down. But if you can't, then. Yeah.
Is it easier for Mr. Ruiz? If Mr. Ruiz, do you have your case report, sir?
I have the case report, yes.
All right, so Ms. Foshbon, can you give Mr. Ruiz the ability to share his screen? And could you ask Mr. Ruiz and Mr. Southcott to bring the document? So I'll ask him to put the case report up, and then you could direct him to the document you want to. Sometimes I'm afraid when people sharing their screen, what information is gonna pop up in the public record. And so, because we are on, I'm not sure if you're aware, we are on YouTube. So whatever occurs here today will be in the public record forever. So maybe.
I understand that, Chairman.
All right, so Ms. Foster, please give Mr. Ruiz the ability to share his screen. He'll bring up his case report, and then you can direct him, sir, where in the case report you want him to be.
Okay.
So where in the case report you want him to go, sir?
I am looking at page 11, which has been marked as Exhibit 6.
Are you able to share your screen, Mr. Ruiz?
Yes, I'm doing it now.
And Mr. Ruiz, it would be helpful if you could rotate the screen, because I think the way it showed up on the report itself, it looks a little, it can be a little hard to understand what's going on.
Okay.
Is this a document, Mr. Saka?
This is not the case report, I don't think.
So what
exhibit number is it?
Exhibit number 6. It's on page 11 of the case report.
All right.
Okay. All right. So the copy of the report I have doesn't have exhibits attached. I was trying to open up the exhibits from my file, but it's not allowing me to open it.
If it may help, I can, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Southcott, I can.
I apologize for
that. So Ms. Foshbon, please give Mr. Adams the ability to share his screen. I'm trying to make this thing a little bit easier, but it appears that it's more difficult. So you have the case report, Mr. Adams, is that correct?
I do have the case report, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so what you can please share your screen, Exhibit 6, please.
All right. I believe are you sharing?
Page 11, we can see you.
Yes, we can. I'm seeing your screen. So
I
exhibit.
see.
So let's go to exhibit 6, please.
If you could rotate that 90 degrees to the right.
Yes, Mr. Southcott.
Thank you kindly.
There we go.
All right.
Here we are. Okay.
Investigator Reeves, do you recognize this picture?
I do.
Did you take this picture?
I took this photo, yes.
You took this photo during your regulatory inspection, correct?
Correct.
Why did you take this picture?
I was noting some of the merchandise that was being sold from inside the booth, particularly with items being open as well.
This is items that are inside of the booth area, so not accessible to the general public.
Correct.
And what items in particular did you find noteworthy that you wanted to document photographically?
The digital scales located at the bottom right, just above the disposable face mask box. It's a red box and a blue box, two different models.
Approximately how many of those digital scales are for sale?
I'd say approximately 10. Count them.
And these are digital pocket weight scales that have a maximum weight of about 600 or 650 grams, correct?
Correct.
What is on top of those scales?
A box of sandwich bags, open box of sandwich bags.
And what is next to those scales?
To the left of that is a open box of Glad sandwich bags.
And further to the left of that?
On the other side of the cup is a pack of rolling papers.
In your experience, what do these items collectively signify?
I'm going to object this to speculation.
Falcao.
I believe that the investigator is capable of using his expertise in terms of evaluating the products that are for sale in operations that he conducts inspections in to determine what the purpose of selling those particular goods is.
Mr. Chairman, the investigator who is testifying is an alcoholic beverage investigator who is experienced in enforcing the alcoholic beverage laws, not laws about sale of sandwich bags. This isn't a police officer. This isn't a drug investigation, and I don't think the testimony is appropriate.
I'm gonna sustain the objection. Let's move on.
No.
Investigator Ruiz, in your investigative report, you mention there being drug paraphernalia in the establishment. Why did you say that there was drug paraphernalia in the establishment?
Throughout work experience, general knowledge of these items being used during drug activity.
Which items specifically?
Rolling papers, baggies.
Same objection.
Scales.
What's the basis, Mr. Falcao?
I have no further questions on this topic.
Okay.
Investigator Ruiz, you reviewed security footage during your investigation of Martha's Market, correct?
I did.
And how long is the video footage stored?
I believe one system had 5 days and another system had 13 days.
And was the owner familiar with how to operate the video system?
He was.
At this time, I would like to share my screen, hopefully more successfully, to demonstrate some and walk through some security footage that Investigator Ruiz took from his regulatory inspection.
You still have that ability, sir? I'm not sure if it was.
I think I do now.
Okay, go ahead, sir. What exhibit is this, sir?
This is been marked in the investigative report, or in the case report, as exhibit number 4.
Go ahead, sir.
Can everyone see my screen?
No.
Oh, sorry. I think I need to actually hit the share button.
Now we can.
Okay. Investigator Ruiz, what is this footage of?
This is the footage of inside the Martha's Market, particularly of the entryway and the booth, cashier booth.
What is the date of this footage?
March 4th, 2022.
And what do you see on the counter area in front of the booth?
I see the victim that was shot standing at the booth.
And do you see any items on the counter?
In front of him is a green notebook, a digital scale, and box of sandwich baggies.
Okay. I'm now going to play some of this footage for you, and I will try to do my best to make sure that I'm recording timestamps as I am going. But in the event that I forget for any particular instance, either you or the board, please remind me to make sure that I'm noting correctly in the record what time these events are occurring. Oh, sorry. I'm going to pause here. Was that audio or audible for other individuals?
No.
Okay.
I would just like to make a clarification. There is audio that is present in this, and some of it may be overlapping because while this footage was being taken, Investigator Ruiz was speaking with the owner. So we are now at 28 seconds into this 6-minute and 41-second video. Investigator Ruiz, could you describe what has occurred in these 28 seconds?
The victim appearing to be weighing item and then bagging it. Can you enlarge your screen a little more?
Yeah. Is that more visible?
No.
There was no enlargement.
Oh. Interesting. Well,
no, it has been enlarged since the first time, but
yeah, it's just not maximized.
So I'm going to continue playing this. Did you see what occurred during this time period? I'm now at 7 seconds into the video.
The victim was handing putting a substance in that customer's hand with the blue scarf on her head.
Okay. What has that transaction appear to have concluded? We're now a minute and 2 seconds in.
Yes. I'm now a minute and 40 seconds in. Can you describe what has occurred in the past 30 seconds or so? It appeared the victim conducted another transaction with the male subject.
What does the victim appear? Does the victim appear to have anything in his left hand?
Appears to have a large plastic bag with substance inside of it.
That is at minute 59 into the video. I am now, for the sake of time, going to skip forward about a minute. So I'm now at approximately 2 minutes and 50 seconds into the video. Can you describe what has occurred at this 2 minute and 50 second mark?
Two individuals identified as suspects in the shooting walk in.
Can you describe what is occurring now at 3 minutes and 6 seconds into the video?
These subjects pull out handguns, pointing at the subject as the subject backs into the corner.
Can you describe what has happened now in the past 30 seconds? We are now at about 3 minutes and 40 seconds into the video.
During the struggle back and forth, the one suspect fires shots at the victim.
I am now 3 minutes and 45 seconds into the video. Can you describe what is occurring at this mark in the video?
This is the store clerk emerging from the cashier booth with a handgun in his right hand. And hands it to the victim.
That is at 3:47.
Handing it to the victim as he runs out of the establishment, and then almost immediately returning back into the store.
Can you see what has happened here at 4 minutes and 2 seconds into the video?
Yes. Clerk holds the door, allowing the victim to come inside the booth.
Okay. In the, I will skip ahead slightly. I am now at the 4-minute and 57-second mark. Can you describe what has occurred at this 4-minute and 57 mark?
I zoomed the camera into the video to try to see what was on the floor, that plastic bag.
And why did you zoom your camera in?
To see, to try to see what that object was on the floor. That was.
Do you recognize that object?
That appears to be the plastic bag with substance that the victim was holding.
Okay. I have a couple more videos that I would like to walk through with you in similar fashion that can hopefully be done relatively quickly. I am now moving on from this video to this video, which in the investigative report had been marked as exhibit number 5. Mr. Ruiz, do you recognize this image?
Yes, this is a camera angle from inside the cashier booth.
And this is from the same day as the robbery?
Correct.
And this is at around the same time that the previous video was?
Yes.
Can you see the area directly above the monitor that appears to have cameras on it? Can you see that area?
Yes.
What is happening outside of that area, sort of through the glass?
But that's where the victim is standing, conducting transactions.
And so that is visible from the booth?
Yes.
Okay, I am going to play this video now. In that corner there, do you see anything?
I'm sorry, what corner?
So the area that I was previously describing, can you see anything happening through it? Would it be helpful if I replayed?
Yes, please.
Okay.
You can see the victim on the other side with the plastic bag that he was holding.
Great. Can you describe what has occurred in the past 20 seconds?
So outside the booth during this time, the attempted robbery is occurring. With the subjects outside, and the clerk observing what's happening, picks up this black bag.
I am 24 seconds into the video for the record. I'm now 27 seconds in. Can you describe what has occurred?
He removes a handgun from the bag.
I am now 50 seconds into the video. Can you describe what is occurring?
The clerk, after the suspects leave, opens the door to the booth.
now 52 seconds in. What has occurred?
He shuts the door at this time. That's him handing the gun off to the victim.
Okay, I am now going to move forward. I'll back up a little. I am now 1:54 seconds into the video. Can you describe what has occurred at this point in time?
The victim comes into the booth.
And the clerk is also in the booth.
Correct.
I am now 2 minutes and 20 seconds into the video. Do you see anything directly above the victim's right arm?
That would have been the cash that he threw up on the counter.
Okay. At this point in time, I would like to briefly review one more piece of video surveillance. For the board, this is not was not included as part of the investigative report, but I believe that I can lay sufficient foundation to establish that it is relevant. Mr. Reeves, do you recognize this footage?
Yeah, this is another camera angle from inside the cashier booth.
And how do you recognize this footage?
I've observed this angle on security cameras during my visit.
So you've reviewed this footage prior to these proceedings?
Yes.
And this footage is from the same day as the shooting?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to, this video is 33 minutes long. I'm not going to be playing anywhere near all of that, but I will be starting at approximately the 7-minute and 20-second mark. I am now 7 minutes and 27 seconds into this video. Could you please describe what has occurred?
The victim has entered the booth.
I am now 7 minutes and 48 seconds into the video. Can you describe what has now occurred?
The victim placed the scale onto the counter.
And where is that scale in relation to the clerk?
In front of him.
I am now 7 minutes and 50 seconds into the video. What is the victim holding? I could back it up.
That black bag.
I am now 8 minutes and 2 seconds into the video. Can you describe what has occurred in the past 12 seconds or so?
He removed appears to be a green notebook and a box of sandwich bags from the black bag.
Did you see anything else taken out of the black bag?
And what appears to be a clear bag with some kind of white substance in it.
I am now 8 minutes and 52 seconds into this video. Can you describe what has occurred in the past approximately a minute?
The victim removed his items from that he placed down on the counter. Appeared to have a conversation with the clerk and then made his way towards the door.
I'm now at 8:54. Is the victim inside the booth area at this point?
I don't believe so.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead slightly. I am now at 9 minutes and 42 seconds into this video. Can you describe what has occurred? I am now at 9 minutes 46 seconds.
Appears the victim returned back into the booth.
I would like you to first focus on the victim, and then I will come back and have you focus on the clerk.
Okay.
So, I am now at 9 minutes and 50 seconds into the video. Can you see what the victim has done?
Appeared he placed a plastic black bag into a cubby area. And then conceals the area with the box. And then walks towards the booth door.
That is at 10 minutes into the video. While this has been going on, could you describe what the clerk has been doing? I can back up and replay it if you would like.
He appeared to remove a box of Newport cigarettes that was open, removed a cigarette, and appears to be conducting a transaction.
I'm now 10 minutes and 14 seconds into the video, and has the clerk now completed that transaction?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to skip forward a good chunk. So this is approximately 9 minutes later, starting at 19 minutes and 3 seconds into this surveillance video. I am now 19 minutes and 33 seconds into this video. Could you describe what has occurred at this point?
The clerk jumping up, running to the door, during which time this is the robbery occurring.
I am now 19 minutes and 36 seconds into the video. What has occurred now?
The clerk retrieving the black bag where the victim placed it.
I am now 19 minutes and 39 seconds into the video. What has occurred at this point?
The clerk removing the handgun from the black bag.
Okay, I am going to, I believe, well, actually, no, we'll continue for a bit. I am now 20 minutes and 2 seconds into the video. What is occurring at this point in time?
The cashier making his way over to the booth door with the handgun.
I am now 20 minutes and 8 seconds in. Does the clerk have the gun at this point?
No.
Okay. I'm going to skip ahead slightly. I am now 21 minutes and 10 seconds into the video. What has occurred now?
Victim enters the booth, throws money up, a stack of money onto the counter.
And that is, where is that money in relation to the clerk?
Right in front of him.
I am now at 21 minutes and 44 seconds into the video. Can you describe what is occurring here?
It appears the victim removes something from his pocket and passing it to the clerk.
Okay. At this point in time, I can stop sharing my screen, and I would move to have this piece of footage entered into evidence.
No objection.
So this is exhibit what?
This will be then exhibit, the investigative report is 1 through 9. This will be exhibit 10.
So moved.
Okay. So now how do we go about stopping to share my
You
screen?
just close your screen, sir.
Okay. Oh, I can just. There we are. Alrighty. Investigator Rose, on the day that you conducted the regulatory inspection, did you view footage from days other than March 4th?
I did.
What other days did you view footage for?
I reviewed footage first, second, and the third that was available.
Why did you review footage on those days?
I wanted to see if this individual was frequent in this store.
And in your reviewing of that footage, what did you find?
On the first and the third, I did find the individual inside the store.
Which individual?
The victim and the clerk.
And how were they behaving?
Similar to the fourth.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Mr. Bianco.
Yes, Investigator Ruiz, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I will keep it as brief as possible. The last piece of your testimony where you talked about viewing footage from other days, specifically the first and the third, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand that your testimony is that the victim and the same clerk, Mr. Threat, were inside of the store at that time. Is that correct?
Correct.
And my client, Mr. Fontaille, was not in the store during those times, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I want to go back all the way to the beginning of your testimony to get some clarification on something that you said, and I'm not sure I quite understood. So when you first pulled up to the establishment on March the 13th, you said that you saw a hand-to-hand transaction as you were sitting in your car, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then after that, and here's what I want the clarification on, you were able to determine that the hand-to-hand transaction was for a loose cigarette. Is that correct?
No, I didn't determine what exactly it was. I determined why the individual was in the store, what he was doing prior to exiting.
Okay, buying a loose cigarette. And to be clear, you don't know what was passed hand-to-hand in front of you as you were sitting in your car.
Correct.
Okay, great. That's all I have for you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions by the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Investigator Ruiz. What an excellent report. Very thorough, and you did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Short.
Member. I would just simply say, on the 1st and 3rd of March of the same year and location as we've been watching, were the activities similar to what we saw the day of the shooting on the 4th?
Observing the victim enter the facility and then into the booth with a black bag, and then standing by the front of the booth area.
In any of the videos you saw, the first, the second, the first, third, or fourth, were there any alcohol sales ever or anything else sold out of that store other than what the person who was shot was peddling? Did you observe anything else sold?
I observed the loose cigarettes. I didn't observe anything else.
And that would have been the 1st, the 3rd, and the 4th.
Well, on the 4th was the cigarettes. The 1st and the 3rd, I didn't observe anything sold.
Okay. From the videos, also the store looks to be kind of well kept, tidy, clean.
Correct.
As the police officer, as the sergeant said to us, the video quality was better than, I guess, a lot we've seen since I've been here on the board. So that video camera system was pretty unique for a market of that size. I'm just surmising. What is your opinion of the video and the video quality? And also the shots that were taken covered pretty much anybody doing any transactions inside or outside of the booth. But was there any video of the exterior or any other part of the store?
The quality of the video was very good compared to most establishments. And from what I reviewed, um, everything was visible outside, side of the building, sidewalk areas, and the inside.
So the camera, how many cameras did you view from the store or the establishment? Can you give us approximate number of cameras they have?
Specifically, I looked at approximately 4 or 5, but I did take note of the other views that were on the system.
Again, the sergeant from MPD who testified, Sergeant Morrison, stated that there seems to be a lot of people that stand in front of the store. So the cameras would have picked up any activities of people standing close to the doors of the store. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if I'm the person who looks at the camera or look at the footage from time to time, I would have observed that those kind of activities are normal for my business or my establishment. Could someone possibly derive that opinion? I mean, from the loitering that takes place in front of the building? But forget that. Stop
Not
it.
sure I can answer.
Okay, I'll just simply say this. Again, thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you very much for the excellent report. And that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Investigator Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Short.
Thank you. Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Bianco, any questions any recross based on the questions that were asked by the board?
Yes, Investigator Ruiz, Mr. Short was asking you about the footage you reviewed from the 1st of March and the 3rd of March. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a reason why that footage was not included in your report, but the footage from the 4th was?
Probably overlooked from recording it. I was just making a quick observation just to see if the individual was in the store on those days.
Okay. And fair to say that at all points during your investigation, my client was cooperative with providing video footage?
Very cooperative, very candid during our interview.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Southcott, any redirect?
I have no redirect at this time.
Mr. Ruiz, thank you for your testimony. Excused. Does the government have another witness?
We do not at this point, Chairman.
Does the government rest?
Yes.
One thing, actually.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr.
I
Adams.
apologize. I apologize, Mr. Southcott. I believe earlier there was a discussion by Sergeant Morrison regarding a document, and Member Grandis asked a question about a document. I did email that to Mr. Bianco. I'm not sure if he had a chance to look at that document.
I did receive an email, and I opened it, and it was a 24-page densely written document. I'm not going to pretend I read it or know what's in it. So I would have to limit my objection to this point to, I don't know what's in it. I've never seen it before. It hasn't been turned over. Although the portions of the report that are attached to the investigator's report were turned over, and I feel that those aspects of the police report are appropriate as evidence, but not the longer 24-page document that was kept by the government until the testimony about it was put on.
All right. So just to be specific, is there particular pages that you said is admissible that you don't object to?
Well, what I don't object to is what is attached to the investigator's report as exhibits 2 and 3, which look to be either excerpts from or summaries of the police report. So I don't object to those, but I do object to the 24-page document that was just provided.
All right. And Mr. Chairman, I can share the screen if you like to, or if the board will allow me to.
So for you, for what, for you to go through all 24 pages?
Well, just to show the board the document that's being discussed. Mr. Chairman, just to let you know, this what the documents being discussed that again Sergeant Morrison referenced and then was discussed was an arrest report that was not included by Mr. Ruiz that again speaks to your arrest and speaks to the findings at the licensed establishment on March 4th. I was not made aware of, we were not made aware of it until quite bluntly yesterday. But since it was mentioned and it mentioned that the board might have interest in it, we would move for it to be entered into evidence as it being an official record of the district government. And I'm more happy to forward the document to the board for its records.
Our objection remains. It hasn't been turned over, although it was in the custody of the government. At this point in the hearing, there's not even a witness to authenticate it or to move it in. I assume, given its length, that it's rife with hearsay. I can't cross-examine on the document, and based on the timing that it was turned over, although it's dated March the 4th, I think it's inappropriate for the board to consider in light of those substantive and procedural defects.
All right, Mr. Bianco, this is a summary suspension hearing, and I am not aware of any specific timeline or documents to be included in the record. Now, if this was a regular show cause hearing, the rules specifically state that 7 days before the hearing, documents and witnesses needs to be disclosed. I am not aware of this provision being within the schedule for summary suspension hearings because, as you're aware, a summary suspension hearing, the licensee, I believe, has 2 days to request, 48 hours to request a hearing, and then the board has to grant this hearing within, I believe, 72 hours of the request. I know that in this particular case, the licensee did waive the timeline, but I'm still not aware of a specific timeline to disclose documents and witnesses. And so with that, I'm going to allow the document in. And as I said before, my only reason for allowing it in is because there's in the statute that this type of hearing is scheduled under, there is no specific timeline when documents or witnesses should be disclosed. And you have confirmed that the document was shared with you, was shared with you by the government, although it's during the rec, but I'm going to allow it in. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. As long as our objection is noted, we can move forward.
I noted for the record, sir.
All right, thank you. And what I can do, Mr. Chairman, we can have this forwarded to Ms. Jenkins. We may, like by tomorrow, just wanted to have her redacted copy before anything else is made public. But we can forward that to Ms. Jenkins.
So can you ensure that? So you're saying that this document is provided. Mr. Bianco has this document, but the document that you're asking to be included in the record will be a redacted copy of this document?
That's correct.
And so you will share the redacted document when it's shared with legal. Mr. Bianco at the same time will be provided a copy, would be simultaneously provided a copy of the same document?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. Does the government rest?
The government, and I apologize to Mr. Southcott. The government does rest at this time.
Again, before, I know that this is a summer suspension hearing, so things are, it somewhat takes the format of a show cause hearing, but some of the rules and procedures that we utilize for the show cause hearing are not necessarily applicable in these type of proceedings because of the timelines that are established for these hearings to occur. And as stated before, although the licensee did waive the timelines, but unfortunately, there's still no, I'm not aware of any, the policies and procedures of when documents have to be disclosed. All right. Do you have a witness you wish to call, Mr. Bianco?
I do, Mr. Anderson. Could I trouble you and the board for a 5-minute break?
Yeah, yes, I apologize. All right, it's 6:25. We'll take a 10-minute break, so we'll come back on the record at 6:35. So please just put your camera on, turn your camera off and mute your microphone. So we'll be back on the record at 6:35. We're back on the record.
I'm going to point this to you so they can see you instead of me.
We can hear you, Mr. Bianco.
I wasn't sharing any secrets, but thank you.
I appreciate the attorney-client privilege, so I go out of my way to allow for folks to know what can or cannot be heard.
Thank you.
All right, that's it. We're back on the record. Do you have a witness you want to call, Mr. Bianco?
Yes, we're going to call one witness, the owner of the establishment, Anthony Faye.
Mr. Faye?
Fantai.
Can you please raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Your witness, sir.
Okay, Mr. Fantai, what is your relationship to Martha's Market?
I'm the owner of the market.
And how long have you owned it?
About 2.5 years.
2.5 years. Okay. And do you ever work there?
Yes.
Okay. How often?
Probably half day for 5 days.
Okay. And do you have any employees that work for you at the establishment?
Yes.
Okay. How many do you typically have on staff at any given time?
You mean like a day? Like how many people?
How many total employees work for you?
Since I got the store?
Yes.
Plenty. I can say probably 5.
Okay. Since you started 2 years ago, there's been 5 employees.
Yes.
Okay. And at any given time, how many people are working with you? Do you have 5 people at all times?
No, 2 people.
Okay. So I want to talk specifically about one employee who has been the subject of discussion today. His name is Stefan Threat. Do you know him?
Yeah, I know him when he worked for me.
Okay. And when did he work for you?
He started working about 3 months ago.
3 months ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
3 months.
Mr. Bianco, can you ask your client, have him speak up? I can hear your voice clearly, but he's somewhat faint, please.
Okay. So when did Mr. Threat start working for you?
About 3-4 months ago.
Okay. And how did you know Mr. Threat?
Through a friend.
Okay. So who is this friend of yours?
His name?
Yes.
His name what's his name? Roe. Yes.
Okay. And that's his last name?
I don't know his last name.
Okay. And he recommended Mr. Threat to you?
Yes.
All right. Did you do any background investigation on Mr. Threat before you hired him?
No, I did not.
Okay. You just took your friend's word for it?
Correct.
Okay. How did you learn about what happened on March the 4th of 2022?
When we were watching the camera and someone called me from the neighbors, and then I had to run to there.
Okay, so someone from the neighborhood called you?
Yeah, some random numbers called, got a code and they told me like some things happened to the store, and then I went to the video camera and I see it, and I saw a whole lot of police around to the store. And then I went in, I was in the house in the bed, and I was just run.
Okay. How far do you live from the store?
Probably 45 minutes. I live at Silver Spring.
Silver Spring.
So you can imagine from Silver Spring to Southeast.
How long did it take you to get there?
Probably 35 minutes, about 40 minutes.
Okay.
Because it was in rush hour, 6 o'clock.
And what was going on when you got there?
It was a tape all over to the store, and there was a whole lot of police standing outside.
And when you say tape, you're talking about the yellow and black police tape?
The yellow police tape, yeah.
Yellow police tape, okay. And did you speak to the police?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you answer all of their questions?
Yes.
Did you show them the video?
Yeah, I did.
Did you watch the video with them?
Yes, I did.
Now, did you see what Mr. Threat was doing in the video?
Yes,
And did you see what the victim was doing in the video?
yes.
Okay. And does Mr. Threat still work for you?
No,
Why not?
I fired him. Like he terminated.
Okay. So did you fire him because of this incident?
Yes.
Now, before you saw the video on March the 4th, when you were there with the police, had you ever seen Mr. Threat engaging in this type of activity with the victim?
No.
How do you have the ability to check your security cameras remotely?
Yes, I do. I have it on my phone.
Okay. And before March the 4th, how frequently would you check the video cameras about what was going on in the store?
Well, most of the time I am there, especially during in the morning time, but I'm not really, checking it like frequently. But when I'll check it when I need it. Let's say if I call him to my employee, if he don't answer, and I would just go check to the camera and see what he's doing and stuff.
Okay.
Or what I'm saying, like when I need it, and I was not really checking it.
Okay. So I understand that you would check if you called the store and nobody answered and you want to see what's going on.
Mhm.
And the second thing was if you said if I needed it, what does that mean? When's the other times you would check?
So if I, let's say, to check them, to check like how the business going, is it busy, is it slow, what I'm saying, like to check everything, but I'm not doing that a whole lot like that. But when I'm free, I'll just went to my phone and see what he's doing and stuff.
How often would that be per day?
Probably can say one time in a day.
One time a day.
Yeah.
Okay. And prior to March the 4th and the times that you checked your cameras, did you see Mr. Threat engaged in any of the type of activities that you saw going on March the 4th?
No.
Now, since March the 4th, you have done some things at the establishment to improve security. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Objection relevance.
The relevance, Mr. Anderson, is that the determination that's going to be made today is with respect to prospectively the public health and safety. And we think subsequent remedial measures to protect the public health and safety are not only relevant, but they're of paramount importance.
I'll overrule the objection.
Okay. So you have done some things in the store to improve security. Could you tell me about what you did with the cameras since March the 4th?
Okay, so me and the landlord, we put two brand new cameras that like two like one on this side and like both sides, like and then like to see the front. So that camera has what do you call it? Alarm system. So when some people like hanging out right there, that we can press like to the alarm so we can make a noise. So that we did that, and then the landlord has access for that camera. So if even though that I'm busy, and then if he see any people like hanging out right over there, and he can play with that camera.
Okay, so did you say that had an alarm on it that you can
Yes.
sound off if people are hanging out in front of the store?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Have you used that yet?
I did using it. I'm using it right now.
Okay, so how does it work?
It work good. In right now, like 95% in nobody, like hanging out right there. People coming, buying stuff, and go. So
And who's the landlord?
his name is Tom.
Tamaru.
Tamaru, yes.
Tamaru Zemenfez?
Yes.
Okay. Did he used to operate that store?
I think so. I'm not quite sure, but I think he was the first person to start doing a market in that place.
Okay. So aside from adding these additional cameras, have you done anything else to improve safety and security?
Yeah, we put the signs. We actually had like about 4 lowering and no standing sign, but we add another 3 more all over the building. So it's a big sign that we added up right there that clearly anybody can see it.
Okay, so you added some no loitering signs.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving forward, what are you going to do about hiring new employees?
Well, as of now, I will make sure that run the background check before I hire.
Okay. And you didn't do that before?
I was not doing that before. Honestly speaking.
And do you presently have written rules and regulations for employees?
I was not, but I'm going to do that now.
You're going to. How are you going to accomplish that?
Written rules.
Rules, yeah.
Yeah, written rules. Yeah, I'll prepare that.
You'll prepare that.
And
with any help?
with you.
With a lawyer.
With a lawyer, of course.
Sure. How about have you ever done security training for your employees?
So I was not doing that, but now that's what I'm going to do. So if I hire somebody as of now, then I'm going to do all that.
Okay.
So make sure that they know everything, all that.
Okay. And since March the 4th, I think you testified about how frequently you checked your video feeds prior to March the 4th, but now let's talk about since March the 4th. How often are you checking them now?
Now I'm checking like every hour. You see me right here, sitting right here with you, and I'm checking and see what's going on over there every hour at least.
Okay. And there's an important discussion that I want to cover that Sergeant Morrison testified about. You were here for Sergeant Morrison's testimony, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Sergeant Morrison testified about a discussion he had with you about a previous incident involving a gun with Mr. Threat. Do you recall that discussion?
No, we talked about that, but it was not this specific person. It was a previous employee. One day when I tried to check to the camera, it was my employee tried to pass the gun to the same person, the victim. So and then I called him and then listen, what are you doing? We can't do that. If I see you doing that again, and you're not gonna be able to work here anymore. And he said, okay, sorry about that. And since then I never see him doing that. But he was making another mistake. Then he got fired for that. But he's not. That was like probably 4 or 5 months ago. It was another person. It was not him.
Okay. So was Mr. Threat working for you at the time of this other incident?
No. Yeah. No.
And I believe there was also some testimony about the individual, the clerk who was working, being coerced into taking the gun. What reason do you have to believe that the clerk was coerced into taking the gun?
Well, I have no idea. I have no clue about that. I don't know what me and the police officer was just seeing the video camera, and I was shocked over there, like when we see that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. I think that is all I have for you. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Adams is going to have some questions for you, and then probably the board. Okay?
Sure.
Is this Mr. Adams or Mr. South?
Adams.
I'll go ahead, Mr. Adams.
Good evening. I apologize, sir. Give Mr. Sorry, I want to make sure I have your name pronounced right. How do you pronounce your name, sir?
Fantaye.
Mr. Fantaye, I just have a few questions from your testimony. Within your testimony, and of course, my writing isn't very good, so now I can't read what I wrote. Oh, so first of all, that you state that you hired Mr. Threat, correct?
Correct.
And that was from based upon advice from a friend?
Yeah, it was a good friend of mine, and I was just asking him like, I'm really having a problem to have employees, and if there anyone that you think that that it can work for me, and he said, okay, I got you, and I'll let you know, and then after that he called me and said, hey, I have one person, if you like him, you can hire him and stuff. Then yeah, that's the way he got referred.
Right. So he didn't provide an application, a written application. Is that correct?
Say that again one more time. Sorry.
Did he provide you a written application?
Yes.
He did? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And you interviewed Mr. Threat before you hired him?
Yes, I did. I talked to him.
All right. And so it was decided that he would work evenings at your establishment?
Mm-hmm.
And that was and if it was 3 months of this happened in March, is that in December?
Yeah, around there. Yep.
Okay, so he's hired in December, and I assume you paid him, correct?
Hmm?
I assume that you paid him, correct?
Of course.
How much was he being paid?
He's
per
been
hour?
paying about $15.
He's being paid $15 per hour. Okay, and that's to your knowledge, that's a standard wage for here in the district, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you were asked about you asked a question about your access to the security system, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as you said, you throughout, let's say for at least 4 months, you've had remote access to the security system from your house, correct?
From my through my phone. Yes, through
From
my
your
phone.
phone.
Yes.
So you've had the ability to check the security footage at any time of the day, correct?
Yeah, anytime.
Okay. And you stated that there's a question that you're asked about activity. Actually, let me step back. You own the security system for the store?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you bought it.
Yes.
Now, you testified that since March 4th, you've added 2 cameras, right?
New cameras. After that happened, that's going to be the 18th. So I had 16 cameras before this happened, and there will be another 2 cameras, additional 2 cameras.
And you also referenced that you did this along with a landlord, correct?
Correct.
So does the landlord have an ownership share in the camera system?
No, he just have the password and username. He have the access. Let's say if I'm busy and I'm not be able to see it, he can check it.
Mm-hmm.
And then if he see people hanging out right there, that he have access to press on and off button for the alarm. So when that alarm is on, and people can just run away from that area.
Okay. So now as you said there's additional set of eyes that can use the security system now, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't have that before?
I didn't have that before.
Now going back a little bit to Mr. Threat, you stated that you've had 4 or 5 employees who worked for you within 2 years, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no, just so I make sure you say yes or no.
Yes. My bad. Sorry.
And Mr. Threat, you know that for any employees to serve alcohol or sell alcohol like wine, beer, anything that is either you or ABC licensed manager, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Threat wasn't an ABC licensed manager.
Okay. So yeah, it was not having a license, but he was on a process. He took the school and he got the certificate for that. And then me and him making appointments to get the police clearance. So I think he went there one day, and then he missed some documents that he cannot be able to get this police clearance. So he told me that they asked him a birth certificate. So he came back without that, and then we did not do after that. We did not make another appointments to get the police clearance. So that's happened in between.
So in a 3-month period, you had hired Mr. Threat. You started the process, but you still allowed him unsupervised in your store without having, even police clearance, or, without completing the application yet, correct?
Yeah, correct, but I was there the whole time, especially in the morning, all the way. Sometimes if I don't, if I need to do something, and I will just go quickly and then come back. But I am around there all the time.
Okay. But now March 4th in the evening, you were not there, correct?
Correct.
And you also weren't there. So you're saying that you're there all the time, right?
Yes.
Except just for the occasions that I guess Mr. Ruiz saw it on, saw the footage of the establishment, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So in other words, in your testimony, you state you work about half day, correct?
Yeah, especially in the morning. I'm the one that brought the stuff, like any stuff for the store. So and then I cover in the morning shift. And then I'll stay there till 2:30, 3 o'clock. It's depend how the traffic is, how busy it is, and then,
So after 3:30, you're now always there, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now in talking about this activity you were asked a question, I didn't see activity, you were asked about that you saw at one point, you looked at security footage in your camera system, correct?
Correct.
And you said that you didn't see prior activity with the victim. Am I getting that wrong?
You talking about that day or
any days prior to that day?
Well, these guys, they always there. Let's say the victim, he always there every day. So in and out. If I'm there, he in and out. So when there are too many people, I said, you just gotta go. But honestly speaking, I'm tired talking or saying something to them. They're not listening. They stand right there. When they see me, they go outside. When I just move, they come back. That's how they do every day.
Is it fair to say you know the victim?
He's there every day. I know him standing right there every day, outside, inside.
Earlier you said that the specific act that we're talking about and the prior times that you saw was involving Mr. Threat having possession of a gun, correct?
Yes.
And you stated that you never saw Mr. Threat specifically have possession of a gun, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. But does that mean that you haven't seen Mr. Threat have possession of any of the anything else, such as drugs or narcotics?
I never see him anything after that day. Since that day, that's the first day that I saw him on the video camera.
So after shooting, was the store closed for any period?
Yeah, the shooting was on Friday night, 6 o'clock, and it was closed Saturday and Sunday. And then Mr. Maurice called me on Monday morning, and he told me I can open it back up, and I opened it on Monday. And I think the EBRA came on Wednesday, I believe. I'm not quite sure about the date, but after 2 days, and they come and they shut it down. They let me shut it down, the fridge and everything.
So let me make sure I understand. So like in terms of the establishment, upon summary suspension, did you close the full establishment or did you just not serve alcoholic beverages?
I didn't. I never closed the whole store after Monday. he told the Friday, so the Friday, the things happen on Friday. I closed the whole store Saturday and Sunday by order of Mr. Maurice. He said that the store was shut it down. And then Monday I worked, and then I believe they came on Tuesday or Wednesday. After 2 days, the EBRA came, not the EBRA, the police came, and then they let me shut it down again for 96 hours.
So now I have and I thank you very much for your answer. I only have a couple more questions. Or actually 3 more questions. Number one, going back to your landlord, who assisted or who now has a password to the system. Does the landlord have any financial interest in the business itself or the store at all?
No.
Okay. And in terms of the improvements that you talked about, you said that you would use no loitering signs, correct?
Correct.
Is that outside the business?
Yeah, it's outside, all over the world.
Right. In this case, the sales happen inside the establishment, correct?
Correct.
Right. And now, again, I want to go back to this conversation that you had with Sergeant Morrison. Now, according to your testimony, you were talking about a previous employee, correct?
Correct.
And this prior employee had possession of a handgun, correct?
Correct.
And the person who gave him possession of the handgun is the same person who's considered to be a victim, correct?
Correct.
At no point did you have established any barring notices for that person who's the victim, correct?
I did not do that.
And at no point did you take any legal action to prohibit the victim from being at your store, correct?
I did not do that.
At no point did you report the victim and his actions to the police department, did you?
No, I didn't do that.
I have no further questions.
Except that I always, arguing with them that just go outside and do your thing. Like, but he always, coming up to me and said, this is our area. We were here before you got here and stuff. Little argument with them. Like, the worst thing that you can do is calling the police. There's nothing you're gonna do about it. But looks like you cannot stop us doing this, because he just got here and then we born and raised here, like, kind of like verbal word that he mentioned about.
All right, thank you.
All right, Mr. Fantaye, let me ask you a question. What's the name of the clerk who was working at the facility at your establishment, sir?
His first name is Stephanus. That's what I know.
No, I'm talking about your employee. What was his name?
The previous one you're talking about?
No, the one the employee who provided the gun to the other person. What's the name of the employee that was working during the night of the incident?
His first name is Stephanus.
And what's his last name?
His last name, I gotta get it out. It's hard to catch up on that, but let me see here. All right, so
Correct. It was an employee of yours that you hired around December of 21. Is that correct?
yes.
And what was Mr. Turek? What was his tour duty? What time did he go to work? What time did he show up in the morning? What time did he leave?
So he basically worked pretty much evening shift, because I'm covering the morning shift. But when I need him, or when I need help, I call him. Sometimes he helped me.
So what was the evening shift then that he covered?
From 4 to 12.
So he worked from 4 p.m. to 12 p.m.
Yes.
And did he work alone, or was there another employee
He worked
working
alone.
with him from 4 p.m. to 12 p.m.?
He worked by himself.
And he worked by himself for the most part since December 21, since December of 21.
Yes. If I'm not there, then he's going to be by himself.
I'm talking about between 4 p.m. and 12 p.m.
Yes.
And he's been working by himself between 4 p.m. and 12 p.m. every day since December. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, and he was the only employee working there during that shift. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you testified that you are aware. Are you aware, sir, that if you are selling or serving alcohol, you're selling alcohol during any period of time, that there has to be an owner or an ABC manager present for this to occur?
Yes.
So if you're aware, sir, why did you allow this man to work by himself in your establishment from December through at least early March, or when he was terminated, when you were aware that there was no owner or ABC manager in your facility to sell alcohol?
Yeah, I'm aware of that. And then I was on, like I said, I was on the process to doing that and try to get him a manager license for that. But for the meantime, until he get that, I was with them there, in and out, in and out, and I was with them there. So that way, I can see it. But not since December until he got terminated. He was not by himself the whole time or every day. But I was with him there, but was in and out. You're right.
I'm just trying to clarify the record, sir.
True.
I asked you, you said that his tour duty was from 4 p.m. till around 12 p.m. He worked 7 days a week. And you said that he worked there alone. You said that you just testified that he worked alone, and you just testified there was no other employee there. So if you said, how can you be there if you just stated that he worked alone?
He's by himself. There is no other employees. So I'm not. If I consider myself as employee, yes, but there is no other employees beside him, except me, where I am the only person there with him. If when I'm there, but for the employees, he's the only employees there.
All right. So you're stated that you're usually there from 4 p.m. until 12 p.m. when he's working. Is that what you're saying, sir?
Well, I gotta be honest with you. I can't be there every day from the morning to all the way. Sometimes I'll just I know it's a mistake. I'm not trying to argue with you with that, but yeah, that's the thing.
All right, sir. Were you aware that MPD was visiting your facility, your place of business in the evenings?
So one more time, I'm sorry.
I said, were you aware
Mhm.
that the police was coming to your business in the evenings to check on the operation of your business, or were you aware of this?
No, I was not aware of it until they told me on March 4th.
Mr. Frontaya, okay, I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, okay? The police testified earlier that they routinely came to your business to check on your business
Correct.
during the night. And you're telling me that you are there. So which one, who's telling me the truth, sir? If the police said that they have routinely come to your business to check during the evening, and you said that you're there, and your law also stated that you didn't even know the police was there. So are you telling me that the police routinely never came to check on your business, sir?
Well, they say that they came there 3 times, and during the time that they came to the store, I was not there, and then my employees did not tell me that was the police came to check it, and then on March 4th, uh, one of the police officer came and told me, we were there the other day, and then try to check the store, and then one of your employees told us like we good right here, we don't need a hub. But since March 4th, and they did not, even the police officer did not communicate with me. Like I said, I'm there every day, especially during daytime. But I didn't know, I was not aware of that. They got that answer from my employee.
Now, You didn't do a background check on this employee. You have this sophisticated camera system. So were you making money? How do you know if you're making money? If you have an employee that is new, he's there by himself, how do you know whether or not he's not stealing from you? You're saying you don't check the camera, so how do you know whether or not this employee is not stealing your money?
Well, he probably do, but by the time when I go home, it's, I'm getting a little tired because I'm be there like in the morning. So whatever that he gave me the report, that's the report that I'm just checking, and then I have that's the way I did until now.
All right. What are your hours of operation? What hours do you sell alcohol? What are the hours you're licensed to sell alcohol, sir?
From 9 to 12.
From 9 a.m. in the morning to 12 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
And besides yourself, how many ABC managers do you have currently working for you, sir?
Well, I had one, but he's not there anymore.
I said to you, sir, currently, how many ABC managers do you have currently on your staff, sir?
I don't have none.
You don't have any?
Yes.
So if the board was to lift the suspension tomorrow, how many ABC managers would you have to work for you tomorrow between the hours? I'm sorry, what are your hours of operation, sir?
From 9 to 12.
From 9 a.m. to 12, and you're open, what, 7 days a week?
Yes, correct.
And so are you saying that if the board was to lift the suspension tomorrow, that you would be working at the store 7 days a week between 9 a.m. and 12 p.m.?
Well, I'm trying right now. I'm the only person covering. So, and then right now I'm looking for another employees with good employees and try to hire. So if they reopen it for me, then I'm going to be there until I get the good employees, and I'll make sure that I'm going to have all the process, the manager licensed to get him.
But what I'm asking you, sir, your lawyer is asking us to lift the suspension. And I think he's asking us to lift the suspension tomorrow. And what I'm asking you, you're going to open 7 days a week.
Correct.
9 a.m. to 12 p.m. And are you telling the board that you are going to be in your shop, say, between 9 a.m. and 12 p.m. 7 days a week, sir?
This is supposed to be like that, but now since this happened, I'm the only person covering that, so I did not work all the way to 12. So what I did is right now even I'll do I open 9 o'clock and I close 9. That's what I've been doing since the March 4th, since this happened, because I don't have no employee yet.
Sir, I mean, you can operate. We're talking about to sell alcohol. So in order for you during this period of time to sell alcohol, there has to be an owner or ABC manager. And I'm asking you, you're not giving me any confidence, sir, if tomorrow the board was to lift this suspension, that you are prepared to be in your store between 9 a.m. and 12 p.m. 7 days a week until you somehow hire an employee and go and have them approved to be and apply for at least, even at a minimum, a 90-day temporary ABC manager license.
Yeah, so my plan is I'm going to be there until I found I found the employee in that, to make sure that that employees having a ABC manager license. I'm having a plan to be there from 9 to 9, so I can handle 12 hours a day for 7 days. So that's my plan is.
So you're saying that you rather than stay open until 12 o'clock, you're going to close at 9 o'clock?
Yes, and for temporary until I found my employees with a good everyone manager license.
Any question by any of the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you. Mr. Fante, how are you this evening?
Good. How about yourself?
Oh, a lot better now. Thank you for asking. Mr. Fonte, out of your total profits and the money that you have coming through your business, what percentage of your business is selling of alcohol?
I can say about 25%.
And that, do you mind telling us what you gross a year? What do you normally make a year selling alcohol?
I'm not sure that I can give you the right number on that.
You say 25%.
Yes.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. What is your next big seller in your market beside alcohol? What is the next, what sustains your business? If you're only getting 25% from alcohol, what percentage then makes up your major part of your income from your business?
What is that question? What does that mean? One more time. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get the.
Okay. We understand from your answer that 25% of your total sales is alcohol.
Correct.
What is the other 75%?
All the foods, and the other stuff that I'm selling, the medicines, and like a drink, beverage, food and beverage.
Okay, I understand. I'll accept that. Now, what date can you remember, or what month did you first see one of your employees with a gun? Not Mr. Threat. You said there was one before Mr. Threat who you hired in December. What month did you see that other employee with a gun?
I can say it's about 5 months ago, but I don't have the exact date.
So 2 months after you fired the first guy with a gun, you hired Mr. Threat.
Correct. He didn't get fired. That person didn't get fired for that. He get fired. I told him that, hey, listen, we're not doing that here. And that since then, I never see him doing with the same thing. But he was not making the time that he not be able to come. So
Fair
that's,
enough.
you
Fair
don't.
enough. Did the gun that person have, was it a legal gun?
I don't know about that, but I saw him.
Your business, but you didn't even check to find out if someone was in your business employed by you had a gun in your business, and you don't know if it was a legal gun or illegal gun.
No, what happens is the gun is the victim. The gun is from coming from the victim, the one who got the victim right now. So he was trying to put the gun to the boot with my employees. So
Okay, all right, okay, that's a fair answer.
yes.
Now, the victim, who 2 months before you hired Mr. Threat or fired Mr. Threat, gave another employee a gun, correct?
Correct.
And the victim, even after you saw this and you got rid of the employee you handed the gun to, you still allowed Mr. Threat, or not Mr. Threat, but the victim to be in your store on a regular basis.
Like I said, I always have an argument with these people. They're not listening. They can't hear me. Not even me.
And that's a fair answer. That's a very fair answer, Mr. Fantag. But Mr. Fantag, do you know the rules and regulations of having an alcohol license? Say you have to properly run your business. You have to superintend your business and make sure that it runs appropriately and by the law. Did you know that?
Yeah, I know that.
So it didn't make you any difference. You still were going to have people hanging around with guns, with your employees, and you come there, he's there, and you leave and he's there. Is that what you're saying to me?
Well, you talking about my employees, or you talking about the victim?
The victim. They're the victim. You say he's there every day, right?
He's there. I saw him every day there. Sometimes when there are so many people hanging out right there, I call the police. When I call the police, as soon as the police pulled off, they walking, and as soon as this police officer going, and then they come back. I don't know how I can control with these people. And then when I try to talk to them with a nice way, please, like this is my business, let me handle this, and then
That's a fair answer, and thank you for being fair with your answer.
all right.
But now, on the video that we saw, and I know you saw it also, the victim was selling other things other than alcohol or things from your store. Did you see the same thing we saw?
You said the victim was selling what? I'm sorry.
We don't know what the victim was selling, but he was not selling your products, correct?
No, he was not.
But he was operating like he was a part of your business.
Well, he was not operating. So what he did is, I think he tried to be very friendly with my employees, which he did for the previous guy. Try to be a friend with my employees, and so that
was he friendly with you?
He's not friendly. We're not even. He's not a friend of mine. We not even understand each other, but he's there. So he tried to be a friend with the my employees, so that way he can keep his stuff around there.
Okay, my last question, Mr. Fontaine, my last question is that you've been in this business for how many years? How many years have you been licensed to sell alcohol from 2400?
Probably 2 years. So I had the store about 2.5 years.
How many ABC managers have you had in 2.5 years?
I had one, and he was with me for a long time. Then he changed the job, so he became a truck driver. He left me.
What hours did he work?
Huh?
What hours did that employee work?
He was working in the evening shift.
He was working in the evening shift. So did he ever get a day off?
Nah, he's not.
So he worked 7 days a week.
Yeah, he worked 7 days.
Thank you, Mr. Fonte. I thank you for your answers, and thank you for coming and answering the questions for the board today. Thank you.
My pleasure.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Mr. Grandis.
Thank you. Mr. Frente, thank you again for being here and giving us such honest testimony today. Before you purchased this lease for this store, what type of work were you doing?
I was doing a limousine service.
Okay, so this is your first business that deals with alcohol.
Correct.
When you applied and received your license, did you sign up for any training through ABRA about the rules and regulations and safety, all types of things that ABRA has educational classes for? Did you take any of those?
No, I did not.
You did not. And you also acknowledge that you knew that this last individual needed a manager's license, and you all started the process, but for whatever reason, it didn't get completed.
Correct.
So it may be in your interest to sign up for some of these classes, because it would probably have avoided this hearing if you had a better understanding. Next, who buys the inventory for your establishment?
Myself.
Okay, and is part of your inventory to sell scales?
Yeah, yeah, we can sell scales there.
Yeah, you can sell scales, but is that something that you brought to the business?
Well, any other stores, any other convenience store sell the same stuff that I'm selling it here. So it doesn't make any sense for me to open the store in southeast part and not to sell scales there.
Do you sell open boxes of plastic bags?
That plastic bag that we're talking about, the sandwich bag, we're not selling a single plastic bag. That bag was opened because we sell a hot sausage, kind of hot sausage. Is that little kind of meat thing that we sell at the outside the counter. So when we sell that, we have to give them that a little small bag for them to have the sausage. So it's not, that's not
Right.
included.
And therefore you keep the scales next to these open bags.
Well, so it would be easy to grab the small bag, so because so that way it's right over there to throw for the small bag for the counter, and the scale was right on the top. It was not purposely put it together, but it was just randomly we just put it right there, so that way it could be close to us to serve.
Well, you're to be commended for going out and buying a business. That's not easy to do. You should be commended for getting through the ABC process. But sir, it doesn't stop there. It sounds like to me that you're not even aware of the federal and DC wage hour laws, because you have employees working 7 days, and I think that there could be some issues there, but that's not why we're here. But all of these things collective gives me difficulty to be able to entrust you tomorrow without you signing up for some training, without you getting a better understand how to run the business. And we don't want to see you here. I mean that in a positive way. We don't get joy out of this. But there are some critical concerns regarding your establishment that really need to be addressed before I think you're able to comply to not just our ABRA laws, but to the DCRA laws, to the OTR laws, to wage and hour laws. You know, we want you to be successful. It's not in our interest to not have a license being given and the person's not successful. It's in our interest that you're successful, and it's in your interest. So I very much appreciate your honesty, but I'm very concerned that I don't think you were engaged by anyone to say you need to take some classes. Do you have a security plan for your establishment?
So far, that's all those 2 cameras that we added up there, and the alarm system. That's the way I have right now, and then I see the things change, and there's nobody standing right there right now. We had these cameras in the alarm system about 4 or 5 days, and then it's a big change over there. There's nobody hanging out right there. Pretty much nobody standing right there. Well, if I cannot control everything through these cameras in the alarm system, that's something that I have to think. But
Yes, sir. And how many days does your camera keep an image?
there is 2 camera systems, so the one can hold probably 9 days.
Okay.
And the other one, the new one, is 5 days.
Okay. Well, once again, there may be things in a security plan that may require them to hold images longer than that. I'm not saying what you have is not adequate. The visual is excellent. So I'm just wanting to encourage you, now that you know that ABRA does have training for owners and for its employees. It is difficult for me to understand that if we were to allow you to open up to sell alcohol, because as our chairman has said several times, you're able to open up. You know, DCRA has not taken your basic business license. OTR hasn't shut you down, and neither has health. So right now, you can be open 9 to 12, but you can't sell alcohol until we make that decision. But I think there's no way you can run that 9 to 12, 7 days a week by yourself. And if you have an employee and you go home, as you should, that employee doesn't have a manager's license. So there are steps that need to be addressed to give you confidence that you know what the rules are and gives us confidence that we're not going to see you back here. Because again, we really compliment you on your hard work. But at the same time, there are things that I think you just were not aware that you needed to get involved with. And so thank you for letting me speak with you, and I wish you success down the road.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Adams? Any recross based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No additional questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bianco.
Nothing from us.
You arrest, sir?
We do.
Does the government wish to make a closing statement?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And I can just start from here, if the board would like me to. Yes, it's already 7:30, so I don't want to take up your time, but I do want to at least.
Mr. Adams, the board is going to be here for some time after because we do have work to do, sir. So you take your time. We're not running to go home. We still have work to do after the end of this hearing. Okay.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Chairman. May it please the board. This case really is a textbook example of a summary suspension case that, even though for district we only need a preponderance of evidence, but the fact of the matter is that there's really no reasonable doubt that the establishment or agents of the establishments have been engaged in dangerous illegal activity, and I'm happy that I'm thankful to Mr. Bianco for us discussing stipulations, but it was very important that the board actually was able to see for the record exactly what occurred at the establishment to get a fuller context. And I believe that you have that. This case is very important because as was testified to by Mr. Fataye, 25% of this establishment's business is alcohol sales. 25, that's a quarter. A substantial share of it. So this isn't just about whether it's a business having problems. It's a liquor licensee which represents this board having these sort of problems. In looking at this, it's not, the board should also remember that the standard that we're looking at is whether the licensee can operate in a way that presents an eminent domain in terms of the safety to the public. Now, regardless of whether or not Mr. Fonte had any problems or did anything wrong, the standard is whether the business can operate safely. And based upon the testimony from Sergeant Morrison, from Investigator Ruiz, and from Mr. Fonte himself, the environment, the operations, so many things about this establishment simply are not consistent with safety. So we should talk about the shooting. And the board, you saw the shooting, and we apologize if it was graphic in any way, but this was in a situation that the minutes that led to shooting, you can see from the evidence that, and from the video, that this is an open selling, an open use of digital scale, open use of a scale of measuring materials, open at least 3 or at least 2 hand-to-hand transactions that you witnessed. And so this is done not in a hidden way, not in a way that anyone had to search for. It was just right there for all to see, right there in the foyer of the store. There's an agent for the establishment, the clerk is in his full view, and this person was supposedly hired 3 months prior, but within that 3 months, whatever relationship he had with the person who was the victim was close enough that in the context of the robbery, that he handed a firearm that he had previously allowed to be stored within the secure area of this establishment to the person. So instead of this being a situation where something happened to the establishment, this is a situation where the establishment created an environment that might lead to violence, and then potentially responded violently. Now, thankfully, nothing occurred in terms of what the victim did. Well, so what led to this is that you have a clerk who knows the situation, who knows that there's drugs, or that there's drugs being sold from the establishment, who literally allowed a firearm to be stored within the secure perimeter of the employee area to do this. That basically already prior to this happening, this establishment, this licensee had already been identified as a potential red flag area by MPD. Now, the MPD didn't get a chance to do anything because while they were doing these business checks, the shooting occurred. But the very fact that there were agents of the establishment, or even non-agents of the establishment, being allowed to have free reign to dictate the terms by which the licensee interacts with the public, that's a problem. In addition, you saw the activity that occurred. You saw the drugs, you saw that there was trade. We talked about the paraphernalia that was identified. Although it may not be illegal to sell digital scales, the fact of the matter is these are pocket-sized scales of a very low volume of weight that can be used, that's being sold with Mr. Fontea's full knowledge to the public from the establishment. Now, there are sandwich bags, and you must admit that from at least what you saw, that sandwich bags were used to distribute illicit materials. We didn't see any sausages being sold at the time. Now the board has to also think about, well, in terms of looking at the safety, does the owner have knowledge of the situation? And it turns out that he did. It turns out that, according to his testimony, that he knew that this person who became the victim has been hanging out at the establishment for many times, and at one point even passed a firearm to an employee. What was the result of that? Well, he's no longer employee, but not for the reasons that you think. He's no longer employee because of a completely different reason, not because of the fact that he handled a firearm for somebody else. As we know, firearms are deadly, and just giving a warning to an employee regarding handling a firearm probably was, the board can make a deduction, is an adequate response to that situation. He wasn't fired at that time. So is it surprising that a subsequent employee would be involved with this very same person in handling a firearm? It isn't. And the testimony shows that not only if the employee isn't the exact problem, then the victim was the problem. And now we do understand that sometimes you have tough situations, but the fact of the matter is that the evidence supports that nothing was done, that outside of verbal communications that we're not privy to, there is no communications to police, there's no civil actions done to protect this license from having firearms in the establishment. And so remember, again, even if you believe that Mr. Fontea did not necessarily do anything wrong, the board's responsibility is to protect the safety and health of the community based upon the actions that you see, and thus there's being dangerous conduct. If there's a variable that cannot be controlled, then that means the license can't be there at that point. But you also see that this victim, from the footage, he seemed quite comfortable within the establishment, not like he was a stranger to the establishment. So with that situation being known, you have to wonder, whether or not, oh, sorry, I'll just move on from that point. The other thing the board now has probably thoroughly discussed is the lack of ABC manager and the fact that at this point, there's no way that the establishment can function from 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. without having at least one individual there. The board has to make a assessment, even with the good intentions that were mentioned by counsel and by Mr. Fontaine, whether or not actually any of it can actually be done, or whether or not it will make any difference whatsoever, since we know that no ABC manager has been licensed, that no one else has been brought into the establishment, or even maybe a different person as an owner in addition to Mr. Fontaine, so that this establishment could be in compliance. So for 3 months, we know that they were out of compliance with the rules, and those same 3 months, that's when illicit activity was occurring. Beyond that, we also have to think about the merchandise that's being sold. We know that selling a single cigarette is illegal in District of Columbia, but nevertheless, it was done, and based upon the testimony that was given by Mr. Ruiz, that essentially is done, and then also the stipulations, that's done because that's what the people want, regardless of what the rules may. So the board can also make a decision about whether or not there's been a disregard of the rules by Mr. Fontaine himself. In this case, also, and I will conclude very soon, lack of knowledge is no defense. Now, I believe that there is knowledge, but lack of knowledge is really no defense. And from the very standpoint that Mr. Fontaine has admitted that he, the whole time, can remote access his cameras and can observe what's going on at the establishment, that means that at all times he could have seen what occurred at this establishment. He could have seen the same observations that Mr. Ruiz made that on March 1st and March 3rd, that there was already owlegal activity that was happening in the establishment. Again, not in a hidden way, in an open way. Regardless of once the owner, Mr. Fontaine, is responsible for what occurs in the establishment, regardless of whether he's there or not. And even if Mr. Threat was doing something that he didn't actually know, he's still responsible for that. But based upon the fact that he had every opportunity to know the situation to stop it, or to at least take some form of actions towards it, that goes to the idea that constructive knowledge was already there, but nothing was done. That's essentially that Mr. Fontaine turned his head to the ugly things that are going on until the shooting occurred. So based upon what we have here today, there's no way that the board has any assurance, even with the promises, that this establishment can operate in a safe manner. Even if Mr. Fontaine does come into compliance, if he's unable to have any control of patrons, or able and not being willing to engage into whatever authorities, either criminal or civil, to control it, then the bottom line is the establishment still remains in the posture of operating in a way that it will be unsafe to the members of the community. So as a result, leaving the establishment in a suspended status is appropriate.
That's it, Mr. Adam?
Oh, that is it. I conclude my remarks.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bianco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I will be brief. I know you have more work to do. And, you know, I feel like what's getting lost here is that this is a forward-looking proceeding. We're looking to see whether this establishment can safely operate in the future in a manner that safeguards public health and safety. This is not about a sanction, and I feel like the government is pursuing this as a sanction, and in fact, even objected to the forward-looking measures that we were wanted to put in testimony about, to talk about how the community can be safeguarded in this case. I think the government did a very, very thorough job of demonstrating that the clerk who worked at this store was engaged in dangerous and illegal activities. And I say very, very thorough because we spent a lot of time with Mr. Adams negotiating 36 stipulated facts, yet were shown very, very detailed testimony and exhibits about exactly what it is we stipulated to. Why? We came to the table hiding nothing. We came to the table saying there is a problem here and we need to fix this problem. We were not in any way, shape, or form hiding from it. When the problem arose, my client didn't lie, he didn't hide, he didn't do a lot of the things that unfortunately some licensees do to try and get out of trouble. Instead, what he did is he cooperated fully, and that was corroborated by every witness that testified. He helped to bring this situation to a close, and the actual perpetrators, being the clerk and the victim, to justice. I don't know what happened to the other two individuals that were involved in the situation, and terminated his employment, terminated the clerk's employment after that, and comes to the table today saying, what can we do? What can we do to fix this? And not only is he asking, he is making some actual suggestions. As you've heard from Sergeant Morrison and others who testified here today, this is a tough neighborhood to make a business work in. The problems that you heard about in this particular establishment are not unique to this particular establishment. Some of the same things are going on within visibility of where this establishment is, just 2 blocks up at another liquor store. And, I think the difference here is this is not a straight, liquor store that only does that. This is a market. They sell things other than just liquor. And in fact, the testimony is that only about 25% of the revenue for this particular establishment comes from liquor. And that's important because this is a neighborhood where full service groceries are not prevalent. So they're providing a service to the community here in being open, and they want to be open in a way that is safe and that encourages customers to come in. We don't disagree with anything that the board said or in the board's suggestions or cross-examination about the resources that are available and the measures that need to be put in place and the reduced operating hours until such time as a ABC licensed manager can be brought on board. These are the types of controls that we not only agree are necessary, but that we are actually asking for. This is a small business. It's a one-man band. He has tried to fill in with other people here and there. He has not found reliable help. He is committed to doing that, to training them properly, to make sure they're appropriately licensed. This small business is savable. With the measures that we are suggesting, they can operate safely. We don't need to end this business today. This business has been operating in some way, shape, or form for 20 years under my client's ownership for the last 2.5. They have served the community for a long time. They look forward to continuing to do so with our suggestions and some from the board. We think it is appropriate that they be allowed to reopen based on those conditions. Thank you.
So I just wanted, so the conditions, what were the conditions? I know that you had stated the conditions in your opening. So what are the conditions that you're asking the board if the board was to, can you then repeat, I know I took notes, but can you repeat the conditions that you're asking the board to impose if the board was inclined to lift the summary suspension?
Absolutely. So there were 7, 2 of them which are already in place, but I'll go through each of them. 1, background checks before hiring employees. And I think we can add to that some type of assurance that the employee is or will shortly be licensed as an ABC manager. Number two, a set of written rules and regulations for employee conduct. Number three, training specifically for security protocols. Number four, regular checks of the video feed remotely when the owner is not on premises. Number five is one of the measures that has already been put in place, but the addition of 2 more cameras with an audible alarm to discourage loitering and giving the landlord access to view those cameras and likewise press the alarm and discourage loiterers. Number 6, which is another measure that has already been put in place, additional no loitering or no standing signs on the exterior of the establishment. And number 7, regular communication with the Metropolitan Police Department about what is going on at the establishment and outside of it. And that could take whatever form that MPD would be willing to communicate with us in. We're glad to sort of be an open book there.
That's it, Mr. Bianco?
That's it.
All right. Thank you very much. As chairperson of the Alcohol and Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 22-251-00006 Martha's Market, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 22-251-00006 Martha's Market for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett is second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 6-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. The board has 3 days. I'm not sure if it's 3 business days or 3 days, but the board will issue its determination within the statutory requirement, which is either 3 days or 3 business days. But within the statutory requirement, we will issue a decision on this case. Thank you very much and have a great day. All right.
Thank you.
All right, so I think that's now the end of our, thank you. This is now the end of our day, so let me close the record officially. As chairperson of the Alcohol and Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575B and 2575B14 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on April 20th, 2022 for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the matters identified on the board's legal, licensing, and investigative agenda for April 20th, 2022, as will be published in the DC Register on April 15th, 2022. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, a second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote. On the motion, Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 6-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on an electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We are now officially adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the board members for their active participation today. I also want to thank the members of the public who have tuned in to participate in this hearing today. Thank you for your participation. We're adjourned and now direct all board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you very much. Good night.